Chapter 3750. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist's faces darkened. Who was the one pretending to be pure before? Now that they had finally broken through, they were starting to get lovey-dovey? Why didn't they just ascend to the heavens? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at everyone. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go somewhere else to recuperate. Indeed. There's too much commotion. Maybe we'll attract other demon kings. The blood ancestor nodded. Now that all of the sovereign's weapons were asleep, if another demon king were to show up, there would be no way out for them. The white-eyed wolf let go of Princess Huofeng, turned to the divine king and asked, "Have you confirmed the death of the Queen of Flames? We can't get close to the center of the battlefield." The divine king said. Princess Huofeng shook her head. "We can't get close either. What happened before? How could there be such a terrifying fluctuation? Ultimate intent." The white-eyed wolf glanced at Qin Feiyang and smiled. This kid replicated the blood ancestor's ultimate intent of death with 3,000 clones and the Eye of Heaven. What? The Eye of Heaven can even replicate an ultimate intent? Princess Huofeng, Daifuku and the Fire Phoenix sword were all dumbfounded. Yes. But it's very slow. The castle and the others fell to this point because they wanted to buy time for him. The white-eyed wolf nodded. I see. Princess Huofeng and the mad scientist were enlightened. But even so, it was already shocking enough. 3,000 clones meant 3,000 ultimate intents of law, which was equivalent to 3,000 sovereign divine weapons. Who would dare to fight with such means? There was no doubt. The Queen of Flames and the magic sword were definitely dead. How about this? Let's go and recover first. Let the Divine King and the Golden Crow Pearl stay here for now. After the fluctuations of the battle dissipate, we'll go and confirm it. The white-eyed wolf suggested. That works too. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the two sovereign divine weapons and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. The Ghost Divine King said indifferently. Alright. Let's retreat. As Qin Feiyang waved his hand, the Crimson Dragon shield wrapped around the three sovereigns, the ancient castle and the other sovereign's divine weapons. Then he turned around and flew away at lightning speed. Let's go too. The white-eyed wolf tugged at Princess Huofeng. Yes. Princess Huofeng behaved very obediently. However, when he looked at the Fire Phoenix divine axe, the white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows. 2 days later, the group of people landed in a canyon. The fiend ancestor immediately set up a time array. The white-eyed wolf also activated the law of life. The mad scientist, the blood ancestor, and the other sovereign's divine weapons all began to cultivate. The white-eyed wolf walked to Qin Feiyang and said, "Little Qinzi, should we target the Fire Phoenix divine axe?" Qin Feiyang glanced at the Fire Phoenix divine axe floating next to Princess Huofeng. His eyes flashed. This sovereign divine weapon had tried to suppress the void mirror. It was obvious that it was completely on Hua Dahong's side. If they didn't target it, it might become a hidden danger. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang said, "There's no hurry. We'll deal with it after the ancient castle is repaired." The white-eyed wolf was stunned. That's right. Not only the Fire Phoenix divine axe, but also the Fire Phoenix divine sword and the other sovereign's divine weapons. Qin Feiyang nodded. What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf became more and more suspicious. Some things aren't as simple as you think. The Feng people will definitely oppose Princess Huofeng if she's with you. I've also discussed it with Senior Brother and the Blood Ancestor. When she returns to the Phoenix Nest, she might be punished by Feng Ho. I don't need to tell you how powerful Feng Ho is, right? So, if we want to protect Princess Huofeng, we must have enough bargaining chips to threaten Feng Ho. And the Feng people's sovereign divine weapons are undoubtedly the best bargaining chips. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. The white-eyed wolf said suspiciously, "You mean to make the Fire Phoenix divine weapon and the other sovereign's divine weapons swear a blood oath to only listen to her?" Yes. Only then will Princess Huofeng have the right to speak to the Feng people. By then even Feng Ho won't dare to do anything to her. Because of the Phoenix Empress. She was also afraid that if she forced the Fire Phoenix First Princess into a corner, she would take these sovereign weapons and leave the Phoenix clan. If that's the case, the Feng people won't even have a single sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang thought to himself. Nice. The white-eyed wolf gave him a thumbs up. As long as Princess Huofeng had the right to control these sovereign divine weapons, it would be the same as grabbing the lifeline of the Feng people. To put it bluntly, by then even Feng Ho would have to suck up to her. Opposite. Princess Huofeng looked at the two of them suspiciously. She put away all the sovereign divine weapons, including the Fire Phoenix divine axe. Then she walked up to the two of them and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" The Fire Phoenix divine axe was very obedient now. After all, even Huadahong was dead. What else could it do? Nothing. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand and chuckled. "Sister Feng, why don't we take a walk around? While we're at it, we can cultivate feelings." Sister Feng? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Princess Huofeng was also a little surprised. Wasn't this a little too boring? "Let's go. So that some people won't be envious and jealous when they see us loving each other." The white-eyed wolf grabbed Princess Huofeng and left Qin Feiyang behind. "I'll be jealous of you?" The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. "You're thinking too much. Who hasn't fallen in love before?" Half a month later. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sonic boom, two divine weapons streaked across the sky like lightning and landed in the sky above the canyon. They were the Ghost Divine King Throne and the Golden Crow Divine Pearl. Half a month had passed and the time array had been 15,000 years. The Blood Ancestor's injuries had healed, and the Crazy Man's divine soul had also recovered. They were now rebuilding their bodies. It would take a long time for the castle and the group of sovereign divine weapons to be completed. Sensing the arrival of the two divine weapons, Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor opened their eyes and got up to greet them. They asked nervously, "How is it?" "Queen Flame is dead." The Ghost Divine King Throne laughed excitedly. "That's good." Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked at the Ghost Divine King Throne and asked with a smile, "Why are you so excited?" "Queen Flame is one of the 10 demon kings. In our eyes, she's like a god. And now we've killed a demon king with our own hands. How can we not be excited?" The Ghost Divine King Throne said. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor laughed. "Wait." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned and asked suspiciously, "Why are you talking about Queen Flame and the Flame Magic Sword?" "The Flame Magic Sword? Heh. This is a surprise we prepared for you." The two sovereign divine weapons chuckled. "A surprise?" Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor were confused. The Golden Crow Divine Pearl suddenly shone brightly and a thumb-sized fragment flew out of its body and floated in front of Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at the Golden Crow Divine Pearl in surprise. "No need to be surprised. There's always a universe inside my body," the Golden Crow Divine Pearl said. Qin Feiyang asked, "So, it can hold everything like the cauldron of all things?" "It's too exaggerated to hold everything. It's still possible to hold some things." The Golden Crow Divine Pearl smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded in understanding. His gaze fell on the fragment again, and a trace of bewilderment gradually crept into his eyes. "Why is it the energy of the Flame Magic Sword? Could it be that this was a fragment of the Raging Flame's demon sword?" "That's right. This is a fragment of the Flame Magic Sword. We found it on the battlefield. But we searched the entire battlefield and only found this small piece," the Ghost Divine King said. "What's the use of it?" Qin Feiyang was confused. The Ghost Divine King smiled mysteriously. "Release your divine sense and you'll know." Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor both released their divine sense and fused it with the fragment. Soon, a hint of shock appeared on their faces. Inside this fragment, there was actually an incomplete consciousness. Could this be? The Blood Ancestor was shocked. Yes. The consciousness of the artifact spirit. In other words, the artifact spirit of the Flame Magic Sword hasn't been completely erased, the Ghost Divine King said. Qin Feiyang asked, "In other words, it can still be repaired?" "Yes. Although it's just a fragment, given enough time, it will be restored to its original state sooner or later." "What? This is a pleasant surprise." The Ghost Divine King smiled. Qin Feiyang asked excitedly, "In other words, sooner or later, it will be able to reconstruct its original body and return to its peak state?" "Yes. However, in its current state, it will be a bit difficult to reconstruct its original body. It will definitely be too damaged," the Ghost Divine King said regretfully. Qin Feiyang asked, "What if it's origin energy?" "Origin energy?" The Ghost Divine King was surprised. "You don't really have an independent world, do you?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "The White-Eyed Wolf and the Golden Crow Divine Pearl told you, right?" "Yes," the Ghost Divine King replied. Qin Feiyang nodded. "I do have an independent world called the Black Tortoise Realm, but I can't go in right now." "You really didn't lie to me," the Ghost Divine King muttered. "We didn't lie to you in the first place, you just didn't believe us." The Golden Crow Divine Pearl smiled helplessly. "You can't blame me for not trusting you." The Ghost Divine King smiled bitterly. A mere human actually has an independent world? No one would dare to believe such a thing so easily. Qin Feiyang didn't pursue this matter any further. Because right now, even if he wanted to take the Ghost Divine King to the Black Tortoise realm, he couldn't. So he asked, so if you have origin energy, can the flame magic sword be quickly repaired? Of course. It's not an exaggeration to say that as long as you have origin energy, even if it's just a fragment, it can be restored to its original state. But the prerequisite is that you have to subdue it first. Otherwise, when it recovers, it'll be our doomsday again. The Ghost Divine King spoke of his worries. I know that. And it's not hard to control it now. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. There's only a fragment left, what's there to be afraid of? The current situation wasn't up to the flame magic sword, but him. Chapter 3751. Thank you for your hard work. Qin Feiyang looked at the two sovereign divine weapons and smiled. Then he took the flame magic sword fragment and entered the time array. He definitely couldn't control the flame magic sword now. Because the flame magic sword's artifact spirit was also seriously injured. It only had a wisp of consciousness left, and this wisp of consciousness had fallen into a coma. So he had to recover it. Where's the white-eyed wolf? The Divine King entered the canyon and didn't see the white-eyed wolf, so he asked suspiciously. He went to cultivate feelings with his woman. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. The Divine King said indignantly, I didn't expect that there would be someone in this world who likes this bastard. You seem to be very prejudiced against him? Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at it suspiciously. It's more than just prejudiced. I want to kill him. The red dragon shield floating at the side also said fiercely. What? Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at the two sovereign divine weapons in confusion. He tricked us. The Divine King was furious. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. It would be abnormal if the white-eyed wolf didn't trick them. How did he trick you? The Blood Ancestor was curious. When he met us, he said he wanted to play a game with us. At first, we didn't take it to heart. We even wanted to tease him. But in the end, we fell into a trap. The Divine King sighed. A trap? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and asked, it can't be a blood oath, right? Besides a blood oath, what else can it be? Sigh. It's our fault for being too naive. We heard that this game is about swearing, so we didn't take it seriously. Hey, don't call us stupid in your hearts. After all, no one would care about this kind of thing. The Divine King was very emotional. Don't be emotional, don't be emotional. We understand. Qin Feiyang hurriedly comforted him. It's good that you understand. Sigh. After that, we just played with him. It didn't matter anyway. But after we all made the blood oath, he suddenly told us that it would come true. Vow fulfilled? Are you kidding me? We definitely don't believe it. However, just as one of our companions was about to end this farce and attack the white-eyed wolf, the heavenly tribulation descended and directly blasted our companion into smithereens, leaving nothing behind. Only then did we realize that we had been tricked by him. The Divine King sighed. Another companion? Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor looked at each other. Suddenly, he remembered the sovereign divine weapon that the edgeless heavy sword had mentioned. The edgeless heavy sword had said that it had witnessed the sovereign divine king's weapon being shattered by the blood oath. Could it be the companion of the Ghost Divine King and the Crimson Dragon Shield? Is it in the Fallen Canyon? The Blood Ancestor asked. How did you know? The Divine King asked suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, the edgeless heavy sword said so. It personally witnessed your companion being obliterated by the blood oath. The edgeless heavy sword? The Divine King scanned the group of sovereign divine weapons. When he saw the battered edgeless heavy sword, he said in astonishment, so it's that thing. It was beaten to such a state that I almost didn't recognize it. Are you familiar with it? Qin Feiyang was curious. Not familiar. We've only met twice. We don't have much interaction. The Divine King said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, so now you have to listen to the white-eyed wolf? What else? We want to resist, but a bloody example is right in front of us. Do we dare? The two sovereign divine weapons were helpless. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He thought that the white-eyed wolf must have gone through a lot of risks to subdue these sovereign divine weapons, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. The Divine King asked, so the edgeless heavy sword has also submitted to you? Yes. Speaking of which, he was also scammed. Qin Feiyang smiled. The Divine King said angrily, scammers are everywhere. Don't be so angry. Since you've already followed us, we won't treat you badly. Qin Feiyang comforted. I hope so. The Divine King sighed and then said expectantly, but the white-eyed wolf said that he would let us go to the origin source to cultivate. He has to keep his word. Of course. As long as you follow our sovereign divine weapons, you will be able to enter the origin source. To tell you the truth, there are a lot of heaven-defying divine weapons in the origin source. Many of them have already begun to evolve. Qin Feiyang smiled. If that's the case, it makes sense. The Divine King sighed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble you to help me pay attention to the surroundings. Don't let skeletons disturb everyone. No problem. The two sovereign divine weapons said. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked them and sat cross-legged in the time formation, continuing to comprehend the supreme mysteries of the law of life and death. As strands of the power of life and death spread out, the two sovereign divine weapons were surprised again. The blood ancestor said, don't doubt your eyes. This is the legendary law of life and death. When the two sovereign divine weapons heard this, their hearts were filled with shock. The golden crow divine pearl was also shocked. To be able to successfully fuse the law of life and death, this was too heaven-defying. In the blink of an eye, another period of time passed. The madman's body was finally reconstructed. When he opened his eyes and saw the flame magic sword fragment, he couldn't help but be surprised. He looked at the blood ancestor and asked, what's the situation? The blood ancestor briefly explained the situation. Hearing this, the madman's eyes flashed. The power of the flame magic sword was obvious to all. If they could subdue it and use it for their own use, who in the sky cloud realm would be their match in the future? But then again, it's been so long. The artifact spirit should have awakened by now. The blood ancestor muttered as he looked at the fragment. Old Qin. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate. I have something to discuss with you. The madman woke up Qin Feiyang. What is it? Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked at him suspiciously. The inheritance of the two ultimate mysteries. The madman bared his teeth. I knew you were thinking about them. Qin Feiyang was speechless. I risked my life to get the inheritance. Of course I have to cherish it. The madman smiled and said, I'm not greedy. Just give me the inheritance of the law of thunder. But didn't you already comprehend the supreme mysteries of the law of thunder? Isn't it a bit of a waste to fuse with the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries? Qin Feiyang asked. Waste what? Isn't my law of thunder missing the ultimate mysteries? It would be a real waste if I give it to you. After all, you have already comprehended the epitome of the law of thunder. The madman curled his lips. Qin Feiyang was stunned. According to what you said, I comprehended the epitome of the law of thunder first and I'm still at a disadvantage? If you didn't comprehend the epitome of the law of thunder, I will definitely not fight with you. I will generously give it to you. The madman laughed. Do you think I believe you? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Anyway, this is the truth in front of you. Hurry up, don't waste time. The madman urged. When he grasped the ultimate mysteries of the law of thunder, although he still wasn't a match for the sovereign weapon, he wouldn't have to be so afraid when facing the reclusive old antiques of the three races. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. He took out the inheritance of the law of thunder and threw it to the madman. This is the inheritance of the ultimate mysteries? The white-eyed wolf didn't come back earlier or later. He just had to come back at this time with Princess Huofeng and stared at the inheritance in the madman's hand. What a coincidence. The madman laughed and hurriedly protected the inheritance behind him as if he was guarding against a thief. Is there a need? A mere law of thunder, this brother doesn't care about it. The white-eyed wolf snorted. That's right, that's right. To be able to enter Brother Wolf's eyes, it must be the strongest law. The madman laughed happily. He was waiting for you to say this. Cough cough. The white-eyed wolf was embarrassed. He thought that with the madman's personality he would definitely sing a different tune. Then he could find an excuse to snatch it from the madman's hands. But he didn't expect the madman to be so good at talking. Suddenly, his eyes turned and glanced at Qin Feiyang. What? Qin Feiyang also stared at him with vigilance. Is it interesting? We are all brothers, is there a need to be so guarded against me? I feel like in your eyes I'm like a bandit. The white-eyed wolf roared angrily. More or less. Qin Feiyang and the madman nodded at the same time with tacit understanding. The white-eyed wolf was so angry that he went crazy. He walked in front of Qin Feiyang and his attitude instantly changed. He smiled slyly and said, Don't you have a law of fire inheritance? That's right. Qin Feiyang nodded and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "It's the ultimate inheritance of the law of fire. It's useless for you to keep it. Why don't you give it to Sister Foam? Doesn't she just happen to grasp the law of fire?" So it's like that. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other and revealed a look of realization. What law of fire inheritance? Didn't you guys get the ultimate inheritance of the strongest law of fire? Princess Huofeng was a little confused. That's what I used to fool your grandfather. They got the ultimate inheritance of the law of fire and the law of thunder. The white-eyed wolf said. I see. Princess Huofeng nodded in realization. She couldn't help but show a trace of regret. She looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "I've already fused with the law of fire's miniature, so I don't want it. It's a bit of a waste." Sensible, obedient, and smart. What a good woman. Qin Feiyang and the madman immediately gave her a thumbs up. Princess Huofeng chuckled. Her flattery skills were really not that good. Don't talk so much nonsense. It's not like you don't know that the law of fire is just a key to opening the ultimate door. Even with the law of fire, it doesn't mean that you can really comprehend the ultimate meaning. Taking a step back, even if you can comprehend the ultimate meaning, it will take a long time. It might take tens of millions of years or even hundreds of millions of years. Furthermore, she is now your sister-in-law. As her brothers, shouldn't you give her a greeting gift? The white-eyed wolf coldly snorted. Hearing this, Princess Huofeng's cheeks suddenly blushed. She hugged the white-eyed wolf's arm like a little bird. Sister-in-law? Hee, let's talk about it after you guys get married. The madman laughed strangely. The white-eyed wolf stared at the madman angrily and said angrily, "It seems that I can only use my ultimate move. Otherwise you guys won't submit. Come at me." Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at him provocatively. Chapter 3752. The white-eyed wolf let go of Princess Huofeng and pulled Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist to the side. "Why are you being so mysterious?" The blood ancestor was speechless. Daifuku and Princess Huofeng looked at each other in confusion. What was he trying to do? Tell me, what are you hiding? Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist also looked at the white-eyed wolf suspiciously. The white-eyed wolf glanced at Princess Huofeng and whispered something in their ears. What? When Qin Feiyang and the other man heard this, they were dumbstruck. What do you think? She's your sister-in-law now, right? The white-eyed wolf grinned like a wretched old man. Oh. How long have you two been together? What's done can't be undone. This progress is too fast. The mad scientist looked at him in shock. Do you think it's you and Zhuo Shaoxian? I'm all about efficiency. The white-eyed wolf smiled smugly. The mad scientist's face darkened and he said angrily, "What's wrong with me and Shaoxian? We're in a pure relationship, not like you, who thinks about all kinds of nonsense all the time." A pure relationship? Are you kidding me? If you don't have the guts, just say it. Stop making excuses. The white-eyed wolf looked at him with disdain. Who doesn't have the guts? The mad scientist's face darkened and he was a little angry. Then show us what you've done. The white-eyed wolf looked at the mad scientist with a mocking face, which made the mad scientist so angry that he almost went crazy. Qin Feiyang looked at the mad scientist seriously and asked, "Senior, you've been with Shaoxian for so long and even lived together. Don't tell me you really didn't do anything? How is that possible? Do I have to report to you in advance if I want to do something?" The mad scientist snorted. Keep pretending. I think at most they'll just hold hands and touch lips. White-eyed wolf did not bother to hide his mockery. Who said that? Humph. I'm just keeping a low profile. I don't like to show off. Madman snorted coldly, looking very guilty. Yes. You're the best. I remember the night you confessed you almost forced yourself on me. The white-eyed wolf grimaced. Of course. The madman smiled proudly, but before he could finish, his expression froze. He glared angrily at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Why do you sound like I'm a beast?" I didn't say that. You admitted it yourself. White-eyed wolf quickly waved his hands. Scram. Madman glared at the white-eyed wolf and then at Princess Huofeng. He said in a low voice, "Since what's done is done, you have to take responsibility for others." Of course. Although I'm unrestrained, I've always been faithful to my feelings. White-eyed wolf patted his chest, flaunting the image of a peerless man. He then chuckled and said, "So look at this inheritance of the law of fire. Since it's already like this, what else is there to say?" Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other and smiled. They then strode toward Princess Huofeng with bright smiles on their faces. What's going on? Princess Huofeng looked at the two in confusion. The two walked in front of Princess Huofeng. Qin Feiyang took out the inheritance of the Law of Fire and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, we're a family from now on. Don't be polite with us." "Yes, yes, yes. If Brother Wolf dares to bully you, come find us. We'll definitely help you." The mad scientist also nodded and smiled. Seeing this scene, Princess Huofeng was a little dazed. What was going on? "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and accept it." Qin Feiyang stuffed the inheritance into Princess Huofeng's hands. "By the way, I wish you two a long life together and have children soon." The mad scientist bared his teeth. Princess Huofeng looked at the two in shock. What was going on? In the blink of an eye, their attitudes had changed 180 degrees. "Since it's their good intentions, why are you still being polite with them?" White-eyed Wolf walked in front of Princess Huofeng and reached out to hug Princess Huofeng's slender waist. Princess Huofeng said, "But I've already fused with the Law of Fire." Qin Feiyang turned to the Blood Ancestor and asked, "Ancestor, after fusing with the Law of Fire, can it still be separated?" "Of course not." The Blood Ancestor shook his head. "That's fine. Isn't it just a Law of Fire? It doesn't matter." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Madman nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. The most important thing is that the two of you have to be happy. Work hard and give Brother Wolf a big fat boy as soon as possible. Of course a daughter is fine too. A daughter is more considerate." Princess Huofeng's cheeks turned red. She reached out to pinch White-eyed Wolf's arm and asked in a low voice, "What exactly did you say to them?" "Nothing, nothing. I just reasoned with them. They're all reasonable people. Once I say something they'll understand." "Don't pinch me. It hurts," White-eyed Wolf wailed. "I think you're not telling me the truth at all." Princess Huofeng snorted coldly. Madman rolled his eyes and looked at White-eyed Wolf sneakily. "Then now, do you want to take sister-in-law to a place where there's no one and continue to improve your relationship?" Princess Huofeng looked at Madman. "A place where there's no one? Continue to improve their relationship?" Why did these words sound so awkward? "Of course. Sister Feng, let's go." White-eyed Wolf pulled Princess Huofeng and left. Daifuku scratched his head and looked at the group of people in confusion. Who could tell him what was going on? "Daifuku, young man, you don't have to worry. Let's go. Before we came to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, I brought a lot of divine wine. Let's go and have a few cups to celebrate." Madman walked to Daifuku's side and put his arm around his shoulder with a smile. "Celebrate what?" Daifuku was puzzled. "Of course, it's to celebrate my brother Wolf and your princess." Madman originally wanted to say that the two of them had finally come to fruition, but his eyes suddenly rolled. This Daifuku was an old man. Perhaps his thinking was a little old-fashioned. It was better not to tell him. "What happened between my princess and the golden-winged wolf king?" Daifuku was puzzled. "What else? Isn't it just that I'm happy to see them finally together?" "Don't ask so much. Let's not go home until we're drunk today." Madman chuckled. Originally, he was still planning to use some tricks to let the White-eyed Wolf cook this pot of rice first. This way Princess Huofeng would be completely tied up. But he didn't expect the White-eyed Wolf to be so capable. He didn't even need to carry out his plan. This was a good thing. Wasn't it worth celebrating? What's going on? The Blood Ancestor was also full of questions. "Nothing." Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "If it's nothing, why are you so generous?" The Blood Ancestor didn't believe it. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Ancestor, why are you so slow? We've already congratulated them in advance. What else can happen?" "Have a child soon," the Blood Ancestor murmured. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Feiyang in shock and asked in a low voice, "Could it be that they have already?" "Shh." Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture, indicating that Daifuku was still nearby and that he couldn't let him know. "This wolf cub is quite efficient." The Blood Ancestor chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the magic sword fragment floating next to him. He asked suspiciously, "It hasn't woken up yet?" "I don't think so." The Blood Ancestor shook his head and then said, "But logically speaking, it has been so long. It should have woken up by now." The two of them pondered for a while. As if thinking of something, they looked up and smiled at each other. They immediately walked to the fragment and injected their divine senses into it. They immediately found that the artifact spirit hidden in the fragment had already recovered. Pretending to be asleep? The Blood Ancestor sneered and stared at the magic sword fragment. "Do you think you can avoid the fate of being controlled by pretending to be asleep? Don't be a smart aleck. The artifact spirit didn't move at all. You like pretending to be asleep, right? Then I'll make you sleep forever." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. As he waved his hand, the Golden Crow Divine Pearl and the other two Dominator Divine Weapons flew over and surrounded the fragment. Don't. Let's talk. The demon sword's voice finally sounded, carrying a trace of fear that could not be dispelled. Indeed. It had woken up a long time ago, but when it saw that it had fallen into the hands of Qin Feiyang and the others, it knew that once it woke up, it would definitely be controlled, so it had been pretending to be asleep and waiting for an opportunity to escape. But it didn't expect that Qin Feiyang and the Blood Ancestor would still find it. It seems that you're also afraid of death. The Blood Ancestor sneered. The artifact spirit trembled. Who wasn't afraid of death? Not to mention a Dominator Divine Weapon of its level. Life was more important than anything else. I'm not going to waste time with you. Either you make a blood oath now and be loyal to us forever, or I'll let the Golden Crow Divine Pearl and the others completely destroy you. You should know how easy it is for the Golden Crow Divine Pearl and the others to destroy you in your current state. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. The magic sword fragment trembled slightly. As expected, it couldn't escape the fate of being controlled. Hurry up. There's a limit to my patience, Qin Feiyang said. Actually, we can talk. You killed the Queen of Flames. The Primal Chaos Divine King and the 9 Demon Kings definitely won't let you go, but as long as you let me go, I can plead for you. The Primal Chaos Divine King's strength isn't just a little terrifying. Even I am no match for him. The magic sword wanted to use the Primal Chaos Divine King to scare Qin Feiyang and the others, but it underestimated the courage of Qin Feiyang and the others. Back then, the Blood Ancestor and the Feather Emperor even dared to break into the Primal Chaos Divine King's nest. So why would the Blood Ancestor be afraid? Without waiting for the magic sword to finish, the Blood Ancestor's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He grabbed the Crimson Dragon Shield and smashed it directly at the fragment. No. I surrender. I swear now. The magic sword roared. You really are a wretch who bullies the weak and fears the strong. The Blood Ancestor sneered. Yes, I'm a wretch. The magic sword flattered again and again, not daring to be presumptuous at all. If it was any other time, if anyone dared to humiliate it like this, it would definitely turn hostile on the spot. But it couldn't do anything now. People under the eaves had to bow their heads. Then, under the guidance of Qin Feiyang, it made a blood oath of loyalty. Chapter 3753. Since the blood oath had been made, he naturally didn't need to fear the Raging Flame's magic sword anymore. No matter how strong it was, it had to obey. Now, Qin Feiyang actually hoped that the Raging Flame's magic sword could recover quickly. Because as long as the Raging Flame's magic sword recovered to its peak state, no one except the Divine King of Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings would be a match for him in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Since I've already submitted to you, there are some things I must tell you. The artifact spirit suddenly spoke. What? Qin Feiyang looked at it in confusion. Don't provoke the Divine King of Chaos and the other 9 Demon Kings. Back then, the Blood Ancestor and Feather Emperor stole the secret technique and angered the Divine King of Chaos. Now you killed the Queen of Flames. With the new and old grudges added together, the Divine King of Chaos will definitely be furious. He might even take the initiative to send people to look for you. So from now on, not only can you not provoke them, it's best to keep a low profile. As for me, not to mention now that I'm only a fragment, even if I'm at my peak state, I'm no match for the Divine King of Chaos and the Chaos Royal City. So don't expect me to help you. The Raging Flame's magic sword's tone was extremely solemn, and its attitude was also extremely serious. We didn't expect you at all. With your injuries, it's impossible for you to recover before we leave the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The Blood Ancestor snorted. Good that you know. The Raging Flame's magic sword said. But we must find the Divine King of Chaos. The Blood Ancestor spoke again. What? The Raging Flame's magic sword was shocked and said angrily, What reason do you have to find him? Don't you know? The Black Flame Demon King kidnapped our companions. The Blood Ancestor frowned. I don't know. All these years, I and the Queen of Flames have been cultivating here. The Raging Flame's magic sword said. No wonder you didn't mention anything about Li Feng and Green Cauldron. The Blood Ancestor nodded and sighed. To be honest, I don't want to provoke the Divine King of Primal Chaos either, but there are some things we must do. Is it worth it? You're all going to die. The Blaze magic sword roared. Perhaps in your eyes, Li Feng and Lu Ding are not worth mentioning. But in our eyes they are our companions. We can't abandon them. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I won't hesitate. The Blood Ancestor clenched his fists. Not to mention the raging flame devil sword, even Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel astonished by the Blood Ancestor's words. He hadn't expected the Blood Ancestor to care so much about Li Feng. This seemed to have surpassed his concern for his disciple. All right. Since you insist on sending yourselves to your deaths, what else can I say? Just in time. When you die in the hands of the Divine King of Chaos, I will regain my freedom. The Blaze Magic Sword sneered. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. He didn't expect that even a sovereign weapon like the Blaze Magic Sword would be so afraid of the Divine King of Primal Chaos. He asked suspiciously, just how strong are the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Royal City of Primal Chaos? As former companions, the Blaze Magic Sword should know their strength like the back of its hand. I don't know. However, this answer was far beyond Qin Feiyang's expectations. The Blaze Magic Sword didn't know the strength of the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Royal City of Primal Chaos? Although we are often together, none of the 10 Demon Kings or our 10 sovereign weapons know anything about the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Royal City of Primal Chaos. We only know that the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the Royal City of Primal Chaos have the ability to kill us instantly. In short, no one has seen their true strength. The Blaze Magic Sword said in a low voice. Killed you instantly? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. It's a complete instant kill. Back then, the Queen of Flames went against the Divine King of Primal Chaos because of something. In the end, she was suppressed by the Divine King of Primal Chaos with a single hand. When the Blaze Magic Sword said this, its voice was filled with fear. No way. Qin Feiyang was shocked. This was too scary. The Blood Progenitor looked at the Blaze Magic Sword and asked, Then what grade is your sovereign weapon? Mid-grade. The Blaze Magic Sword said. What? Mid-grade? Qin Feiyang and the Blood Progenitor looked at each other. Mid-grade sovereign weapons were this strong? They had originally thought that the Blaze Magic Sword would be at least a high-grade sovereign weapon, but it turned out that it was only a mid-grade sovereign weapon. If a mid-grade sovereign weapon was this strong, then how terrifying would a high-grade or peak-grade sovereign weapon be? Facing our mid-grade sovereign weapons, you would need at least 10 low-grade sovereign weapons to be qualified to fight us. So, when you fought the Queen of Flames, it was very unwise. At that time, if all your sovereign weapons had attacked me first, 12 of them could have seriously injured me in a short time. Then, when you faced the Queen of Flames later, you wouldn't have to work so hard. The Blaze Magic Sword said. Qin Feiyang and the Blood Progenitor looked at each other. The situation at that time was indeed so. First, the Sword of Thanatos and the other 4 sovereign weapons stalled the Blaze Magic Sword, so that the Sword of Thanatos and the other 4 sovereign weapons would be seriously injured first. Without the Death God Sword and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons, the Ancient Castle and the other 8 sovereign divine weapons were having a hard time fighting against the Fiery Inferno Sword. However, it was also because they didn't understand the situation. If they had known in advance, they would have targeted the Blaze Magic Sword first. Although with your current strength, you have a chance of winning against 1 Demon King, if you face 9 Demon Kings at the same time, you will only be courting death. After all, the 9 Demon Kings are very strong, and their sovereign weapons are all mid-grade sovereign weapons. If you can't even beat the 9 Demon Kings, let alone the Primal Chaos Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City. To tell you the truth, even if the 10 Demon Kings worked together, they wouldn't be able to beat the Primal Chaos Divine King and the others. The Blaze Magic Sword sighed. Qin Feiyang felt his scalp go numb. How terrifying was the Primal Chaos Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City. He couldn't help but look at the Blood Progenitor and ask, Ancestor, how did you escape from them back then? What? When they found us back then, we immediately ran away. At that time, only the 10 Demon Kings were chasing us. The Primal Chaos Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City didn't chase after us personally. Perhaps they thought that we wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the 10 Demon Kings. Moreover, our calculations were very accurate. The 1,000-year time limit was just right. At the critical moment, we escaped from the Sky Bell Divine Treasury and avoided a calamity. The Blood Progenitor shook his head. We were indeed careless back then. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to escape. But this time if you dare to provoke them again, let me tell you, you won't be able to survive. Because the Primal Chaos Divine King and the Primal Chaos Royal City will definitely take action personally. The Blaze Magic Sword snorted. Even so, we have no way out. We have to go. Of course, if we can rescue Li Feng and the others without anyone knowing, that would be the best. Qin Feiyang said. Without anyone knowing? Naive. If I'm not wrong, your companions must be imprisoned in the Primal Chaos Royal City this time. How could you sneak into the Primal Chaos Royal City and rescue them without anyone knowing? The Blaze Magic Sword mocked. Qin Feiyang frowned. The Blood Ancestor was the same. If they were really imprisoned in the Primal Chaos Royal City, that would be a problem. Wait. Suddenly, the Blood Ancestor looked at the Blaze Magic Sword. What? This gaze? Let me tell you, don't have any ideas about this, Lord. The Blaze Magic Sword immediately became vigilant. Qin Feiyang also looked at the Blood Ancestor suspiciously. The Blood Ancestor laughed. Since we're on the same side now, you must help us. Moreover, you're the easiest person to sneak into the Primal Chaos Royal City. I knew you didn't have good intentions. The Blaze Magic Sword said angrily. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Although the Blaze Magic Sword had already submitted to him, the Primal Chaos Divine King and the others didn't know. As long as the Blaze Magic Sword was willing to help, they could easily enter the Primal Chaos Royal City and find an opportunity to rescue Li Feng and the others. Brother, let's discuss. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blaze Magic Sword with a smile. There's no discussion. Aren't you sending this lord to his death? The Blaze Magic Sword didn't even consider and directly rejected. It was useless to try to get close to him. If they know that you've already submitted to me, then of course they'll be sending themselves to their deaths. But they don't know. As long as you're smart, you'll be fine. Qin Feiyang smiled. Don't be so sure. What if? If they find out, then even if I have 10 lives, I won't be able to escape. The Blaze Magic Sword snorted. Are you not going to listen to me when I'm talking to you properly? Do you know that with your current situation, you have no right to resist? I can totally order you to do so, but I didn't. Instead, I'm using a negotiating attitude with you. Moreover, we'll also support you when the time comes. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and was rather annoyed. But, the Blaze Magic Sword was very anxious. You're not done yet? Qin Feiyang stared at it. All right. When the time comes, you have to plan well. It's best if nothing goes wrong. The Blaze Magic Sword was full of helplessness. Why was it so unlucky to be on this pirate ship? That's right. Don't worry, we'll definitely not leave any of our companions behind. Even if we're going to die in the end, we'll live and die together. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Like hell I'll believe you. The Blaze Magic Sword snorted inwardly. All right. From now on, you'll restrain your aura and stay in my body at ease. Don't let the Sovereign Divine Weapon and Skeleton in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure see you with us. Qin Feiyang smiled. Before the operation, their relationship with the Blaze Magic Sword had to be kept absolutely secret. The Blaze Magic Sword sighed and retracted its aura. With a stomach full of helplessness, it entered Qin Feiyang's sea of qi. Qin Feiyang looked at the Blood Ancestor and said with a smile, Ancestor, this is a great crisis. We'll have to rely on you. Understood. Do your best. The Blood Ancestor nodded. He was also physically and mentally exhausted. He turned to the Crimson Dragon shield beside him and said with a smile, Why don't you work hard and accompany this ancestor for a stroll nearby? The so-called stroll naturally meant hunting skeletons. Only by absorbing enough souls of the dead could he quickly break through. Chapter 3754. Anyway, I have nothing to do. Whatever. The Ghost Divine King smiled casually. It had integrated very quickly and was already on the same page as everyone else. Then can this ancestor sit down? The Blood Ancestor looked at the Ghost Divine King with anticipation in his eyes. The Ghost Divine King was originally a chair. If he could sit on it, it would probably be very cool. Don't go too far. The Ghost Divine King was a little unhappy when he heard this. Just for a while. The Blood Ancestor pleaded. The Ghost Divine King was helpless and said reluctantly, You said it would only be for a while. Don't stay up there and not come down later. I won't, I promise. The Blood Ancestor was overjoyed. He hurriedly ran over and sat down on the Ghost Divine King's seat. He grabbed the armrests on both sides and looked at Qin Feiyang. He asked, How is it? Qin Feiyang looked up and down for a while and nodded. You really do have the demeanor of an old demon. This was not false at all. The Blood Ancestor was originally a demon with a murderous aura. With the Ghost Divine King's seat carved with skulls everywhere, he really looked like a terrifying demon god. Get lost. You have no respect for your elders. Old demon? Don't you know that I have already turned over a new leaf? The Blood Ancestor glared at Qin Feiyang and shouted in high spirits, Ghost Divine King, let's go. The Ghost Divine King was speechless. Why was he acting like an old child? Fine. He would satisfy his vanity. Whoosh. Immediately, the ghost divine king soared into the sky and took the blood ancestor with him. Quite a cute old man. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed. In the past, in his eyes, the blood ancestor was just like everyone else. But as he slowly got along with him, he realized that the blood ancestor was not scary at all. Instead, there were many cute things about him. There's a problem with the blaze magic sword. The Queen of Flames seems to have mastered the ultimate meaning of the law of fire. Why does she still accept the inheritance of the law of fire? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang asked in his mind. She's not accepting the inheritance of the law of fire, but the inheritance of the law of thunder. As for the inheritance of the law of fire, she plans to bring it back and give it to the other demon kings. The Inferno magic sword said calmly. I see. And here I thought that mastering the ultimate profound would allow me to receive the inheritance. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. You're so silly. The blazing magic sword could not help but look at him in disdain. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. In any case, he was its master now. Didn't he know how to be polite? How arrogant. Time passed slowly. The blood ancestor and the ghost divine king were furiously hunting down skeletons. Qin Feiyang was doing his best to comprehend the laws of life and death. After the madman and Daifuku finished drinking, they also entered the time array to cultivate in seclusion. The injuries of the sovereign divine weapons in the ancient castle were also getting better day by day. As for the ingrate and Princess Huofeng, they were extremely tired of each other. They were people in love. No matter if it was cultivation or anything else, they were inseparable from each other. Just like that. 1 year passed. 1 year outside was already more than 360,000 years in the time array. The various sovereign divine weapons woke up one after another, but because their injuries were too serious this time, their bodies were not completely recovered. Day after day another year passed. The bodies of the various sovereign divine weapons were finally restored to their peak state. However, the madman's inheritance of the law of thunder had not been completed yet. One must know. 2 years added up, which was more than 700,000 years in the time array. For more than 700,000 years to not be able to fully comprehend the inheritance, one could imagine that even if it was an inheritance, it would not be a simple matter to completely grasp it. Even the ultimate profound was like this, let alone the law of miniature. Just as the white-eyed wolf said, even if he comprehended the law of miniature, it would only open the door to the ultimate profound. To comprehend the ultimate profound was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention the ultimate profound, even the ultimate profound had stumped Qin Feiyang this time. After so many years in the time array, the ultimate profound of the law of life and death was like a mountain blocking in front of him. It was many times more difficult than comprehending the ultimate profound of the various ultimate profound. Could be said that his gains over the years were very little, almost negligible. One must know. And now it was under the premise of the law of miniature. Without the law of life and death, not to mention the ultimate profound, even the ultimate profound would take an unknown amount of time. He wanted to give up now. Rather than wasting time like this, it was better to comprehend the ultimate profound of the other ultimate profound first. The ultimate profound of the law of slaughter, the law of strength, the law of wind, and the law of light had not been comprehended yet. However, there was no law of miniature for these 4 ultimate profound now. It was not easy to comprehend the ultimate profound. For example, the ultimate profound of the law of war and the law of karma were comprehended by him. Forget it. I should continue comprehending the ultimate profound of the law of life and death. He could not give up halfway. Another year passed. Qin Feiyang and the others had been in seclusion here for more than 3 years. Boom. On this day, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed out of the madman's body. The surroundings instantly turned into a sea of lightning. With the appearance of this sea of lightning, a shocking heavenly might suddenly envelop this world. Qin Feiyang and Daifuku were shocked. They immediately opened their eyes and looked at the madman. They saw that the madman was currently roaring with all kinds of lightning energy. There was flame-like fire lightning. There was blood-like blood lightning. There was also golden divine lightning, purple divine lightning, and black divine lightning. In short, all the lightning energy that existed in the world appeared on his body. With thousands of lightning gathered on his body, it was as if an ancient thunder god was born. Especially his eyes. All kinds of lightning intertwined like a pair of heavenly eyes, giving off a great pressure. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Daifuku, a sense of fear rose in their hearts. It was as if they were insignificant ants in front of the madman. With a wave of his hand he could crush them into pieces. The ancient castle and the other sovereign weapons were also awakened. They immediately released their divine might to protect Qin Feiyang and Daifuku, as well as the time array. This is the strength of the ultimate profound, Qin Feiyang murmured. Although he did not grasp the ultimate profound, he still could not control the joy in his heart. Because they were all brothers, it did not matter who grasped the ultimate profound. The madman gradually opened his eyes and scanned the roaring lightning energy around him. It was as if he did not dare to believe that he had grasped the ultimate profound. Senior brother, I'm not dreaming. This is real. Qin Feiyang smiled. I'm not dreaming, it's real. The madman murmured and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang nodded. The madman looked at the lightning energy around him again. His eyes slowly became sharp as he muttered, finally? I finally grasped an ultimate profound. The bitter is over and the sweet is coming. Immediately. He raised his head and laughed, his expression filled with excitement. Daifuku laughed, let us see the power of the ultimate profound. I'll satisfy you. The madman raised his hand and waved. The roaring lightning energy around him turned into a torrent that rushed into the clouds. Boom. Kacha. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark sky. Waves of lightning flooded the sky like a tide. The heavenly might surged, shaking all directions. This is, on the other side, on a mountain peak. The white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng were also sitting in a time array to meditate. The white-eyed wolf had grasped the law of time, so he could naturally set up a time array. However, the time array he set up was not as good as the blood ancestors' time array. 500 years in a day. At this moment, feeling the terrifying heavenly might, the two suddenly opened their eyes and looked up at the sky. Could this be the little madman's law of thunder? The white-eyed wolf murmured. It seems that he has already comprehended the inheritance and grasped the ultimate profound. A smile appeared on Princess Huofeng's sparkling cheeks. Clang. Suddenly, accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, a huge pool of lightning appeared at the top of the sky. But it was different from the lightning pool and lightning formed by the fifth profound. This lightning pool was more than 10,000 feet tall and covered the sky. Moreover, in the entire lightning pool, all kinds of lightning energy interweaved together, forming rainbow divine lightning that emitted a destructive power. This is the ultimate profound of the law of thunder. Daifuku's heart couldn't help but tremble at this moment. Just a strand of the rainbow divine lightning in the lightning pool was enough to shatter his body. Let this lord test how powerful this is. The death god's sword let out a long roar and charged into the clouds, slashing towards the lightning pool. The madman bared his teeth. With a wave of his hand, the rainbow divine lightning in the lightning pool was like a flood that flooded the sky and surged towards the death god's sword. Along with a loud rumble, the two collided and created a wave of destructive energy. The rainbow divine lightning was annihilated on the spot. But the death god's sword was also forced back a step. One must know. The death god's sword was a sovereign divine weapon. To be able to force it back a step was already very impressive. But it wasn't over yet. The madman waved his hand again and the entire lightning pool moved. Like a towering mountain shining with divine light, it carried a monstrous power and charged towards the death god's sword. Interesting. The death god's sword laughed and slashed towards the lightning pool with all its strength. The two collided again. With a loud crack, the lightning pool shattered in the sky. And the death god's sword was as steady as Mount Tai, not moving at all. Obviously. In the first round, the death god's sword didn't use its full strength. So weak? The madman couldn't help but frown. Wait. When Qin Feiyang and Daifuku heard this, they couldn't help but want to slap him. Why don't you look at who your opponent is? This is the death god's sword, a sovereign divine weapon. To be able to fight against the death god's sword, isn't it strong enough? Not bad. Although you can't truly fight against a sovereign divine weapon, when you meet one in the future, at least you have a chance to resist. The death god's sword landed in the time array and looked at the madman with a smile. Hearing this, I feel a lot better. Unlike some people who don't even have a chance to resist when they meet a sovereign divine weapon. The madman bared his teeth. Some people. Is there a need to talk about me in such a roundabout way? Qin Feiyang's face darkened and he rolled his eyes at the madman. Chapter 3755. You know I'm talking about you? The madman laughed. Do you think I don't know you? Qin Feiyang looked at him with disdain before sweeping his gaze across the Heaven Bell divine treasure. He said with a smile, this is truly a place that makes one reluctant to leave. That's true. If you didn't come to the Sky Bell divine treasury, how could you grasp the ultimate meaning of the law of thunder so quickly? It's simply a treasure land. The madman bared his teeth. But it's also a treasure land full of risks. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He glanced at the various sovereign divine weapons before looking at the madman and Daifuku. Now that everyone's injuries are almost healed, shouldn't we make the next step of the plan? Then what do you think we should do next? Daifuku asked. The Feng people and dragons have been found. Currently, we are still missing the Qilin race, land of buried gods and heavenly cloud ocean. These three forces should also have agreed on a meeting point in advance. Qin Feiyang pondered and said. There should be. Daifuku nodded. Let's not talk about the meeting point of the land of buried gods and heavenly cloud ocean. With your understanding of the Qilin race, where do you think they will be arranged? Qin Feiyang looked at Daifuku. How would I know? Although our three races have already formed an alliance before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, it's impossible to truly trust each other. Daifuku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Then it seems that to find them it depends on fate? The madman frowned. Daifuku smiled faintly. Actually, there's no rush. We will meet them sooner or later. As long as we meet one of them, we will naturally know where they are meeting. Qin Feiyang nodded. After pondering for a while, he suddenly slapped his head. What? You like to torture yourself so much? Come, you don't have to do it yourself. I'll do it for you. The madman smiled and raised his arm, about to slap Qin Feiyang's head. Scram. Qin Feiyang slapped the madman's hand away and glared at him. He shook his head and said, We are now looking for lanterns. What do you mean? The madman was suspicious. Heavenly Star God. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Madman and Big Fortune were astonished. Their gazes immediately turned to the Heavenly Star God sword floating beside them. You finally remembered me? The Heavenly Star God was a bit. It was clearly right next to them. It was ignored, always ignore. Sorry. Qin Feiyang smiled apologetically. It seems that this sovereign sense of existence is simply too weak. This is simply too depressing. Heavenly God. Qin Feiyang and the other two looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh. They didn't expect that a sovereign divine weapon would have such a sentimental side. Qin Feiyang bowed deeply and asked, Where is the gathering place of the Qilin race? As the former ruler weapon of the Qilin race patriarch Qi Yefeng, the Heavenly Star God sword definitely knew where the Qilin race gathered. Their gathering place is at a place called Black Mountain Canyon. The Heavenly Star God sword said. Qin Feiyang and the madman immediately looked at the myriad cauldron, the edgeless heavy sword, and the illusory demon orb. Black Mountain Canyon, the myriad cauldron pondered for a while and said, I know this place. Is it far? Qin Feiyang asked. Not far. Southeast, about half a year's journey. The myriad cauldron said. What? Half a year's journey is not far. The madman was stunned. Is it far? The myriad cauldron was a bit suspicious. The madman couldn't help but smile bitterly. He turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Then let's not delay, shall we go to the Black Mountain Canyon now? Wait. I personally think it's best not to go to the Black Mountain Canyon. The myriad cauldron said. What? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at it in confusion. The myriad cauldron said, It is said that the Black Mountain Canyon was once the birthplace of the Darkness Demon King. Darkness Demon King? Qin Feiyang and the madman were shocked. The myriad cauldron said, One of the 10 great demon kings. No way. Then isn't the Fire Qilin race in danger? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. What does the Fire Qilin race being in danger have to do with you? Don't worry about it. The madman rolled his eyes. The safety of the Fire Qilin race indeed has nothing to do with us, but what about the Qilin Saint Child and Tan Wu? They will definitely go to the Black Mountain Canyon. Qin Feiyang said. The madman slapped his head and said angrily, I forgot about them. Qin Feiyang looked at the myriad cauldron and asked, You mean the Black Mountain Canyon is the nest of the Darkness Demon King? It can't be called a nest. Before becoming one of the 10 great demon kings, he had always been in the Black Mountain Canyon. However, after becoming one of the 10 great demon kings, he followed the primal chaos divine king and left the Black Mountain Canyon. I wonder if he has returned? This sovereign is afraid of what if. The myriad cauldron said worriedly. What are you afraid of? It's just the Darkness Demon King. With your current foundation, as long as you work together, it won't be hard to deal with him. The Raging Flame Magic Sword's voice suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Was it planning to trap the Darkness Demon King? Another scammer? The Darkness Demon King's Dominator divine weapon is called the Blade of Darkness. This is a true intermediate dominator divine weapon. Don't you want it? The raging flame magic sword urged. Qin Feiyang and the madman looked at each other, their eyes flashing. That's right. This is what it means to do big things. Don't be afraid. As long as the 9 great demon kings aren't together, as long as you don't encounter the primal chaos divine king and the primal chaos royal city, with your current strength, you can easily deal with them. What I'm afraid of is that you guys are too selfish and scheming against each other. The raging flame magic sword said. Don't worry, a situation like Hua Dahong won't happen again. Qin Feiyang smiled. That's naturally for the best. However, your expectations might fall short. Because from what this sovereign knows, after the Darkness Demon King followed the Primal Chaos Divine King, he never returned to the Black Mountain Canyon. The raging flame magic sword smiled mockingly. Isn't that even better? To prevent any accidents from happening. The madman bared his teeth. No ambition. The raging flame magic sword looked down on him. Stop it. This daddy thinks that you can't wait for us to meet the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 9 great demon kings. After we die in their hands, you can regain your freedom. The madman snorted coldly. The raging flame magic sword laughed and said, I didn't expect that the one who understands this sovereign the most in this world would be a human like you. The madman was speechless. As expected, this was an unreliable bastard. Qin Feiyang turned to the Crimson Dragon Shield and said with a smile, help me inform the Divine King and tell him and the Blood Ancestor to hurry back. Okay. The Crimson Dragon Shield responded and immediately contacted the Divine King. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense in all directions and soon found the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huofeng. At the top of the mountain, the White-Eyed Wolf and Princess Huofeng retracted their gazes. Little Qin Zi must be looking for us by releasing his divine sense. He might have another plan. You have to be careful from now on. Don't let anything happen to you. The White-Eyed Wolf grabbed Princess Huofeng's hand and smiled. Don't worry. There are so many sovereign divine weapons protecting me. How could anything happen to me? You, on the other hand, don't force yourself. After all, you didn't leave your divine soul outside. Princess Huofeng was concerned. I'll definitely live longer than you. The White-Eyed Wolf bared his teeth. When first Princess Huofeng heard this, she frowned and said angrily, What do you mean? Are you cursing me? You can find another one after I die? No, did I say that? The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. That's exactly what you meant. Princess Huofeng glared at him. I really didn't. The White-Eyed Wolf saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly turned around to escape. You're still running? Stop. Princess Huofeng chased after him angrily. What a pair of enemies. Qin Feiyang saw everything with his divine sense and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Then, he retracted his divine sense and looked at the Crimson Dragon Shield. How is it? I've already contacted them. They'll be back soon. However, they're a bit far from us right now. It'll probably take a few days. The Crimson Dragon Shield said. Running so far? Madman was speechless. I'm afraid there's not a single skeleton in this area right now. Madam, please spare me. I was wrong. I won't dare to say anything again. The White-Eyed Wolf ran over with wails and hid behind Qin Feiyang and Madman, calling for help. Serves you right. Qin Feiyang glared at him in annoyance, then looked at Princess Huofeng and said with a smile, You'll have to educate him like this in the future. Of course. Princess Huofeng revealed a devilish smile. Damn. Why was I so blind to fall in love with such a tigress? The White-Eyed Wolf muttered angrily. What did you say? Say it again. Princess Huofeng's face darkened. No, I'm praising you. Smart, virtuous, and virtuous. You're simply a goddess. The White-Eyed Wolf shrunk his neck and waved his hands. Princess Huofeng blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment. What are you talking about? Qin Feiyang, Madman, and Daifuku were stunned. One dared to speak and the other dared to respond. Cough cough. The White-Eyed Wolf smiled awkwardly and looked at Madman. Didn't you say that one has to undergo tribulation to comprehend the ultimate profound? Why haven't I seen you undergo tribulation? Tribulation. Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback. He patted his head and looked up at the sky. That's right. Not only does the sovereign weapon evolve, but we also undergo tribulation when we comprehend the ultimate profound. But what about the tribulation now? You're going to be disappointed. The ultimate profound inherited will not undergo tribulation. The illusory demon orb said indifferently. There's such a good thing? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Otherwise, why would so many humans want to inherit it? The illusory demon orb said. The ultimate profound painstakingly comprehended will have to undergo tribulation, but the inheritance that was picked up for free doesn't have to undergo tribulation? This is too unfair. The white-eyed wolf was indignant. What's fair and unfair about it? If you want to say it's unfair, you should say it's the blood ancestor. When he grasped the ultimate profound of the law of death, he didn't undergo tribulation either. The ice phoenix sword sighed. That's right. Qin Feiyang frowned. Like the blood ancestor, who relied on devouring the souls of the dead to strengthen his power of law, the tribulation should be even more ruthless. That's why the secret technique he stole is so powerful. The raging flame magic sword sneered. Fine. There's no such thing as fairness in this world. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Chapter 3756. Wait a minute. How could I have such a thought? The blood ancestor was the brother of the human emperor and the feather emperor, which meant that he was his elder. It was a good thing that he didn't have to go through the tribulation. He should be happy for him. Why was he jealous? No. He couldn't have such thoughts anymore. It would affect his mentality. What about you? How's your understanding now? Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huofeng and asked. Well? Princess Huofeng's expression froze. She coughed and said, maybe it's because my talent isn't as good as Lunatic's, so I haven't completely grasped it yet. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. He said playfully, is it because your talent isn't as good as Lunatic's? Or is it because you and the white-eyed wolf are together all day that you haven't focused on comprehending it? Are you implying that I'm a burden to her? The white-eyed wolf said angrily. Otherwise, it's understandable that when you're in love, you stick together all day long. But how many years has it been? Qin Feiyang was speechless. What do you know? We said that no matter how many years have passed, every day together in the future should be as sweet as when we were in love. The white-eyed wolf walked in front of Princess Huofeng and hugged Princess Huofeng's waist with a smug smile. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Lunatic both had goosebumps. Why did the white-eyed wolf become so boring after falling in love? The white-eyed wolf glanced down at Princess Huofeng in his arms and said to Qin Feiyang and Lunatic, let's get down to business. Now it's time to intimidate the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe and the others. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and the other man's eyes flashed. Then, Qin Feiyang conveyed his thoughts to the ancient castle and the other sovereigns' divine weapons. None of them objected. Immediately, the ruler's divine weapons spread out and surrounded Princess Huofeng and the white-eyed wolf. What's the situation? Princess Huofeng was shocked. Daifuku was also slightly stunned. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Brother Qin, what are you doing? Don't worry about it. I'm doing this for the good of your princess. Qin Feiyang gently pushed Daifuku to the side. He raised his head to look at Princess Huofeng and lightly said, Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Saber, Divine Phoenix Spear, Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, all of you come out. Clang. 5 sovereign weapons appeared. The Void Mirror, the Profound Ice Divine Hammer, and the other sovereign divine weapons also appeared and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang's gaze locked onto the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe and the other 4 divine weapons. He smiled faintly and said, I don't want to force you. You can all consciously make a blood oath to be loyal to your princess forever. What? The 5 sovereign divine weapons were shocked. Princess Huofeng and Daifuku looked at each other and finally understood Qin Feiyang's thoughts. This was to pave the way for their future. So that when they returned to the Phoenix Nest, Feng Ho and the Patriarch would not harm them. On the contrary, as long as the control of all the sovereign divine weapons of the Feng people fell into their hands, even Feng Ho would not dare to do anything to them in the future. The 5 sovereign divine weapons, Fire Phoenix Sword, pondered for a moment and understood what Qin Feiyang wanted to do. And now, they didn't seem to have the right to choose. Although Qin Feiyang's words were very polite, if they refused he would definitely fall out with them on the spot. Tactful. Madman chuckled. Sigh. I really didn't expect that there would be a day when even we can't escape from your clutches. Fire Phoenix Sword sighed. Don't say that. We have fought side by side for so many years. In fact, we respect you. I'm not only doing this for the sake of First Princess Huofeng. I'm also doing this for the sake of you all. Because I don't want to be enemies with you in the future. But if you don't make a blood oath, I'm afraid we will meet on the battlefield sooner or later. Qin Feiyang looked at the 4 sovereign divine weapons and said. As for the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe, he didn't have a good impression of it. Are you sure you want to do this? Fire Phoenix Divine Jade asked. For everyone's sake we have to do this. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fine. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade sighed. The void mirror and the profound ice divine hammer obviously wouldn't help them. Moreover, even if they helped, it wouldn't mean much. Because Qin Feiyang's side had far more sovereign divine weapons than them. Qin Feiyang himself now had 12 sovereign divine weapons. In addition to the Blood Ancestor's illusory demon orb and the White-Eyed Wolf's 3 sovereign divine weapons, he had 16. Even if they fought, they had no chance of winning. Next. Fire Phoenix Divine Jade, Fire Phoenix Sword, Fire Phoenix Saber, and Divine Phoenix Spear all made a blood oath one after another. Only the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe was left. Everyone's eyes fell on the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe. Although the Fire Phoenix Divine Axe was a sovereign divine weapon, it still felt a strong pressure at this moment. In the end, it also compromised and made a blood oath of loyalty. Crazy Man laughed and said, "Isn't this a happy thing for everyone?" Fire Phoenix Divine Jade and the other sovereign divine weapons couldn't be happy. Because of the relationship between the Golden-Winged Wolf King and the princess, Qin Feiyang now controlled all the sovereign divine weapons of the Feng people. The fate of the Feng people was worrying about the future. "This is your idea?" Princess Huofeng took a deep breath and turned to look at the White-Eyed Wolf. "Do you like it?" The White-Eyed Wolf chuckled. Princess Huofeng was silent for a while and sighed. "I know you are doing this for my own good, but I am worried that doing this will make Feng Ho angry." "So what if she is angry?" "The 10 sovereign divine weapons are in your hands. What can she do to you?" "If she is not convinced, kill her too." The White-Eyed Wolf snorted. "You can't say such things." Putting aside the grudges with the human race, Feng Ho's contribution to the Feng people is obvious to all. As a member of the Feng people, I must respect and thank her. Besides, you will be the son-in-law of the Feng people in the future. Can't you be more generous? Princess Huofeng was dissatisfied. Yes. I will try my best to respect her in the future, okay? The White-Eyed Wolf pinched Princess Huofeng's nose and smiled dotingly. That's more like it. Princess Huofeng smiled happily. Looking at the lovey-dovey look, Madman roared to the sky, "I can't stand it anymore. Heavens, come and take care of these 2 evildoers." Showing off their love and showing off their affection. Of course he was against it, but could there be a limit? Who could stand it if it continued like this? The White-Eyed Wolf chuckled and said, "Sister Feng, give me a kiss." "That's not good." Princess Huofeng lowered her head shyly. "You don't love me anymore." The White-Eyed Wolf said sadly. "No. There are too many people." Princess Huofeng shook her head. "What are you afraid of? We are free to love. It's not something that can't be seen in the light. Come on." The White-Eyed Wolf pouted and moved closer. "I really don't know what to do with you." Princess Huofeng glared at him angrily and quickly kissed him. "Oh my God, kill me. I really don't want to see these 2 idiots anymore." The madman slapped his forehead and looked at the sky speechlessly. Qin Feiyang and Daifuku looked at each other helplessly. This was simply not letting them live. 3 days passed. The Blood Ancestor sat on the Divine King's throne and returned. "Damn. You're sitting on it?" "I haven't sat on it yet." Seeing this, the White-Eyed Wolf glared at the Blood Ancestor and shouted, "Let's go." The Blood Ancestor smiled proudly and said, "It's your fault for not being able to sit on the Divine King's throne." How shameless. The White-Eyed Wolf rushed forward, grabbed the Blood Ancestor, and sat on the Divine King's throne. The Divine King didn't give the White-Eyed Wolf any face and directly sent him flying. Hey. I'm your master." The White-Eyed Wolf roared. "Scram as far as you can." The Divine King looked at him with disdain. The White-Eyed Wolf trembled with anger and said angrily, "I'm really blind. I actually fell in love with a heartless thing like you." "Then you'd better dig out your eyeballs." The Divine King sneered. "Damn you." The White-Eyed Wolf rubbed his forehead in regret. When the Divine King swore a blood oath, he should have said that he would listen to his orders unconditionally in the future. There was a huge difference between working for him and working for him. Because serving him didn't mean that he had to listen to him. It was all because of his carelessness. The Blood Ancestor landed beside Qin Feiyang and the madman and asked, "The Red Dragon Shield said that you want to go to the Black Mountain Canyon?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. The Blood Ancestor frowned and said, "It said that this used to be the lair of the Darkness Demon King. Are you sure you want to go?" "The Raging Flame Magic Sword is right. With our current strength, as long as we don't meet the Divine King of Primal Chaos, the Primal Chaos Royal City, or the 9 Demon Kings together, we won't be in any danger." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Then it seems you've decided. Okay, let's go to the Black Mountain Canyon. If we really meet the Darkness Demon King, I can take revenge on him for chasing me in the past." The Blood Ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang asked curiously, how's your harvest over the past few years? It's not that easy. To raise a law to the ultimate level, the number of souls of the dead required is unimaginable. The ultimate profundity of the law of death is because I've more or less comprehended it in the past. Furthermore, I've devoured many undead souls. However, if I can devour the souls of the 9 demon kings, I'm sure I'll have a big breakthrough. The blood ancestor laughed. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Devour the souls of the 9 demon kings? This idea was a bit crazy. Then let's go. The madman said. Sister Feng, let's go. The white-eyed wolf woke up Princess Huofeng, who was in seclusion comprehending the law. Okay, Brother Wolf. Princess Huofeng got up and smiled sweetly. Brother Wolf? You guys are definitely here to disgust me. The madman glared at the two and roared. Yes, it's on purpose. What can you do? The white-eyed wolf laughed. The madman said fiercely, I'm going to part ways with you guys. See you later, no, see you never. Goodbye. Ha! The white-eyed wolf laughed complacently. Princess Huofeng couldn't help but smile. She looked at Daifuku and said, I'll have to trouble you. No problem. Daifuku waved his hand and instantly changed back to his original body. They put away their sovereign weapons and jumped on Daifuku's back. Sure. Accompanied by a phoenix cry, Dafu brought the few of them and flew towards the southeast at lightning speed. Just like before, the blood ancestor set up a time formation on Daifuku's back. Everyone sat inside the time formation and meditated. The blood ancestor stood on Daifuku's head and paid attention to the surroundings. Chapter 3757. With the blood ancestor and dozens of sovereign divine weapons, they didn't have to worry about encountering any danger. It was no exaggeration to say that. Right now, in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, only the Primal Chaos God King and the 9 Great Devil Kings could threaten Qin Feiyang and company. As for the sovereign divine weapons of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it would be fine if they didn't come out, but if they dared to come out and attack them, it would simply be a gift for them. Time flew by. Half a year passed. Wake up, we've arrived at the Black Mountain Canyon. On this day, the blood ancestor's voice sounded. Qin Feiyang and the others opened their eyes one after another and scanned the area below. Below them was a boundless expanse of mountains and rivers that were covered in desolation, and it seemed extremely desolate. Moreover, space was suffused with a horrifying aura. It's just ahead. Daifuku had already stopped. The blood ancestor pointed ahead and said. Qin Feiyang and the others stood up and walked to the blood ancestor's side. Looking at the ground in front of them, they saw a large canyon in front of them. Numerous valleys of different sizes crisscrossed each other. From afar it looked like a huge maze. What was even stranger was that, the entire canyon, whether it was the soil or the rocks, was pitch black. Legend has it that there was an inheritance of the ultimate law of darkness here. This inheritance was fused with the Dark Demon King. The name Dark Demon King was born because of this. The illusory demon orb's voice sounded in the blood ancestor's body. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and asked, Then, are there any other inheritances, such as the inheritance of the strongest law? The inheritance of the strongest law? The illusory demon orb was slightly taken aback and said, Then stop dreaming. Even in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, this item is as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It's hard to see. But it's not impossible. Didn't Little Rabbit obtain the inheritance of the strongest law back then? The blood ancestor smiled. Of course there are. But it all depends on luck. The illusory demon orb said. Little Rabbit obtained the inheritance of the strongest law? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised. The blood ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist in shock and asked, You've already called it brother, but you still don't know? The Feather Emperor mentioned it last time, but Little Rabbit interrupted. Qin Feiyang said. It seems that the relationship between the two of you hasn't reached the point where you can truly open your hearts. Even this ancestor is envious of this Little Rabbit's luck. The blood ancestor sighed. Indeed. To be able to obtain the legacy of an ultimate law is truly a blessing. Qin Feiyang nodded. Wrong. The blood ancestor shook his head. Wrong? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes, you're wrong. It's not a legacy of one ultimate law, but 2, said the blood ancestor. What? 2? Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. That's right. An ultimate profound inheritance of 2 supreme laws. Don't you think its luck is heaven-defying? The blood ancestor was powerless. The corners of Qin Feiyang and the others' mouths twitched. This was more than heaven-defying, this was simply a lucky guy. Madman suddenly turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and asked, "When you fell in the canyon, did you encounter a law miniature or law inheritance? Do you still need to ask? If I did, I would have already given it to you." The white-eyed wolf pouted. "A stingy guy like you would give it to us?" Madman's face was full of disdain as he shook his head and sighed. "It seems that these things are really hard to come by." The raging flame magic sword suddenly said, "If you really have the ability, then go find the divine king of primal chaos. As far as this sovereign knows, he has several ultimate profound inheritances that have yet to be fused." "How many? Really?" the white-eyed wolf asked. "Is there a need to lie to you about this?" The raging flame magic sword smiled in disdain. The white-eyed wolf's eyes suddenly flickered. "Behave yourself." Princess Huofeng pulled the white-eyed wolf's clothes and whispered, "I know." The white-eyed wolf smiled. Madman curiously said, "The magic sword even has an ultimate profound inheritance, then it must also have ordinary laws." Of course. As long as you have the ability to snatch it, I guarantee that it will benefit you for the rest of your lives." The raging flame magic sword's words carried an irresistible temptation. Seeing Qin Feiyang's group of three pondering, the blood ancestor's face was full of helplessness. It really was as the saying went, knowing that there is a tiger in the mountain, but still heading to the tiger's mountain. Don't think about it. Even the 9 demon kings can't deal with it, let alone the divine king of primal chaos. Although treasures are good, you need to be alive to enjoy them. He had to cut off those unrealistic thoughts in the three's minds, otherwise something big would happen sooner or later. Qin Feiyang's group of 3 looked at each other and couldn't help but bitterly smile. That's right. Compared to the divine king of primal chaos's strength, their current strength was nothing. Decisive. They erased those thoughts in their minds. No matter what, they couldn't do something that would send them to their deaths. Daifuku scanned the Black Mountain Canyon and said, "Strange, isn't this Black Mountain Canyon a bit too peaceful? Don't tell me they have already left." The gathering point of the Kirin clan was here, but now there wasn't even a shadow to be seen. And there weren't any skeletons either. It's impossible for them to leave. Even if they leave, they will be like the Feng people, leaving 1 or 2 people here to wait for the other clansmen. However, I hope that when they see us, they won't be like the dragons and the Feng people, attacking us without saying a word. That's very hurtful, Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Hurtful. Daifuku was speechless. Entering the Heavenly Bell divine treasure this time was originally to deal with you, and looking for divine objects was just secondary. Don't be too optimistic, be mentally prepared. After the blood ancestor finished speaking, he let Daifuku enter the Black Mountain Canyon. He didn't hide his aura. If there were really people in the canyon, they would definitely be able to sense their aura immediately. However, when they searched the entire canyon, they didn't see any clansmen of the Kirin clan. What's going on? The group of people couldn't help but frown. Madman asked, "Heavenly Star God Sword, are you sure that the gathering point of the Kirin clan is here?" "Of course I'm sure. How can you remember wrongly?" The Heavenly Star God Sword's voice sounded with a trace of displeasure. He actually doubted its words. "But why isn't there anyone?" Madman released his divine sense again, covering the entire canyon in all directions, but he still didn't find any traces of people. The clansmen of the Kirin clan have all gathered here so quickly? That's not right. Qi Yefeng, Qi Xiong, and a reclusive old antique of the Kirin clan had already died in their hands, and the Heavenly Star God Sword had also submitted to them. Therefore, without waiting for these 3 people and the Heavenly Star God Sword, the rest of the Kirin clan would definitely not leave the Black Mountain Canyon like this. Because they didn't know that the 3 of them were already dead, and the Heavenly Star God Sword had submitted to them. If they didn't know, then they would definitely keep waiting. There should be other reasons for this. Qin Feiyang said, "Let's split up and see if there are any clues." All right. Everyone nodded. Qin Feiyang and Madman were together, the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng were together, and the blood ancestor and Daifuku were together. They split into 3 teams and flew in 3 directions. I didn't find any traces of battle along the way. It shouldn't be like any danger. A moment later. In the west. Qin Feiyang and Madman flew to the edge of the Black Mountain Canyon and scanned the ground below with furrowed brows. If there's danger, there's no need to fight. Qin Feiyang turned his head and looked at the ground outside the canyon. They might have encountered some danger and fled in panic. But the strength of the Kirin clan couldn't be underestimated. Even if the Heavenly Star God Sword submitted to him, there were still 9 sovereign divine weapons. In addition, there was also a group of reclusive old antiques. With such a lineup, Even if they encountered the sovereign divine weapon of the Sky Bell divine treasure, or the purple gold skeleton, or even the skeleton condensed from human flesh, they wouldn't be able to escape. Unless it was one of the 9 demon kings, the divine king of primal chaos. Come over quickly, I found a word here. Suddenly, the white-eyed wolf shouted. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Madman hurriedly used the spacetime step and ghost steps to rush to the east. Because the white-eyed wolf's voice came from the east of the canyon. When Qin Feiyang and Madman arrived, the Blood Ancestor had already left with Daifuku. After all, the Blood Ancestor had the supreme profundity of the law of time, instant time. The 4 of them were in front of a giant mountain, staring at the cliff as if they were looking for something. Qin Feiyang and Madman flew over and landed beside the 4 of them, looking at the cliff. The cliff was broken and there was not a single blade of grass, but there was a word. East? What does it mean? Madman was suspicious. This handwriting is very messy, it seems to have been written in a hurry. Princess Huofeng frowned and said thoughtfully, but halfway through she said in surprise, no, this is Qi Xiaoyun's handwriting. Qi Xiaoyun's handwriting? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. We seem to have seen his handwriting before? The white-eyed wolf looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. Yes. When we went to the tea house back then, he left a letter. Qin Feiyang nodded. After recalling for a while, he compared the words on the letter with the words on the cliff in front of him. The 2 were somewhat similar. However, in contrast, the words on the cliff were even more messy. Qi Xiaoyun left it. East? Qin Feiyang looked up to the east and frowned. Could it be that they fled to the east? How do you know that they fled to the east? Daifuku was suspicious. It's very simple. If they went to the east by themselves, they would definitely leave someone here to guard. But now there's no one here. And the handwriting is so messy, it's obvious that they wrote it in a hurry. If I'm not mistaken, they must be in danger. It's just that I'm not sure if they fled to the east or not. If not, then we'll be wasting time looking in this direction. Qin Feiyang frowned. Even if it's a waste of time, we still have to look. As you said, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the others are definitely in danger. The white-eyed wolf's face was full of worry. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Heavenly Star God Sword appeared. He asked, can you contact the other sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan? No. Because we haven't established a mind contract with each other. The Heavenly Star God Sword said. What? Aren't you all the sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan? Is there a gap? Qin Feiyang frowned. Although we are all the sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan, you also know that there are 10 major clans in the Qilin clan. It's not uncommon for the clans to fight and scheme against each other. And we, the sovereign divine weapons, each serve a clan, so there has always been a situation of competition between us. The Heavenly Star God Sword explained. So, can't these 3 clans learn from us? Everyone is harmonious and loving each other. Isn't it good for them? Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. We, the phone people, are a bit better. There are only 2 factions. Princess Huofeng said with a guilty conscience. The madman mercilessly said, that's because you, the phone people, only have the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix clans. Otherwise, you would be the same as the Dragons and Qilin clans. Princess Huofeng smiled awkwardly. No matter what, we have to find them. The life and death of the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu cannot be ignored. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands, looked at the Heavenly Star God Sword and said, our speed is too slow. Now we can only trouble you to lead us to track them. It's a small matter. After saying that, the Heavenly Star God Sword swept up Qin Feiyang and the others, turned into a stream of light, and rushed to the east like lightning. The white-eyed wolf suddenly said, Little Qin Zi, can't you and the Fire Qilin sense each other? Try now and see if you can sense its location. No. This kind of connection can only be made between us at a close distance. Qin Feiyang shook his head, but he also closed his eyes and tried. The result was that it really didn't work. Chapter 3758. After 3 full days of tracking, they didn't find any traces of battle along the way. This made Qin Feiyang and the others very puzzled. What kind of crisis did the Kirin clan encounter? If there were traces of battle, it would make sense. They must have encountered a strong enemy, but the current situation was a bit hard to figure out. Wait. Suddenly, Blood Ancestor spoke. What is it? The Heavenly Star God Sword stopped and asked suspiciously. Along the way, Blood Ancestor had been using his divine sense to search the ground below. At this moment, he landed in front of a giant mountain not far away. On the rock wall there were 2 words, Southeast. Southeast. Qin Feiyang and the others also walked over. When they saw these two words, they couldn't help but be stunned. It was still the words left behind by Qi Xiaoyan. And it was quite messy. It seems that they have changed direction. Madman raised his head and looked towards the southeast, his brows tightly knitted. There's nothing to ponder about. Continue tracking. Qin Feiyang said. Even if he pondered now, he wouldn't be able to figure out anything, so there was no need to waste time here. Shua. The heavenly star god sword led a group of people and turned towards the southeast. After a few more days of tracking, they found two words on a piece of gravel. So, what's the situation? The more they looked, the more puzzled they became. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at Blood Ancestor and asked, "The exit of the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure seems to be in the west?" "That's right. Wanfeng Mountain Range in the west." Blood Ancestor nodded. "West?" Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked towards the west. Soon, he turned his head and looked towards the south with a thoughtful look in his eyes. No one disturbed him. A moment passed. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the Heavenly Star God Sword and asked, "The Kirin clan should also know the location of the exit, right?" "Yes." The Heavenly Star God Sword replied. Initially, their escape route was to the east, which happens to be the opposite direction of the exit. Logically speaking, if they really want to escape, they should escape towards the west. Qin Feiyang thought. That's right. The exit is in the west. No matter who it is, they will definitely choose to escape towards the west. After all, there's still a glimmer of hope to reach the exit. But if you run in the opposite direction, even if you can escape with your life, it will take a lot of time. Madman nodded. So what you're saying is that they might have gone around to the west? Princess Huofeng asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang looked to the west again. No one would be stupid enough to run in the opposite direction of the exit. But why do we have to go around? Can't we just escape to the west? The white-eyed wolf was suspicious. That's why I said you didn't use your brain. They are running for their lives, not sightseeing. When he was running for his life at the beginning, he must have been thinking of escaping first. I'll think of the next step after we escape. It's possible that the danger they encountered at that time was in the west. That's why they fled to the east. After they were temporarily out of danger, they changed their route. Qin Feiyang said. Sister Feng, is that so? The white-eyed wolf looked at Princess Huofeng. How would I know? Princess Huofeng smiled bitterly. Things that hadn't been confirmed were just guesses. I believe in Qin Feiyang's judgment. Because their route has been changing and it's changing in sequence. You all know the sequence of the directions. First it's north, then northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west and northwest. Their escape route was originally due east, followed by southeast, and now it's due south. So if their escape route changes to southwest again, they will definitely take a big detour and escape to the west. The Blood Ancestor said. Daifuku asked, in that case we don't have to continue chasing them like this, right? Should we just rush to the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury? No. What if they get trapped along the way? Or maybe they encounter an accident along the way. Moreover, the Sky Bell Divine Treasury is so big. Even if they are in the same direction, the distance will be very far. So the best way is to follow the marks they left behind. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Hearing this, the Heavenly Star God Sword brought the group of people and turned towards the south. Several days later, the temperature gradually dropped. A glacier entered their line of sight. A glacier? Looking at the glacier in front of them, Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Why would a glacier appear? I've never been here before. The Blood Ancestor shook his head. Do you know where this is? Qin Feiyang asked the Raging Flame's magic sword. I don't know. The Raging Flame's magic sword replied indifferently. You still don't know? Qin Feiyang frowned. I'm not the ruler of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. How can I know every place? Let's talk about it later. The terrain and illusions of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury will change because of the appearance of a certain person or the birth of a certain law. For example, the place where you met the Queen of Flames. It was originally a very ordinary place, but because the Queen of Flames was cultivating in seclusion there, it turned into a volcano. The Raging Flame's magic sword explained. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. Suddenly, the madman who was scanning the glacier seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank slightly, and then he took a step forward and entered the glacier. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned and hurriedly followed. The moment they entered the glacier, a bone-piercing cold current immediately shrouded them. Several breaths later, the madman stopped above a giant peak and scanned the glacier below. His expression suddenly changed greatly. Qin Feiyang and the others looked down and their pupils shrank. They saw that there were a large number of broken limbs on the glacier below. Fresh blood could be seen everywhere. The fresh blood and severed limbs had all been frozen under the layer of ice. And they weren't human corpses. From the appearance they were Qilins. Yes, they must be the corpses of the Qilins. The blood ancestor raised his hand and a wisp of divine power fell and blasted open the ice. The moment the ice shattered and the broken limbs and blood were revealed, the aura of the Qilins immediately surged out. It is indeed the aura of a Qilin. The madman's eyes darkened. It could be seen that the Qilins were indeed being hunted down. Continue. Qin Feiyang became more and more worried. The corpses of Qilins were not a good sign. The heavenly star magic sword led a group of people and flew into the depths of the glacier. Along the way there were corpses of Qilins. Moreover, gradually, they also found a lot of purple gold skeletons, golden skeletons and blood-colored skeletons. Could it be that they were being hunted down by skeletons? But that didn't make sense. The Qilins had so many reclusive old antiques and sovereign divine weapons. Even the purple gold skeletons couldn't threaten them. Because the purple gold skeletons were only comparable to the super powerhouses of the human race, and their strength was comparable to the patriarchs of the various races. So, when they reached the central area of the glacier, their faces sank again. Below the glacier, there was actually a complete old man sealed in ice. There was a bloody hole between his eyebrows and his entire body was dripping with blood. Qin Feiyang and the others had some impression of this old man. He was a reclusive old antique of the Qilin clan. This was the first time they had seen a complete corpse. A group of people landed in front of the old man. Princess Huofeng used the law of fire to melt the ice on his body, and the old man immediately fell to the ground. Qin Feiyang released his divine sense to check, and found that he had long since died. How did he die? The madman asked. His soul was shattered. Qin Feiyang looked at the bloody hole between the old man's eyebrows and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that after tracking for so long, all I saw were corpses. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Qin Feiyang retracted his divine sense and looked ahead. I don't care about these people at all, I'm just worried about the fire Qilin, Tanwu and the hell god hound. The madman and the white-eyed wolf heard this and their faces were also filled with worry. If even these reclusive old antiques had unfortunately lost their lives, then wouldn't the fire Qilin, Tanwu and the hell god hound be in even more danger? Who is chasing after them? The 9 demon kings? Daifuku was surprised. I don't think so. If it was the 9 demon kings, then they wouldn't have been able to escape for so long. The blood ancestor shook his head. That makes sense. Daifuku nodded. With the strength of the 9 demon kings, it was too easy to kill the people of the Qilin clan. It could even be said that it was a massacre. No matter who it is, if anything happens to the fire Qilin and Tanwu, I won't let them off. The madman snorted coldly. Continue tracking. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered with a cold light as he looked at the heavenly star god sword. Next, they encountered some more corpses on the glacier, all of which belonged to the Qilin clan. One could imagine. There had been a fierce battle here. Just as they were about to leave the glacier, Qin Feiyang and the others found another corpse. This corpse was torn apart and looked relatively intact. But this person's face was very unfamiliar. It was a middle-aged man. He was more than 2 meters tall and was extremely strong. Qin Feiyang and the others landed beside the corpse, their brows tightly knitted together. They had indeed never seen him before. And he wasn't a Qilin but a real human. Daifuku looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang, blood ancestor, and the madman and asked, Do you know him? There were very few humans who entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure this time. Apart from Qin Feiyang, blood ancestor, the madman, and Li Feng, there seemed to be only Yun Xiang and the Mas de Jura. I don't know him. Qin Feiyang shook his head. He had seen all the people who entered the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. As for the Mas de Jura, although he had never seen his true appearance, the body of this corpse clearly didn't match with the Mas de Jura. So, if he's not from the Sky Cloud realm, then could it be? Suddenly, Daifuku's gaze trembled. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, It seems that there's no mistake. This person should be a skeleton that condensed flesh and blood. White-eyed Wolf said, His corpse is here. The person who chased after the Qilin clan should be him. It can't be just him. He should be just one of them. He might have been killed by a reclusive old antique of the Qilin clan or a sovereign divine weapon. It seems that even if it wasn't the primal chaos divine king and the 9 demon kings, the crisis the Qilin clan is facing this time isn't optimistic. Qin Feiyang speculated. Speaking of which, we were careless. The Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings aren't the only skeletons that condensed flesh and blood from the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Moreover, they aren't the only skeletons that have mastered the ultimate mysteries. Blood Ancestor sighed. Chapter 3759. They had always associated this matter with the 9 Demon Kings and completely ignored the other skeletons in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. In fact, apart from the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings, there were still many terrifying existences hidden in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Raging Flame's magic sword. Apart from the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 10 Demon Kings, are there any other undead who have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? Qin Feiyang asked. Of course. And there are quite a few of them. It's just that it's usually hard to see them. Although their strength can't be compared to the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 10 Demon Kings, each of them has their own sovereign divine weapon. They're also extremely difficult opponents for you. The Raging Flame's magic sword said. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other when they heard this, and their eyes darkened. It seemed that they had really underestimated the danger of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Judging from the current situation, it indeed had nothing to do with the Divine King of Primal Chaos and the 9 Demon Kings. It was other undead who were chasing after the Kirin clan. And among these undead, there were some who had mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. There should be more than one. Because if there were only 1 or 2 of them, they wouldn't be able to threaten the Kirin clan. It's probably the Kirin clan who provoked them. Otherwise they wouldn't be so relentless. The Raging Flame's magic sword sneered. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. These undead who have mastered the ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws usually hide somewhere and cultivate in seclusion. They rarely move around outside. Even if someone breaks into their territory, most of them will choose to ignore it. After all, with their strength they disdain to attack the weak. So, if you didn't provoke them, they wouldn't chase after a person like this. The Raging Flame's magic sword chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. But you can't blame us. Our purpose in coming to the Sky Bell Divine Treasure is to find divine objects and fortunes. If you really want to blame someone, you have to blame the person who opened the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. If he didn't open the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, would we have come in? The Blood Ancestor snorted coldly. There are many words, many of which have their own reasons. In short, the strong are respected. But your strength is really nothing much in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure. The blazing magic sword did not bother to hide its mockery. That's only for now. It's not certain who will be stronger in the future. The Blood Ancestor clenched his hands. If he had not been schemed against by Dragon King and the other 2 back then, he would have been much more powerful now. Then I shall wait and see. The Inferno magic sword cackled. Go. The Blood Ancestor looked at the Heavenly Star God's word. Whoosh. The Heavenly Star God's sword brought a few people out of the glacier like lightning and entered the plains outside. Outside the glacier was a vast plain. The plains were also filled with devastation, and the traces of battle were clearly visible. Furthermore, a lot of bloodstains could be seen on the ground. Although the bloodstains had not dried up, the fluctuations of battle had long since disappeared. It was clear that the battle here had been going on for a very long time. As for blood, with their current cultivation, their blood would not dry up without special illusions. 2 days later, they followed the traces of battle and finally crossed the entire plain. When they arrived at the edge of the plain, they saw 2 words. And these 2 words were written on the plain below, formed by sword marks. If one did not look carefully, they would think that it was a crack left by a battle. After a group of people carefully observed, they found that it was the word, southwest. As we expected, they fled to the southwest. Then their destination must be the exit of the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure in the west. The group continued to track. After leaving the plain, they did not encounter any more traces of battle. They should be temporarily out of danger. How many people were left in the Qilin clan? Although the Qilin clan only had a total of 20 people, the broken corpses on the glacier were too messy, and it was impossible to distinguish the exact number. At this moment, west, in the sky above a mountain, a fiery red longsword was carrying 2 people and 2 beasts, fleeing frantically. This longsword was like fire, and there seemed to be a fire Qilin circling around it. This was the sovereign divine weapon of the Fire Qilin clan's patriarch, Qi Ji, the Qilin divine sword. The 2 people and 2 beasts were Qi Shaoyin, Tan Wu, Fire Qilin, and Hell God Hound. At this moment, the 4 of them were in an extremely sorry state with missing arms and legs. Even the Qilin divine sword was full of cracks. Their faces were extremely gloomy. And right behind them, there was also a sovereign divine weapon. It was a black battle axe with a black tiger engraved on it. The axe blade flickered with a shocking cold light. At this moment, this black battle axe was leading more than a dozen people and a group of skeletons, crazily chasing after Qi Xiaoyun and the others. There were men and women, old and young among the dozen people, and each of them was emitting a terrifying aura. This was especially true for the 3 men and 2 women in the lead. The power of laws lingering around them were all supreme laws, and in terms of strength, they had all reached the level of ultimate profundity. As for the skeletons, there were at least 200 to 300 of them. Among them, most of them were blood-colored and golden skeletons, and a small number of them were purple-gold skeletons. There were no exceptions. Whether it was the dozen people or the skeletons, they stared at Qi Xiaoyun and the others who were fleeing in front of them with a ferocious glint in their eyes. It's been half a year and you're still chasing after us. Are you done yet? The Hell Divine Hound turned to look at the dozen or so people and skeletons behind them and couldn't help but roar angrily. Tan Wu said in a deep voice, "Looks like they won't give up until they kill us this time. We won't fight anymore. The ancestors and elders risked their lives to fight for a way out for us. We can't let any more sacrifices be made," said Qi Xiaoyun. Qi Xiaoyun muttered, his eyes filled with sorrow. Not only had the ancestors and elders died in battle, but even the sovereign divine weapons had been severely damaged. Take the Qilin divine sword for example. It couldn't display its peak strength at all. The danger of the Sky Belt divine treasure was far beyond their imagination. Then where should we run to? The Hell Divine Hound roared. What else can we do apart from running? Now we can only hope to meet the dragons and the Feng people. At that time we might have a glimmer of hope if we join forces with them. Qi Xiaoyun shook his head. Meet them? Humph, it's good that we don't hit them when they're down. I, on the other hand, hope to meet Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf. Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf are much more reliable than the Feng people and the dragons. The Hell Divine Hound sneered. True. Qi Xiaoyun blanked out for a moment before nodding with a smile. No matter what, we all have to survive. The Fire Qilin glanced at the dozen or so people and skeletons behind them and said in a deep voice. That's right. None of us left our souls outside to protect ourselves. If we die here, everything will be over. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. If these words were heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. They actually didn't leave their souls in the Qilin's sacred ground. This was an act of staking everything on a single throw. If they died, everything would be over. End of this chapter. Chapter 3760. A few days later. An old man in an ordinary robe stood above a broken piece of land. His eyes were filled with grief, anger, and worry. This old man was the white-bearded old man. Below him was a battlefield. The flesh and blood of Qilins dyed the ground red. There were fire Qilins, wood Qilins, ink Qilins. There were also many skeletons. What the hell is going on? The casualties are so heavy. Xiaoyun, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to your father when I return? The white-bearded old man whispered and was about to rush west. But at this moment, the white-bearded old man seemed to have sensed something. He looked behind him and immediately swooped down, hiding in a mountain not far away. Whoosh. A while later, a group of people rushed over like lightning. It was the heavenly sword god Qin Feiyang and the others. Another battlefield. And the corpses of Qilins. When they arrived above the battlefield and looked at the blood-dyed ground below, their eyes were filled with shock. I'm afraid the Qilins are almost all dead. Princess Huofeng sighed deeply and turned to look at Qin Feiyang and the others. She comforted them. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. The Fire Qilin and Tan Wu will definitely leave their souls in the Qilin sacred land. That's right. The White-Eyed Wolf slapped his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. They will leave their souls in the Qilin sacred land. What are we worried about? You're wrong. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wrong? The White-Eyed Wolf was stunned. You've known Tan Wu and the others for so long. Don't you know their personalities? They are the same as us. No matter where they go, they will not leave their souls behind in advance to save their lives. Qin Feiyang said. The White-Eyed Wolf's expression stiffened. With a fluke mentality he said, today is different. They are now in the Qilin sacred land. The other Qilins have left their souls in the Qilin sacred land, so they are no exception. A person's personality is innate. It won't change no matter where it is. I don't know about the others, but I believe that the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu definitely didn't leave their divine souls outside. This is the reason why I'm so worried. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Sigh. The White-Eyed Wolf sighed. If that was the case, then the situation was not good. Madman suddenly pointed at the ground in front of them and exclaimed, "Look, there's another word on the ground." Qin Feiyang and the others fixed their eyes on it. It was the character Shi, which was also formed by sword marks. That's right. They are heading for the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. The white-eyed wolf said. Hurry up and catch up. Maybe we'll find them soon. Madman urged. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded, My friends, please wait a moment. Qin Feiyang and the others were slightly stunned. Wasn't this the voice of the white-bearded old man? They hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound and saw the white-bearded old man hesitantly flying out from the mountains towards them. It's really him? Madman blanked out for a bit before he hurriedly went over and asked, Where's the Fire Qilin and Tan Wu? Qin Feiyang and the others hurriedly went over as well. I don't know either. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Aren't you with them? Why don't you know? The white-eyed wolf frowned. The white-bearded old man glanced at them and sighed, I'm not with them. When I arrived at the Black Mountain Valley they were already gone. I followed the marks left behind by Xiaoyan all the way here. I see. Everyone nodded in realization. But I didn't expect to meet you here. They should have followed the marks here, right? The white-bearded old man asked. Yes. I didn't expect to meet you either. Qin Feiyang smiled. The white-bearded old man said, Is it for the Holy Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound? Of course. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-bearded old man pleaded, If that's the case, bring me along. I'm too slow. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the Star God sword and said, Let's go. Whoosh. The Star God sword swept up the few of them and flew toward the west like lightning. The white-bearded old man glanced at the Star God sword. In fact, he knew what had happened without asking. It must have been subdued by Qin Feiyang. However, he still couldn't help but want to confirm it with Qin Feiyang personally. He asked, Young friend, the Star God sword, back then I accidentally met Qi Yefeng, Qi Xiong and an old antique of your Qilin race, so I killed them and subdued the Star God sword. Similarly, I'm also aware of the alliance between the three races. But, you don't have to feel awkward because of this. I have a good impression of you. Moreover, you are not a Qilin. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The white-bearded old man looked ashamed. He glanced at Princess Huofeng and asked, What's your relationship with the Feng people now? The Feng people and the dragons are all dead. Qin Feiyang said. They're all dead? The white-bearded old man was shocked. That's right. The only one left of the dragons is Long Chen. The only ones left of the Feng people are Princess Huofeng and Daifuku. Qin Feiyang said. You did all of this? The white-bearded old man was bewildered. More or less. Qin Feiyang nodded. The white-bearded old man's pupils constricted, and he asked, Then what is your purpose in coming to the Black Mountain Canyon to find us? Don't you already have an answer in your heart? Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. The white-bearded old man's heart trembled. As expected, they were also here to get rid of their Qilin race. But now it seems that I don't need to do anything. Qin Feiyang laughed. Sigh. The white-bearded old man sighed. Who would have thought that after scheming for so long, the three races would end up with Qin Feiyang crushing their plans without causing even a ripple? No matter what, I still hope that you can show mercy to Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun has no ill intentions toward you, said Qin Yun. The white-bearded old man looked at Qin Feiyang's group with a pleading gaze. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't touch him. After all, I still miss his ancient dragon god tea. Thank you. I have another piece of bad news. You need to be mentally prepared. The white-bearded old man smiled and said in a deep voice. What's the bad news? Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully. What could be worse than the three races working together to kill them? The white-bearded old man said, Xiaoyun, the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound did not leave their souls in the Qilin's sacred ground. What? The white-eyed wolf's expression changed. Was it really as little Qinzi had expected? I wouldn't dare to joke about this, said the white-bearded old man. Before entering the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, both Qi Ji and the Qilin Master had asked them to leave their souls behind to protect themselves. But none of them listened, said the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man sighed. Blood Ancestor Cruel chuckled. Truly a few audacious juniors who don't know the difference between life and death. However, your ancestor does admire their courage. The white-bearded old man looked at the Blood Ancestor. After taking a closer look, his pupils shrunk as he cried out in alarm, You seem to be, you know me? The Blood Ancestor looked at the white-bearded old man in astonishment. You sure are forgetful, said the white-bearded old man. Back then, when you attacked the Qilin sacred ground, I nearly died at your hands. But that's not surprising. Back then, I was just a nobody. Even if I stood in a crowd, you wouldn't even spare me a glance. The white-bearded old man shook his head. Oh. The blood ancestor studied the white-bearded old man suspiciously. Do you still remember the white jade Qilin who chased you out of the Qilin sacred ground? Asked the white-bearded old man. White jade Qilin? The blood ancestor was slightly taken aback. He tried to recall for a moment before a look of realization appeared on his face. So it's you? Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded. I didn't expect you to still be alive. The blood ancestor was surprised. The white-bearded old man shook his head and said, Back then when you saw me yelling at you, you attacked me out of anger and almost died. In the end, the Qilin master saved me. That's what you asked for. But I do have some impression of you. Because you're a white jade Qilin. A white jade Qilin is quite rare in this world, said the blood ancestor. The white-bearded old man smiled bitterly. He didn't know if he should feel honored to be remembered by a big shot like the blood ancestor. Qin Feiyang and the others couldn't help but feel surprised when they heard this conversation. They didn't expect the blood ancestor to have such a relationship with the white-bearded old man. The blood ancestor said indifferently, It seems that Qin Feiyang respects you. Let's forget about the past, but I advise you to leave the Qilin clan as soon as possible. The white-bearded old man was startled. You should know what the Qilin master did to me, the human emperor and the feather emperor back then. We can't just let this matter go. The blood ancestor's eyes flashed with killing intent. The white-bearded old man pondered for a while and nodded. I understand, but I won't leave the Qilin clan. As for what will happen in the end, it will depend on fate. You're quite loyal to the Qilin clan. The blood ancestor sneered. The white-bearded old man laughed hoarsely and said, Not to the Qilin clan but to the Qilin master. How can I forget his kindness? Up to you. The blood ancestor waved his hand indifferently. Not to mention back then, even now, the white-bearded old man was just an ant-like existence in his eyes and was not worth mentioning. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Feiyang respected the white-bearded old man, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath. The white-bearded old man smiled and glanced at Princess Huofeng. Suddenly, he found that Princess Huofeng and the white-eyed wolf were holding hands and seemed to be very close. Wait, who was this person? He didn't see the white-eyed wolf's human form either. Moreover, the mark between the white-eyed wolf's eyebrows was also hidden. However, the aura of the white-eyed wolf hadn't changed much, which made the white-bearded old man feel a little familiar. What are you looking at? You're already so old. Haven't you seen others in love? The white-eyed wolf stared at him. Sorry. The white-bearded old man smiled apologetically and then came back to his senses. He looked forward, but the suspicion in his eyes didn't disappear. Wait, this was the aura of the golden-winged wolf king. How could it be him? He was actually with the princess of the Fire Phoenix clan? At this moment, the white-bearded old man's heart was in turmoil. This wasn't a trivial matter, because there would be a lot of variables in the future if these two were together. Chapter 3761. The dangers of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury were everywhere. Although fortune could be found everywhere, if one wanted to obtain it, one had to have the means to do so. Under the lead of the Star God Sword, Qin Feiyang and the others had been tracking them for a month. But after a month, they still hadn't caught up to Qi Xiaoyun's group. It wasn't just Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf. The white-bearded old man was also getting more and more anxious. Fortunately, they could find the marks left behind by Qi Xiaoyun every once in a while. Otherwise, they would have thought that Qi Xiaoyun's group had died. Don't worry, said the white-bearded old man. Along the way, the two sides have clashed more than once. After such a fierce battle, the people and sovereign weapons of both sides must have been injured. After being injured, they won't be able to move at full speed. So, with the speed of the Star God Sword, it's only a matter of time before we catch up to them. The white-bearded old man comforted. He could clearly sense Qin Feiyang's current agitated state of mind. Makes sense. The Star God Sword is naturally faster than them when it's at its peak. The blood ancestor nodded. So, how good would it be if we could open a space-time passage or a space-time divine tool? The white-bearded old man sighed worriedly. After entering a huge mountain, Qin Feiyang and the others saw the word West formed by numerous sword marks on the ground. This mark isn't just guiding us. It's also a signal for help. Daifuku sighed. Qi Xiaoyun's group had no idea that Qin Feiyang and the others were tracking them. They also didn't know if they would be able to escape alive. However, they didn't give up. Instead, they left marks along the way. If they really met someone familiar with them and recognized their handwriting, they might be able to follow the marks and come to their rescue. Although the probability of that happening in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury was very low, there was still a trace of hope. Clang. In the sky above a mountain range. Under Qi Shaoyun's command, the Qilin sword released numerous sword qi that swept toward the ground. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, leaving behind another mark. I hope this mark can really bring us hope. The Fire Qilin sighed. We can't rely on others to save us. We have to think of a way to get rid of them. Tan Wu shook his head and swept his gaze over the mountains and rivers, his gaze flickering indeterminately. Behind, more than a dozen people and a group of skeletons were filled with killing intent. He can really escape, a black-robed old man said with a cold look in his eyes. Escape? If they continue to flee like this, only death awaits them. This voice came from the black battle axe, and there was a strong sense of ridicule in its words. What do you mean? The black-robed old man raised his head and looked at the black battle axe. The Yin-Yang Lake is just ahead. There's a sovereign divine weapon in the Yin-Yang Lake called the Yin-Yang Mirror. In the early years, this sovereign had several encounters with it. Previously, this sovereign had secretly contacted it and asked it to help intercept it. The black axe sneered. Well done. The black-robed old man was overjoyed when he heard that. He raised his head and looked at Qi Shaoyun's group again, his eyes filled with disdain. Qi Shaoyun and the others had no idea that danger was approaching them. They continued running forward. Just as Qin Feiyang and the others had expected, their target was the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Perhaps they could meet their clansmen and allies at the exit. The so-called allies were naturally the Feng people and the dragons. In any case, whether it was the Feng people, the dragons, the land of buried gods, the heavenly cloud ocean or Qin Feiyang and the others, as long as they could meet them, they would be able to help them. Why did they say that? Because they had the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound. Although the Qilin race was on opposing sides with the land of buried gods and the heavenly cloud ocean, because of the relationship between the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the Hellhound, and Qin Feiyang and the others, the people of the land of buried gods and the heavenly cloud ocean would definitely help them. Therefore, for them, no matter which faction they encountered, they would be able to temporarily solve their urgent problem. Half a day passed. A lake appeared in front of them. The lake was vast and boundless, like a vast ocean. Strangely, half of the lake water was white and half black. That's the Yin-Yang Lake. The black axe laughed sinisterly. When the black-robed old man and the others heard that, killing intent surged in their eyes. This lake is a little strange. Qi Shaoyun stared at the Yin-Yang Lake and frowned. Indeed. It's too strange. Tan Wu nodded. We'd better go around it. The infernal divine hound also had a bad premonition. Boom. But just as they were about to go around the lake, a terrifying divine might erupted from behind them. They turned their heads and instantly paled. The black-robed old man and the other four in the lead all erupted with an astonishing power of law. The black-robed old man's entire body was filled with an aura of death. As the black-robed old man waved his hand, a huge object appeared in the void above him. It was the ultimate profundity of the law of death, the 18 layers of hell. At the same time, above the heads of the 2 men and 2 women, ultimate profundities of supreme laws manifested one after another. They were the law of destruction, the law of karma, the law of devour, and the law of spacetime. Kill. As the black-robed old man laughed sinisterly, the 5 ultimate profundities instantly shattered the void and the earth, bombarding the mountains and rivers on both sides of Qi Shaoyun and the others. That's right. Their target was not Qi Shaoyun and the others. Instead, they were blocking their path, not giving them a chance to go around the Yin-Yang Lake. Damn it. The Hellhound roared. Left with no choice, the Qilin sword could only bring the group toward the Yin-Yang Lake. Boom. The moment they arrived above the Yin-Yang Lake, a terrifying divine might erupted from the bottom of the lake. What? The 2 men and 2 beasts' expressions changed. The next moment, the lake water surged, creating huge waves that blotted out the sky. An ancient mirror the size of a palm flew out of the lake water, carrying with it a surging divine might as it appeared before Tan Wu and the others. This ancient mirror was also strange. Half of it was black and the other half was white. The 2 divine lights intertwined, emitting a destructive aura. A sovereign divine weapon. The 2 men and 2 beasts looked at the yin-yang mirror with pale faces. Clearly, this sovereign divine weapon was here to help stop them. They did not expect this to be the territory of a sovereign divine weapon. At the same time, at the peak of a huge mountain on the left bank of the lake, 2 figures stood side by side. One of them was wearing a long black robe, His figure was tall and straight and his skin was like jade. His dark eyes were like a vast ocean, unfathomable. The other person was an old man wearing a long green robe. His hands were behind his back, and his old face was filled with kindness and kindness. If Qin Feiyang was here, he would definitely recognize that this young man was one of the disciples of the purple-gold divine dragon, Yun Ziang. The green-robed old man was also a reclusive old antique in the land of buried gods. Why is it Qi Xiaoyun, the Qilin Saint, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound of the Qilin clan? Yun Ziang was suspicious. They seemed to be being chased. The green-robed old man muttered. His gaze shifted to the black-robed old man and his group, and his pupils immediately constricted. There were actually so many skeletons following these people? There was only one explanation for this situation. The black-robed old man and more than a dozen people were undead that had condensed flesh and blood. Otherwise, who could command these skeletons? Where are the others from the Qilin clan? Why are there only 4 of them? Yun Ziang was suspicious. Did you see the profundities of the laws that the 5 of them had activated? The green-robed old man asked. Yes. Yun Ziang nodded. Those are the ultimate profundities of the strongest laws. And they have a sovereign divine weapon with them. As I expected, the others of the Qilin clan are most likely dead. The green-robed old man said in a deep voice. Yun Ziang was slightly taken aback, and immediately a gloating expression appeared on his face. He said with a smile, "This is what they deserve. The Qilin clan indeed deserves it. Wait for the Qilin Saint, Tan Wu, and the Hellhound of the Qilin clan. We can't just ignore them." The green-robed old man shook his head. What? Yun Ziang frowned. The green-robed old man said, "Because Lord Feather Emperor has told us that they are Qin Feiyang's best friends." They are Qin Feiyang's friends? Why didn't I know about this? Yun Ziang was stunned. As soon as they came to the Sky Cloud realm, they entered the Qilin sacred ground and never showed their faces outside. Do you still remember when Qin Feiyang and the others broke into the Qilin sacred ground last time? They went to look for the Fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the Infernal Divine Hound, and the Divine Beast Uncle they mentioned. And these people have a relationship with Lord Feather Emperor. Back then Lord Feather Emperor helped them in the lower realm. The green-robed old man said. I see. Yun Ziang nodded and said with a frown, "So, we can't just watch them die." Of course not. Besides, we came here to find an opportunity to subdue the Yin-Yang Mirror. However, the current situation doesn't seem optimistic. The green-robed old man glanced at the Yin-Yang Mirror, the black axe, the black-robed old man, and the hundreds of skeletons. He couldn't help but frown. At the same time, the hearts of Qi Xiaoyun and the others sank to the bottom. They didn't expect that the black-robed old man and the others had helpers. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Charge out. Tan Wu shivered and roared at Qi Xiaoyun. Qi Xiaoyun recovered from his shock, and a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, 8 more sovereign weapons appeared. What? Apart from the celestial sword, the other 9 sovereign weapons are all with them. In that case, the Qilin clansmen have more or less gathered together. Yun Ziang was astonished. But this also shows that the other Qilin clansmen have indeed met with misfortune. Otherwise, Qi Xiaoyun wouldn't be the only one with all the sovereign weapons. The axe is definitely not the only sovereign weapon among these undead. Looks like we need to rethink our plan, said the green-robed old man. That's right. If there were only the black axe, the black-robed old man, and the others, even if they had grasped the profundity of the laws, they wouldn't be able to defeat Qi Xiaoyun's 9 sovereign weapons. They wouldn't be able to kill Qi Xiaoyun and the others. End of this chapter. Chapter 3762. In the blink of an eye. As soon as the 8 sovereign weapons appeared, they immediately attacked the Yin-Yang Mirror together with the Qilin Sword. Just like the Qilin Sword, the 8 sovereign weapons had suffered different degrees of damage. Evidently, this was the result of several clashes with the black-robed old man's group. So many sovereign weapons? When the Yin-Yang Mirror saw this, it couldn't help but be shocked. Although the Qilin Sword and the other 8 sovereign weapons had suffered heavy injuries, the number was still shocking. Moreover, although the 9 sovereign weapons could not unleash their full strength, their power was still not to be underestimated. Even the undamaged Yin-Yang Mirror did not dare to face them head-on. Decisive, it retreated rapidly. A black and white divine radiance appeared on the mirror, forming 2 shield walls in front of it. Boom! With a loud bang, the 9 sovereign weapons smashed the 2 shield walls into pieces. Terrifying. The Yin-Yang Mirror was shocked. Old friend, don't be afraid. We're here to help you. The black axe roared and attacked Qi Xiaoyun's group together with the black-robed old man. The other two men and two women looked at each other, and a terrifying sovereign's aura erupted from their bodies. Then, with a loud clang, four sovereign weapons appeared. The two men and two women immediately took out their respective sovereign weapons and attacked Qi Xiaoyun's group. They really have more than one sovereign weapon. Yun Xiang's eyes trembled. 5 peerless experts who had mastered ultimate intents, 5 ruler weapons, and a few hundred skeletons were enough to compete with a forbidden area on their side. These 4 sovereign weapons are also injured to different degrees. It seems like they have fought more than once with the Qilin clan. What is the reason for these undead to be so crazy about Qi Xiaoyun's group? The green-robed old man frowned. So, should we help or not? Yun Xiang asked. If it was up to him, he would not help. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to defeat the Qilin clan. The green-robed old man hesitated. We have to help. Suddenly, a voice sounded. A beam of divine light shot out from Yun Xiang's body. It was the horsetail whisk. Before entering the Sky Bell divine treasure, Qin Feiyang had given the horsetail whisk and the blood dragon blade to Yun Xiang and the masked de Jura. The horsetail whisk had followed Yun Xiang. But, Yun Xiang looked up at the horsetail whisk with a hesitant expression. What are you thinking about? Fire Qilin and the others are Qin Feiyang's friends. And they're not just ordinary friends. They're brothers who would die for each other. Considering the safety of you and the masked Shura, Qin Feiyang didn't hesitate to let me and the blood dragon blade follow you and protect you. Now that his friends are in trouble, you're starting to retreat? If you are such a person, I will leave immediately. The horsetail whisk said. When Yun Xiang heard this, he immediately felt ashamed. As the disciple of the purple gold divine dragon, you should show your courage and boldness instead of running away when you're in trouble. In short, you can't let down Qin Feiyang's trust in you. The horsetail whisk said. Oh. Yun Xiang took a deep breath, looked at the horsetail whisk and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. I was a bit of a bastard this time. I will definitely change in the future. The horsetail whisk smiled in relief. Yun Xiang looked up at the sky above the Yin-Yang Lake. The battle between Qi Xiaoyun and the black-robed old man had already begun. The various sovereign divine weapons clashed violently. The terrifying shockwaves of the battle flooded the surroundings. The Yin-Yang Lake was collapsing, and the surrounding mountains and rivers were also destroyed. However, Qi Xiaoyun and the others were at an absolute disadvantage. This was because the other side already had 5 supreme experts and 5 sovereign divine weapons. Now they also had the Yin-Yang Mirror, a peak sovereign divine weapon. If no one helped, Qi Xiaoyun and the others would definitely die. Yun Xiang turned to look at the remaining 9 undead and the hundreds of skeletons. The 9 souls did not participate in the battle. They should only have comprehended the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws. But if the battle really starts, they will be a big problem. Yun Xiang's eyes flickered. That's right. Although the ultimate profundity of ordinary laws cannot fight against a sovereign divine weapon, they can still provide assistance. The green-robed old man nodded. Then let's deal with them first before going all out. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed with killing intent. All right. The green-robed old man said. Let's go. Yun Xiang waved his hand, and the horsetail whisk immediately swept towards the 9 dead spirits and the group of skeletons in front of them. Of course. They all retracted their auras to avoid being discovered by the other party. Looks like today is the day we die. But even if we die, we will make them pay. Kill. The Hell God Hound's killing intent surged to the sky. It seemed to have transformed into a human-shaped beast. Holding a sovereign divine weapon, it charged toward the black-robed old man's ultimate profundity, the 18 layers of hell. Boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void collapsed. A destructive aura surged in all directions. The heavily damaged sovereign divine weapon failed to shatter the 18 layers of hell. Instead, the Hell God Hound and the sovereign divine weapon in its hand were sent flying. The Hell God Hound's body cracked and was almost torn apart. Blood stained the sky. The cracks on the sovereign divine weapon in its hand grew bigger and bigger. Qi Xiaoyun, the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the Qilin sword, and the other sovereign divine weapons were the same. The situation was critical. Boom. But at this moment, a terrifying divine aura suddenly erupted from the back of the battlefield. This aura, Tan Wu and the others were stunned and immediately turned their heads in surprise, because they were very familiar with this aura. It was Qin Feiyang's horsetail whisk. Yun Xiang? But when they turned their heads, they found that it was not Qin Feiyang. What was going on? Why was the horsetail whisk in Yun Xiang's hands? The black-robed old man and the others were also stunned. When they came back to their senses, they turned around one after another. When they saw Yun Xiang, the green-robed old man, and the horsetail whisk attacking those skeletons, their eyes immediately burned with rage. "How dare you?" one of the middle-aged women roared. "Let's see if I dare or not." Yun Xiang sneered. He grabbed the horsetail whisk and charged toward the 9 people. At the same time, the green-robed old man waved his hand. A law of wood roared out and charged toward the hundreds of skeletons. Ultimate profound meaning. The hundreds of skeletons were shocked and immediately began to flee. Even the purple-gold skeletons were only super strong. How could they block a terrifying powerhouse who had mastered the ultimate profound meaning? Even if it was just the law of wood, even if it was just an ordinary law power, its strength and power were enough to kill them instantly. The 9 undead spirits who had condensed their bodies were also shocked when they saw Yun Xiang and the horsetail whisk charging over. They naturally didn't take Yun Xiang's strength seriously. After all, they who had condensed their bodies had mastered the ultimate profound meaning. Although it wasn't the ultimate profound meaning of the strongest law, it was still easy for them to kill Yun Xiang. However, the horsetail whisk was a sovereign divine weapon, and it wasn't something they could offend. They made a prompt decision and fled in all directions. However, would Yun Xiang and the horsetail whisk give them the chance? Would the green-robed old man give those skeletons a chance to escape? Obviously not. As the 2 of them and the horsetail whisk attacked, the 9 people in the group of skeletons died one after another. "You're courting death." The black-robed old man was furious. The 18 levels of hell turned in the air and charged toward the horsetail whisk with the power to destroy the world. "You're the ones courting death." The horsetail whisk pushed Yun Xiang back and erupted with a shocking power to meet the 18 levels of hell. Ultimate profound meaning, plant soldiers. The green-robed old man raised his hand and waved. A terrifying aura surged out in all directions like a tide. Although there weren't many flowers and trees in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, it wasn't that there weren't any. At this moment, the weeds and trees in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were uprooted. They were originally very ordinary weeds and trees, but at this moment, every leaf and every blade of grass was emitting a dazzling divine light. They were like divine weapons, emitting a terrifying sharpness. "Kill?" The green-robed old man waved his hand again, and the weeds and leaves that filled the sky immediately shattered the sky and charged toward the center of the battlefield. That's right. His goal wasn't the 18 levels of hell. With the horsetail whisk's strength, it was enough to fight the 18 levels of hell. The green-robed old man's goal was to help Tan Wu and the others. As those plants and trees charged over, they were like divine weapons colliding with the sovereign divine weapons like the yin-yang mirror. Dazzling sparks burst out as well as deafening metal sounds. The black-robed old man and the other 4 were also drowned by the plants and trees. Even though they were terrifying, bloody wounds quickly appeared on their bodies. Every plant and tree is an enemy. It really lives up to its name. Yun Xiang muttered. If this was in the Sky Cloud realm, the lethality of this ultimate meaning would be doubled. Because the Sky Cloud realm was full of plants and trees. A mere ultimate meaning of an ordinary law dares to cause trouble here? The yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereign divine weapons were furious. Terrifying divine power surged out, and the plants that filled the sky immediately shattered. As expected. The ultimate meaning of a sovereign divine weapon and the strongest law is not something an ordinary law can compare to. However, I'm not here to fight. The green-robed old man whispered and decisively brought Yun Xiang out of the battlefield. Standing in the distance, the law of wood surged out. Following closely, a miraculous scene appeared. On the ground in front of the 2 of them, a small sprout emerged from the soil. It was like a sprout of a small sapling. Ultimate meaning, spring-withered tree. As the green-robed old man muttered to himself, the small sprout rapidly grew. In less than 3 breaths, it had grown into a towering tree. That's right. This was a towering tree that was as tall as the sky. The entire tree was luxuriant and lush with green leaves. Every single leaf was emitting a hazy divine light. With the appearance of this towering tree, a majestic vitality suddenly emerged between heaven and earth. This vitality was beyond imagination. The originally desolate mountains and rivers in the surroundings were rapidly growing with flowers and trees. In just a few blinks of an eye, hundreds of millions of miles of land had become an oasis full of vitality. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, incomparably beautiful. This is the ultimate meaning of the law of wood, spring-withered tree? Yun Xiang was astonished. Isn't this too outrageous? Chapter 3763. These flowers, plants and trees are all real. So, even if it's a barren place, it won't affect me from unlocking the ultimate profundity of the law of wood. The old man in green said with a smile. Yun Ziang asked curiously, so, the ultimate profundity of the law of wood is actually paving the way for the ultimate profundity? Yes. Of course. The ultimate profundity of the law of wood also has another ability. It's healing. Although it's not as good as the law of life, it's many times better than the divine life pill. And it's also useful for divine weapons. The old man in green explained. You mean that the sovereign divine weapons can absorb this vitality to repair their bodies? Yun Ziang was surprised. Yes. The old man in green nodded. As he waved his hand, bursts of green life energy surged toward the Qilin sword and the other divine weapons like a tidal wave. At the same time, countless plants rose into the air, flashing with divine light as they charged toward the center of the battlefield. What he needed to do was to interfere with the black-robed old man and the other four, as well as their sovereign divine weapons. In addition, he needed to provide an endless stream of vitality for the sovereign divine weapons so that they could repair their bodies while fighting. What a huge amount of vitality. For us, it's like rain from the sky. Azure Dragon, thank you. The Qilin sword's voice sounded. Obviously, the Qilin sword was no stranger to the old man in green. You're welcome. The old man in green chuckled. We have no way out of this battle. Let's kill. The Qilin sword roared. With the horsetail whisk joining the battlefield and the old man in green assisting, they finally saw hope. Boom. The battle became more and more intense. The horsetail whisk shattered the black-robed old man's 18 levels of hell and rushed toward Tan Wu, Qi Xiaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the infernal divine hound. Then, under the protection of the divine power, the two men and two beasts rushed to the side of Yun Ziang and the old man in green. You came at the right time. Thank you. Tan Wu looked gratefully at Yun Ziang and Qi Xiaoyun. You're welcome. Actually, we've been here for a long time. Yun Ziang smiled. He's been here for a long time? Tan Wu, Qi Xiaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the hellhound exchanged glances, suspicion rising in their eyes. Yes. We discovered the yin-yang mirror some time ago and fought with it. We wanted to subdue it, but we only have the horsetail whisk, which is the sovereign divine weapon. We can't subdue it. So we've been hiding nearby looking for an opportunity. But I never thought that I would meet you. What's going on with you guys? Why are they chasing after you? Yun Ziang was suspicious. It's a long story. We've been chased by them for more than half a year. Tan Wu shook his head and sighed. What? We've been chasing you for so long? You didn't dig up their ancestral graves, did you? Yun Ziang and the old man looked at each other. Tan Wu, Qi Xiaoyun, the fire Qilin, and the hellhound smiled bitterly. Let's talk about it later. Tan Wu waved his hand and looked at the two of them, asking, Did you guys encounter Qin Feiyang? No. The two shook their heads. No. Then why is the horsetail whisk with you? Tan Wu was stunned and looked at the two of them in confusion. Yun Ziang said, Before we entered the Heaven Bell Divine Treasure, Qin Feiyang handed the horsetail whisk and blood dragon blade to me and senior brother for us to use for self-defense. I see. I thought Qin Feiyang was also nearby. It seems that our situation hasn't changed. Tan Wu was worried again. The other party had 6 sovereign divine weapons and 5 experts who had mastered ultimate profundities of supreme laws. On their side, even with the horsetail whisk, they only had 10 sovereign divine weapons. There was still a gap in numbers. Although the old man in green was assisting them, it didn't affect the overall situation much. If this continued, they would lose sooner or later. The old man in green and Yun Ziang couldn't help but frown when they heard this. The hellhound suddenly asked, What about the others in the land of buried gods? They should be at the rendezvous point now. Yun Ziang said. Is the rendezvous point so far away? Tan Wu hurriedly asked. If it wasn't far, they could go find reinforcements. Sovereign divine weapons like the horsetail whisk could buy them a lot of time if they really went all out. I don't know if it's far. Yun Ziang shook his head and turned to look at the old man in green. The old man in green smiled bitterly and said, If it wasn't far, I would have gone to find them long ago. I wouldn't have stayed here to help. The rendezvous point in the land of buried gods is at least 2 years away from here. 2 years? Tan Wu, Qi Xiaoyun, fire Qilin, and the hellhound heard this and fell into a helpless state. Even if the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons fought with their lives, they couldn't delay for so long. What should they do? If this continued, they would definitely be in trouble. Let's find an opportunity to escape, Yun Ziang said in a deep voice. Hearing this, no one objected. The hellhound looked at the old man in green and Yun Ziang and said, Then let's go to the rendezvous point in the land of buried gods. Oh. Tan Wu immediately shook his head. What? The hellhound was puzzled. Can't you grow a brain? Haven't you learned your lesson? What if another sovereign divine weapon they know comes to stop us? Won't we die then? That's why we can't just run around like that, Tan Wu said in a deep voice. If it wasn't for the yin-yang mirror, he wouldn't have objected. However, the appearance of the yin-yang mirror was like a bolt from the blue, enlightening him. If they continued running like this, they wouldn't be able to escape death sooner or later. Then where can we go now? Because we don't know which direction has a sovereign divine weapon and which doesn't. The hellhound frowned. Tan Wu's eyes flashed. He sneered and said, "No, there's a direction where a sovereign divine weapon won't stop us." Which direction? The hellhound, Fire Qilin, the old man in green, and Yun Xiang all looked at him suspiciously. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked toward the east. He looked at Tan Wu and asked, "You're talking about the direction we came from, right?" "That's right. We've been running for our lives, so we know the route like the back of our hands. We definitely won't encounter a sovereign divine weapon along the way." Tan Wu nodded. "After running for so long, we're going back the way we came?" The hellhound was astonished. "What else can we do? It's better than running into another sovereign divine weapon and losing our lives, right? Moreover, we've left marks along the way. Someone might be following the marks to find us. For us, this is the safest and most appropriate method. If you have a better idea, feel free to share it. We can discuss it together." "Let's discuss it," said Tan Wu. They exchanged glances. Indeed, there was no safer method than this. If they continued running toward the exit of the Sky Bell Divine Treasury or the gathering point in the land of buried gods, the dangers they would encounter along the way would be unpredictable. Tan Wu said in a deep voice, "If no one objects, we'll take a gamble and return the way we came." "Same here. Perhaps Qi Yefeng is looking for us with the Sky Star Sword. So long as the Sky Star Sword arrives, we'll have a chance to turn the tables." Qi Shaoyin nodded. "Looks like the marks we left along the way have won us some hope." The Fire Qilin smiled. "That's right. When Qi Yefeng and Qi Xiongxiong arrive at the Black Mountain Canyon and see that we're not here, they'll definitely follow the marks to find us. There's no time to lose. Inform Horsetail Whisk and the others immediately. Don't make any unnecessary casualties. Retreat," the hellhound urged. "Horsetail Whisk, Qilin Divine Sword, don't fight. Get rid of them and follow us." Yun Xiang and Qi Shaoyin roared almost at the same time. Clang, clang. Hearing the roars of the two, Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons did not hesitate, because they believed in Yun Xiang and the others. Since they had already called for retreat, they must have thought of a way out. And now they did not dare to hesitate. Because if the 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons reacted and desperately tried to stop them, it would be harder to get rid of them than to reach the heavens. So, they immediately attacked without holding back, shaking off their opponents and quickly gathered together. They turned around and attacked the black axe in front of them. The black axe's expression changed. How could they still dare to stand in the way of 10 sovereigns' divine weapons? It hurriedly dodged to the side. Then, the Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons rushed toward Yun Xiang and the others without looking back. What's going on? The black-robed old man, the 6 sovereign divine weapons, and the 6 sovereign divine weapons were caught off guard by this sudden change. They thought that with the help of the Horsetail Whisk, the sovereign divine weapons would definitely fight them to the death. They did not expect that they would suddenly run away. When they came back to their senses, the 5 of them and the 5 sovereign divine weapons chased after them furiously. The yin-yang mirror was silent for a while before it also chased after them. "Yin-yang mirror, what are you doing?" In response, the black axe was surprised. "A few days ago, those 2 humans were already plotting against me. They wanted me to submit to them, but they couldn't do anything to me. I thought they had already left, but I didn't expect them to still be nearby." The yin-yang mirror snorted. "So that's how it is. Fine, let's work together and kill them." The black axe sneered. The yin-yang mirror also sneered. It swept up the 5 of them and the 5 sovereign divine weapons and chased after them. It was similar to the Horsetail Whisk, so its speed was much faster than the black axe and the 5 sovereign divine weapons. At the same time, when the Horsetail Whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons swept over Tan Wu and the others, the Horsetail Whisk immediately swept everyone up and escaped without looking back. "Isn't this the direction we escaped in?" The Qilin sword was stunned. "Yes. We are going back the way we came." Yun Xiang nodded and told Tan Wu about his concerns. Hearing this, the sovereign divine weapons fell silent. This concern could not be ignored. If he were to flee in a different direction and run into other sovereign-level divine weapons, he would be in dire straits. And there might be hope if they went back the way they came. Chapter 3764. Therefore what happened next was the initial scene. Tan Wu and the rest fled frantically in front while the black-robed old man and the rest followed closely behind. The only difference was, now there was the horsetail whisk, Yun Xiang, the green-robed old man and the yin-yang mirror. More than a month passed in a flash. Still chasing? Let's just perish together with them. Yun Xiang roared angrily. Perish together? Tan Wu was slightly stunned and hurriedly shook his head. We don't have the guts. Didn't you all leave your souls outside? What are you afraid of? Yun Xiang was suspicious. We didn't. Tan Wu shook his head. What? You guys didn't either? Yun Xiang was stunned. Tan Wu was stunned and said in surprise, From what you said, you didn't either? Senior brother and I didn't. Yun Xiang smiled bitterly. TSK, your courage is commendable. Tan Wu was rather surprised by this. He thought that they were the only ones who did not leave their souls behind to save their lives, but he did not expect that there was actually Yun Xiang. As for Qin Feiyang and the rest, needless to say, they would definitely not leave their souls outside. Senior, what about you? Tan Wu looked at the green-robed old man again. I'm not as courageous as you young people. The green-robed old man shook his head and smiled. You're too kind. We purely want to try our luck and see if we can find a chance to enter an epiphany state. Tan Wu hurriedly waved his hands. Splitting one's soul, no matter how good the opportunity was, would never be able to enter an epiphany. No one in the world did not want to have an epiphany. Because epiphany was the most direct and fastest way to increase one's strength. It could be said that, even the legacy could not compare to epiphany. But if one wanted to enter an epiphany state, one naturally had to bear the corresponding risks. For example, now. Even if they perished together, the green-robed old man did not care. Anyway, he would not really die. But Tan Wu and the rest did not have the guts. Because once they died, it would be the end. Epiphany? It sounds simple, but in reality, sigh. It's difficult. Yun Xiang sighed deeply. He naturally had the same plan. Wealth comes from danger. However, after being in the heavens burial divine treasury for so many years, he had never experienced an epiphany. Enlightenment was not only faster than inheritance, but it was also harder to obtain. However, as long as he successfully entered an epiphany, he would definitely gain something. So now, let's not make unnecessary sacrifices. We haven't reached the end of the road yet. There's no need to risk our lives against them. After Tan Wu finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at the mountains and rivers ahead. His gaze appeared extremely firm. There would definitely be a turn for the better. Suddenly, a hint of bewilderment crept into his eyes. There seemed to be a faint aura coming from the front. It was very faint, almost negligible. But at this time, Tan Wu caught it clearly. That was right. There was indeed an aura. But it was too far away, so he couldn't tell what kind of aura it was. Be careful. Tan Wu transmitted his voice. What is it? Yun Xiang and the others were bewildered. Obviously. He still hadn't sensed that aura. Someone is coming from the front. Tan Wu thought to himself. Someone's coming? The group of people was shocked. They quickly sensed it carefully. Soon, a trace of bewilderment appeared on their faces. There was really a faint aura coming from the front. Could it be the helpers called by these undead? The Hell Godhound's face was extremely gloomy. But it could also be our reinforcements? Tan Wu's eyes flickered. If it was reinforcements, it would naturally be to part the dark clouds and see the sun. But if it was an enemy, they were equivalent to being surrounded. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. It was a dead end. At the same time, Fire Qilin raised its head and looked ahead in bewilderment. Why was there an inexplicable sense of familiarity that was calling it? It felt as if it had met before. Wait a minute. Was him. Fire Qilin's gaze trembled, and a figure appeared in its mind. At this time, Yun Xiang asked, should we change our route first and observe the situation first, or should we just go over and take a gamble? Go straight over. Fire Qilin said without hesitation. Everyone looked at Fire Qilin in surprise and found that there was a long-lost smile in Fire Qilin's eyes. What was going on? The marks we left behind are indeed effective. No. It should be Tan Wu. You made a very right decision. Fire Qilin looked at Tan Wu and said with a smile. You mean the person who came is our reinforcements? Tan Wu asked. Yes, it's our old friend. Fire Qilin chuckled. Old friend? Tan Wu and the Hell Godhound were stunned, and a figure appeared in their minds at the same time. Their expressions suddenly became excited. Stop. Suddenly, Tan Wu waved his hand. The horsetail whisk immediately braked and stopped in the void. He asked in surprise, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" "Since it's an old friend who came to help, of course we have to start a decisive counterattack. Otherwise, if these undead see that it's our old friend, they will definitely choose to escape." Tan Wu was like a wise man, his eyes glowing with a shrewd light. "That's right. The 6 sovereign divine weapons, the Yin-Yang Mirror, are the greatest fortune given to us by the Sky Bell Divine Treasure. Qilin Divine Sword Kill." Qi Xiaoyun heard this and decisively gave the order. Clang. 9 sovereign divine weapons appeared. "Since that's the case, we have to stall them with all our might. We can't let them escape." The horsetail whisk roared and immediately charged toward the black-robed old man and his group with the 9 sovereign divine weapons. What's going on? Seeing this scene, the 5 of them were surprised. They actually took the initiative to attack? Were these people sick in the head? Looks like they know that they can't escape from our pursuit and are ready to fight to the death with us. The yin-yang mirror sneered and directly faced the horsetail whisk. The black-robed old man and the other 4 sovereign divine weapons also erupted with a terrifying aura. They activated their ultimate profundity and charged toward the 9 sovereign divine weapons. A bloody battle began. But this time was different. Because of the horsetail whisk, they saw hope, and their fighting spirit was unprecedentedly high. "It's the aura of the celestial sword." Suddenly, the voice of the celestial sword rang in the minds of Yun Xiang and the others. "Celestial sword?" Qi Xiaoyun was slightly taken aback, and a trace of joy appeared in his eyes. "There's also Qin Feiyang, Madman, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Princess Huofeng, Daifuku, the white-bearded old man." The horsetail whisk's voice also rang in their minds, constantly saying one name after another. Tan Wu and the others were overjoyed when they heard these names. Finally, there was a turning point. "Wait." Suddenly, another surprised voice came from the horsetail whisk. "What's wrong?" Tan Wu and the others looked at it suspiciously. "There's another aura. It seems very unfamiliar but also somewhat familiar. Li Feng?" The horsetail whisk muttered secretly. It knew Li Feng's aura, but it didn't know the aura of the blood ancestor. Because back in the Sky Palace, although Li Feng didn't show up and directly opened a space-time tunnel to escape, the horsetail whisk had sensed his aura at that time. At this moment, there was an aura beside Qin Feiyang that was very similar to Li Feng's aura. But there seemed to be a fundamental difference. Until now, the black-robed old man, the yin-yang mirror, and the other sovereign divine weapons finally sensed the aura that was rapidly approaching. Could it be their companions? Not good. It might be dangerous. Otherwise, these sovereign divine weapons wouldn't be so excited. One of the women said in a deep voice. "Then what should we do? The other party has the aura of a sovereign divine weapon. It's even possible that they have more than one sovereign divine weapon." A middle-aged man said. "Retreat for now." The black-robed old man's eyes flickered as he gave the order decisively. But they wanted to retreat, but it wouldn't be so easy. Back then, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons were able to smoothly escape from the black-robed old man and the others because they were caught off guard. But now, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons had already expected such a result, so they naturally went all out to entangle the 5 people and the 6 sovereign divine weapons. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain range, a group of people was moving as fast as lightning. It was Qin Feiyang and the others. Just as the fire Qilin sensed Qin Feiyang also sensed the fire Qilin's aura. His eyes trembled and he hurriedly looked up. What's wrong? This scene immediately attracted the attention of the blood tribe and the others. This familiar feeling, it can't be wrong. It's the fire Qilin. They're just ahead. Qin Feiyang said, his expression full of excitement. As long as the fire Qilin wasn't dead, that was better than anything else. The white-eyed wolf and the others immediately looked up, their eyes full of excitement. Boom. A while later, terrifying battle waves could be felt from the front. The Qilin sword, and the horsetail whisk? The horsetail whisk is also here. That means Yun Xiang is also with the Qilin clan? The madman was surprised. Don't forget the main point. Their opponents seem to have 6 sovereign divine weapons and 5 ultimate profundities of supreme laws. The blood ancestor said in a deep voice. Without waiting for Qin Feiyang and the others to speak, the heavenly star divine sword said, "Don't rush me, this is already my maximum speed." When Qin Feiyang and the others heard this, they couldn't help but reveal a wry smile. Indeed, The Heavenly Star Divine Sword had been tracking at its maximum speed, and it couldn't be faster than now. Although it already knew that Tan Wu and the others were facing a crisis at this moment, it could only endure for the time being. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, "Sword of the Grim Reaper, hide your aura and come out." Swish. Except for the ancient castle, all the sovereign divine weapons appeared one after another. Qin Feiyang said, "I'll have to trouble you to surround the battlefield from all directions. Don't let a single person escape." Understood. The divine weapons of the sovereigns responded and immediately dispersed, silently moving to the sides. About 100 breaths passed. Qin Feiyang and the others were finally able to see the situation of the battlefield. Looking at those familiar figures, a joyful smile crept onto their faces. Qin Feiyang, madman. Haha, I finally waited for you guys. Tan Wu started laughing loudly from afar. Qi Xiaoyun and the others were also overjoyed. The pursuit that had lasted for more than half a year could finally be announced. Chapter 3765. At the same time, the black-robed old man and his companions also looked at Qin Feiyang and the others. Qin Feiyang, the white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, Daifuku, the white-bearded old man, and Princess Huofeng. They automatically ignored them and looked at the blood ancestor and the heavenly star sword. Their pupils suddenly shrank. Although the blood ancestor didn't reveal any powerful aura, he could clearly give them a strong sense of danger. "Should we retreat?" the woman asked. "The situation is not good. Retreat first," the black-robed old man said. Boom. The 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons tried their best to break out. However, the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons were even crazier. They were completely disregarding their lives. In short, if you want to escape today, you have to step on our bodies. Damn it. Get out of my way. The black-robed old man roared. The 5 of them activated their ultimate intent and desperately attacked the horsetail whisk and the other sovereign divine weapons with the yin-yang mirror. Ignore them. Leave these sovereign divine weapons behind, the horsetail whisk shouted. The other party outnumbered them. The black-robed old man and his companions were equivalent to 5 sovereign divine weapons. If they really went all out, it would be difficult for them to stop them. Therefore, instead of letting them all escape, it was better to abandon the 5 of them and focus on intercepting the 6 sovereign divine weapons. This was because the 6 sovereign divine weapons were the most important. The Qilin divine sword and the other 9 sovereign divine weapons also had the same intention as the horsetail whisk. They immediately abandoned the black-robed old man and his companions and tightly surrounded the 5 sovereign divine weapons. "They're almost here. What should we do?" The burly man glanced back at Qin Feiyang and the others anxiously. "Let's go." The black-robed old man gritted his teeth and chose to abandon the 6 sovereign divine weapons and escape alone. The 4 sovereigns exchanged glances, then glanced at the yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereigns' divine weapons surrounded by the horsetail whisk. They gritted their teeth and flew away with the black-robed old man without looking back. "Bastard! How dare you leave us alone? The other party only has 1 sovereign divine weapon. What are you afraid of?" The black battle axe immediately roared. However, the 5 of them turned a deaf ear to him and disappeared at lightning speed. They ran away just like that? Seeing this scene, Tan Wu and the rest all had dumbfounded faces. Staying here to wait for death? But it doesn't matter. Without the help of sovereign weapons, their speed can't compare to ours. We'll chase after them later. Yun Xiang regained his senses and sneered. Shua. The heavenly star divine sword finally brought Qin Feiyang and the rest and landed beside Tan Wu and the rest. Go help them. Qin Feiyang looked at the heavenly star god sword. Clang. The heavenly star divine sword rushed into the battlefield and attacked the 6 sovereigns' divine weapons. A trace of suspicion appeared on Qi Xiaoyun's face when he saw this. Why was the divine heavens' command? Master's master? Qi Xiaoyun's master was the white-bearded old man. There. Where were Qi Why? Where were they? Were they? Wolf of them? They king black god? He god die king, as him? The black battle axe and the other sovereign divine weapons were furious. Since you know their character is bad, why don't you give up resisting? Do you really want to die? The horsetail whisk shouted. Now you only have one choice and that is to submit to us. The heavenly divine sword said. Just you? Even if you can destroy us, we can also make you pay a heavy price. The black battle axe sneered. Is that so? The blood ancestor sneered. He took a step forward, and the 18 layers of hell appeared in the sky, emitting a monstrous aura. At the same time, The illusory devil orb appeared, and the sovereign's aura roared in all directions. What? Not only the 6 sovereign divine weapons, but even Qi Shaoyun and the others were shocked. You are the Blood Ancestor? Tan Wu was surprised. That's right. The Blood Ancestor nodded. So it's you. No wonder the horsetail whisk said there was a familiar aura. Tan Wu was enlightened. Blood Ancestor. Qi Shaoyun and Yun Xiang also looked at the Blood Ancestor's back in disbelief. Although they had never seen the Blood Ancestor in person, they had heard of the Blood Ancestor's name from their elders. It was passed down from generation to generation. He was one of the leaders of the human race. He was brothers with the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor. He was on par with the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Master. They didn't expect that this great demon was still alive and had mastered the ultimate profundity of the law of death. How terrifying. The azure-robed old man was also extremely excited. If you don't submit, I'll beat you until you do. The Blood Ancestor was incomparably domineering as the 18 layers of hell pressed down. The illusory demon orb also fully awakened and crazily charged into the battlefield. No wonder I felt a sense of danger. It turns out that he has also mastered the ultimate profundity of the law of death. In the distance, the black-robed old man hid in a mountain and stared at the Blood Ancestor and the illusory demon orb from afar, his eyes full of fear. Fortunately, he had escaped in advance. Otherwise, he would have been doomed. Looks like we really can't attack anymore, the woman said in a deep voice. They were hiding in this place now because they were hoping for a fluke. If Qin Feiyang and the others only had the Heavenly Star God Sword, they would still be able to barely put up a fight. But now, another Blood Ancestor and the illusory demon orb had appeared. If they attacked again, they would definitely die in the end. The black-robed old man sighed. Although it's a pity to lose the yin-yang mirror, there's no other way. Staying alive is more important. Let's go. Let them off easy? Impossible. We can go find the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings and ask them to help us. The woman snorted. That's right. No matter how strong these people are, can they be stronger than the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Demon Kings? Just wait, it'll be your end soon. The burly man nodded in agreement. He stared at Qin Feiyang and the others with a cold glint in his eyes and decisively turned to leave. Where do you think you're going? But at this moment, following a cold laugh, a terrifying godly aura burst out from the mountain behind him. It was the sword of the Grim Reaper. What? The 5 of them changed color. Yun Xiang and the others also sensed the aura of the sword of the Grim Reaper and immediately looked up. Brother Qin, what's going on? I've already arranged for the other sovereign divine weapons to quietly move out and seal off the entire battlefield. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I see. Everyone was enlightened. As expected of Qin Feiyang, he had already thought that the 5 of them might escape. Tan Wu asked, but the sword of the Grim Reaper doesn't seem to be enough to stop them, right? Of course it can't be just the sword of Thanatos. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. You dare to intercept us all by yourself? You're courting death. The 5 of them came back to their senses and killing intent surged in their eyes. They all activated their ultimate techniques and charged toward the sword of the Grim Reaper. Who said he's alone? Accompanied by a cold laugh, the nearby Ice Phoenix sword and White Dragon sword erupted with monstrous power and charged toward them like lightning. The 5 of them were stunned. There were actually 3 sovereign divine weapons? Boom. However, that was not the end. Several more bursts of divine might burst out. The Black Dragon Mirror, the Red Long Sword, the Golden Dragon Spear, the Silver Moon Divine Sword, the Golden Sun Divine Sword, the Edgeless Heavy Sword, and the Cauldron of All Creation also charged out from the mountains on both sides. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sword of the Grim Reaper. Boom. 10 sovereign divine weapons charged toward the 5 ultimate techniques. The 5 ultimate techniques collapsed on the spot. Looking at the 10 sovereign divine weapons, the 5 of them fell into despair. What kind of joke was this? There were actually 10 sovereign divine weapons. Weren't you very arrogant? Come. Continue to taunt us. The Golden Sun Divine Sword sneered. The 5 of them trembled and their faces turned ashen. They had never imagined that they would encounter such a ruthless person who had brought more than 10 sovereign divine weapons with him. You don't dare to? Then we'll start being arrogant. Beat them up. The Golden Sun Divine Sword laughed loudly. The 10 sovereign divine weapons immediately swarmed forward, and screams resounded through the sky. We submit. At the same time, the yin-yang mirror and the other sovereign divine weapons paled when they saw this scene. They hurriedly shouted at the Blood Ancestor and the other sovereign divine weapons. You want to submit now? Do you think it's that easy? The Blood Ancestor sneered as he led a group of sovereign divine weapons to attack them. Excluding the Blood Ancestor, there were as many as 12 sovereign divine weapons attacking them. Moreover, the illusory Devil Orb and Star God Sword were both in peak condition. One could only imagine. The 6 sovereign weapons, including the Yin-Yang Mirror, would meet a tragic end. Ice Phoenix Sword, White Dragon Sword, Golden Dragon Spear, Black Dragon Mirror? What's going on? Qi Xiaoyun was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Yun Ziang, the azure-robed old man, Tan Wu, the Hellhound, and the Fire Qilin were also confused. Weren't these the sovereign divine weapons of the Foam People and Dragons? Why were they helping Qin Feiyang now? Xiaoyun. The current Qin Feiyang is no longer weaker than the Qilin race. No. His current foundation is even stronger than the Qilin race. The white-bearded old man sighed. You mean these sovereign divine weapons have all submitted to him? Qi Xiaoyun was shocked and asked secretly. That's right. Even the Star God Sword has submitted to him. Moreover, he has subdued several sovereign divine weapons in the Skybell Divine Treasury. Take a look for yourself. All the sovereign divine weapons that you have never seen before were subdued by him here. The white-bearded old man transmitted. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the sovereign divine weapons. The Myriad Cauldron, Gold Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword, and Edgeless Heavy Sword were all new to him. There was also the Blood Ancestor's illusory Devil Orb. Was this Qin Feiyang's current foundation? He had indeed surpassed the Qilin race. Brother Qin, what's going on? Tan Wu and the Hellhound walked to Qin Feiyang's side, their faces full of curiosity. Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the white-eyed wolf grinned and said, Are you stupid? Isn't this obvious? Ichem? The man and the dog looked at the white-eyed wolf. The Hellhound raised his brow and said, Who are you? Do you know who this king is? How dare you be so arrogant before this king? The white-eyed wolf blanked out slightly before a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He asked, Then do you know who this big brother is? Do you know the price of being arrogant before this big brother? Big brother? The Hellhound blanked out for a moment before sizing up the white-eyed wolf. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura from the white-eyed wolf, and his pupils shrunk. Chapter 3766. Tan Wu was also sizing up the white-eyed wolf and asked with some uncertainty, Are you the white-eyed wolf? Although there was the aura of the white-eyed wolf, he had never seen the appearance of the white-eyed wolf before, so he was a little uncertain for a moment. Moreover, he also knew. The white-eyed wolf had always been resistant to transforming into a human form. The white-eyed wolf stroked his chin and said proudly, Besides brother, who else do you think can be as handsome as brother? Shameless. Princess Huofeng secretly despised him. Tan Wu and the Hellhound looked at each other. It was actually this scammer. It was simply unprecedented. Not only did he transform into a human form, but he was also complacent because of his handsome appearance. Was this the personality of the white-eyed wolf? Suddenly, they found that the white-eyed wolf and Princess Huofeng were clasping hands, and immediately understood that they were in love. No wonder. So it's Brother Wolf. I'm sorry. This little brother has eyes but can't see. I didn't recognize your true appearance. Your appearance is really handsome, super invincible in the universe. The infernal divine hound immediately changed its arrogant attitude and began to flatter him. You have good taste. The white-eyed wolf patted the hellhound's head. The hellhound glanced at the Princess Huofeng next to him, and went to the white-eyed wolf's side and said with a sneaky smile, Not bad, Brother Wolf, you actually captured such a great beauty. Of course. Don't you know who I am? The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Then tell me, who are you? Princess Huofeng stared at him, and the hand hidden below fiercely pinched the flesh of the white-eyed wolf's waist. The white-eyed wolf grimaced in pain and hurriedly said, Who can I be? I'm your little follower. If you tell me to go east, I won't dare to go west. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Was this another typical henpecked husband? Congratulations. Qi Xiaoyun calmed himself down and smiled at Princess Huofeng. Thank you, big brother Xiaoyun. Princess Huofeng let go of the white-eyed wolf. She blushed and lowered her head, looking shy and happy. Qi Xiaoyun smiled and looked at white-eyed wolf. Brother Wolf King, you must treat Wu well. She's a good girl. Do I need you to tell me that? The white-eyed wolf snorted. What's with your attitude? They are congratulating us. Can you be more polite? Princess Huofeng was displeased. Okay. I'm being polite. White-eyed wolf nodded helplessly. He stepped forward and put his arm around Qi Xiaoyun's shoulder. He grinned and said, "Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely invite you to my wedding in the future." Qi Xiaoyun stared blankly for a moment before he smiled. "It's a deal then." "It's a deal." After saying that, White-Eyed Wolf looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons and the black-robed old man's group of 5. He asked, "How do you want to deal with them?" "Big Brother Wolf, of course. You don't know. We have been hunted by them for almost half a year." The infernal divine hound immediately said, "Okay. I'll leave them to you later." White-Eyed Wolf nodded. "Thank you, Big Brother. You are really my brother." The infernal divine hound pounced on White-Eyed Wolf and licked him with his tongue. "Fuck. You're disgusting." White-Eyed Wolf kicked the infernal divine hound away with a look of disgust. "Don't talk about it." The originally heavy atmosphere was lightened by the infernal divine hound and White-Eyed Wolf's words. "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang walked up to the Fire Qilin and asked with concern. The Fire Qilin shook his head and said with a smile, "Fortunately, I met you guys. If not for them, it would be really difficult to get rid of their pursuit." "Brother Qin, did you follow the marks we left behind to find us?" Tan Wu asked. "Yes." Qin Feiyang turned to look at Tan Wu and nodded. Tan Wu and the Fire Qilin looked at each other and smiled. They had left the marks with the mentality of being lucky, but they didn't expect that it would really save their lives. "Have you guys been fighting here all this time?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "No." The Fire Qilin shook his head and briefly explained Tan Wu's concerns and suggestion. If Tan Wu hadn't suggested returning the way they came, they wouldn't have met Qin Feiyang and the others now. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he couldn't help but look at Tan Wu again. As expected, Uncle Yuan didn't misjudge. Tan Wu was a rare talent. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I just chose a slightly safer route through analyzing the current situation. I didn't expect to meet you guys." Tan Wu chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled and turned to nod at Yun Ziang. Then he looked at the old man in green and cupped his hands. "Junior Qin Feiyang greets Senior. No need to be so polite." The old man in green waved his hand and looked at Qin Feiyang with kind eyes. His eyes were full of admiration and a trace of relief. When Qin Feiyang heard the old man's voice, he was slightly stunned. This voice was a little familiar? After pondering for a while, he immediately revealed a look of realization. He had heard this voice in the land of buried gods. When the Sky Bell Divine Treasure appeared, the Little Rabbit, Feather Emperor and Dragon King went to Sky Cloud Island to check the situation. At that time, a voice came from the depths of the land of buried gods, telling them to leave the land of buried gods quickly and ordered to seal the land of buried gods. The owner of this voice was the old man in front of him. Thinking about it, he should also be a reclusive old antique. Whoosh! At this time, the battle finally came to an end. In fact, it was a slaughter. The Qilin clan had 9 sovereign divine weapons. On Qin Feiyang's side, apart from the ancient castle, they had all the sovereign divine weapons, the Blood Ancestor, and the illusory demon orb. How could the black-robed old man and the 6 sovereign divine weapons and the yin-yang mirror stop such a huge lineup? The Blood Ancestor, the Sword of the Grim Reaper, and the other sovereign divine weapons landed in front of Qin Feiyang and the others. The 5 of them were already covered in wounds and dripping with blood. Each of them was like a dead dog lying weakly on the ground. The 6 sovereign divine weapons were also shattered, and they looked extremely miserable. "Bastards, are you still going to chase us?" The Hell God Hound immediately ran up to them and beat them up. Qi Xiaoyun, Tan Wu, and the Fire Qilin looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Their life of escape was finally over. "Greetings, Lord Blood Ancestor." The azure-robed old man looked at the 5 of them and the 6 sovereign divine weapons. He walked up to the Blood Ancestor and bowed respectfully, his expression extremely emotional. The Blood Ancestor lowered his head and looked at the azure-robed old man. After a long time, he sighed and stretched out his hand to help the azure-robed old man up. "It's been hard on you all these years." The azure-robed old man's heart ached when he heard that. He couldn't help but tear up. "Elder Qin, you know him?" Yun Ziang asked suspiciously. "Of course I know him. We once followed the Blood Ancestor, the Human Emperor, and the Feather Emperor to protect the human race and conquer the Divine Kingdom." The azure-robed old man nodded. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the hot-blooded scenes from back then. His entire face glowed. Yun Ziang suddenly understood. He bowed and said, "Junior Yun Ziang greets Lord Blood Ancestor." Good. "I heard that you are the disciple of the Princess of the Divine Kingdom. That means we are family. There is no need to be so polite." The Blood Ancestor nodded and smiled. Looking at the blood ancestor's amiable face, Yun Ziang was quite surprised. Wasn't the blood ancestor rumored to be a great devil? Why didn't he look like one now? Damn it, his bones are so hard. I can't even chew them. At this time, the infernal divine hound returned to Tan Wu's side. Do you really want to bite them? Tan Wu shook his head and laughed. Nonsense. After chasing us for so long, I really want to eat their flesh and drink their blood. But because they are all undead, I feel a little uncomfortable and can't eat them. The infernal divine hound shook his head, his face full of disdain. Hearing this, the black-robed old man and the others trembled with anger. At this point, was there a need to humiliate them like this? If you can't eat them, then I won't be polite. The blood ancestor suddenly smiled coldly. A blood-colored vortex appeared between his eyebrows, and a bloody hand stretched out. What the hell? The infernal divine hound was startled and hurriedly hid behind Tan Wu. Is there a need to be so exaggerated? Tan Wu glared at it angrily. The next moment, Qi Xiaoyun, the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, the infernal divine hound, Yun Ziang, and the white-bearded old man were all dumbfounded. The bloody hand actually shattered the skulls of the 5 people and directly devoured their souls. After losing their souls, the 5 people fell to the ground, leaving only terrified screams that echoed in the world for a long time. What is this? Tan Wu looked at Qin Feiyang. This is a secret technique that can devour the souls of the undead. Qin Feiyang gave a simple explanation in secret. What? There is actually such a terrifying secret technique in the world? Tan Wu's heart was filled with shock. Sure enough, there was an old saying that there was always someone better. Qi Xiaoyun and the others were also shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Was this the true face of the blood ancestor? It was indeed terrifying. They were almost fooled by the amiable side of him. How could a person who could be called the great devil in this world be a kind person? An undead with a body of flesh and blood is indeed different. The blood ancestor closed his eyes, his face full of enjoyment and intoxication. He could feel that his third type of law had instantly improved by a large margin. Now, he had already mastered 2 ultimate profundities. They were the law of slaughter and the law of death. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that he was not far from breaking through to his third law. At the same time, seeing the 5 people mercilessly killed by the blood ancestor, the yin-yang mirror and the other 6 sovereign divine weapons couldn't help but tremble. Swish! The blood ancestor opened his eyes and looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons. What are you trying to do? The black axe asked in horror. Now it wanted to find a hole to hide in. This old man in blood-red clothes was too cruel. The blood ancestor smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I can only devour the souls of the undead. I can't devour you weapon spirits." The 6 sovereign divine weapons heaved a sigh of relief. The blood ancestor's eyes flashed and he asked with a smile, "But do you know who I stole this secret technique from?" "We don't know." The 6 sovereign divine weapons quickly answered. Tan Wu and the others also looked at the blood ancestor suspiciously. "The primal chaos divine king." The blood ancestor said word by word. "What? The primal chaos divine king?" The 6 sovereign divine weapons were shocked. To actually snatch it from the hands of the primal chaos divine king, this old man's guts have grown. More importantly, he even succeeded in stealing it. One had to know that it was the primal chaos divine king, the strongest existence in the Skybell divine treasure. Even sovereign divine weapons like them had to flee when they saw the primal chaos divine king. How did this old man do it? Chapter 3767. The blood ancestor sneered. Think about it. We even dared to snatch something from the divine king of primal chaos. What are your sovereign divine weapons? Qin Feiyang, the madman, and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other. Was this an old devil? He was clearly a sly old devil. He actually used this to scare the 6 sovereign divine weapons. However, it did have some effect on the 6 sovereign divine weapons. How is it? Are you still so arrogant? The blood ancestor sneered. No. You are all big shots. The black axe smiled flatteringly. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Were they so easily scared? They really thought too highly of them. The blood ancestor turned to Qin Feiyang, indicating that he would let Qin Feiyang handle the rest. Qin Feiyang scanned everyone present, his eyes flickering. How should the 6 sovereign divine weapons be distributed? He couldn't take all of them for himself, right? At this moment there were 4 forces present. The land of buried gods, the Kirin clan, the Feng people, and the human race. No, it should be 5 forces. Because the blood ancestor was one of them. In fact, if the blood ancestor was one of them, it would only benefit Qin Feiyang. Because the blood ancestor was also a human and had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, the more sovereign divine weapons the blood ancestor could get, the better it would be for them and the better it would be for the human race in the future. 5 forces, 6 sovereign divine weapons. How could they divide them equally? Qi Xiaoyun, Yun Ziang, and Princess Huofeng didn't say anything. They all had their own thoughts in their hearts. Yun Ziang and the cyan-robed old man's thoughts were simple. After all, the land of buried gods and the human race were one family. It didn't matter who had the sovereign divine weapons. Moreover, Qin Feiyang was the descendant of the Feather Emperor. Whether it was for public or private reasons, the land of buried gods couldn't compete with Qin Feiyang. Most importantly, before entering the land of buried gods, the Feather Emperor had personally ordered everyone in the land of buried gods to listen to Qin Feiyang's orders unconditionally. What did this mean? This meant that they had to temporarily serve Qin Feiyang as their master. As for Princess Huofeng, she did want to help the Feng people obtain more Dominator weapons, but she had to consider her relationship with the White-Eyed Wolf. Anyway, she knew that Qin Feiyang would not ignore her. As for Yun Ziang and the white-bearded old man, they wanted to argue, but they also knew that the initiative was in Qin Feiyang's hands. First, back then it was because of the appearance of Yun Ziang, the green-robed old man, and the horsetail whisk that they were able to escape from the Yin-Yang Lake. Everyone knew that the horsetail whisk was Qin Feiyang's earliest sovereign weapon. Yun Ziang was the disciple of the princess of the Divine Kingdom, while the latter was the subordinate of the human emperor, the Feather Emperor, and the blood ancestor. They were clearly a family. Secondly, the 9 Dominator weapons of the Kirin clan had all been severely damaged. If Qin Feiyang chose to turn hostile at this time, the Kirin clan would definitely be wiped out. Even the Dominator weapons like the Kirin sword would not be controlled by Qin Feiyang. Moreover, Princess Huofeng was obviously on the same side as Qin Feiyang and the others. If the Feng people and the human race joined forces, the Kirin clan would have no chance of winning. The last point was the Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound. Whether it was the Horsetail Whisk or Qin Feiyang and the others, they all came to help them because of the Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound. So, their Kirin clan was not qualified to compete at all. Even if Qin Feiyang did not share it with them, they had nothing to say. How about this? After a long time, Qin Feiyang finally had an idea. However, this idea had a bit of selfishness. Tell me. Hearing this, everyone looked at him expectantly. 6 Dominator weapons. 2 of them will be given to Tan Wu and the Fire Kirin. As for the remaining 4, the Blood Ancestor, the Land of the Buried Gods, the Feng people, and me, 1 for each of us. Qin Feiyang said. This, Tan Wu and the Fire Kirin were stunned. They were actually given 1 each? This was completely out of their expectations. And regarding this, Princess Huofeng, the Blood Ancestor, Yun Ziang, and the Old Man in Green had no objections. However, Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man looked at each other and couldn't help but frown. This seemed to have nothing to do with their Kirin clan. The Fire Kirin, Tan Wu, and the Hell God Hound were now in the Kirin clan, but everyone knew that their position had always been with Qin Feiyang. If one day the Kirin clan and Qin Feiyang went to war, the Fire Kirin and the others would definitely not hesitate and directly choose to help Qin Feiyang. Moreover, they even gave the Blood Ancestor a share. Who didn't know the relationship between the Blood Ancestor, the Human Emperor, and the Feather Emperor? Although it was understandable that they had selfish motives, this selfishness was too strong. It seemed. Although Qin Feiyang had only obtained 1 sovereign divine weapon, in fact, he had obtained 4 sovereign divine weapons. No, the correct number was 5. Because the Land of the Buried Gods and Qin Feiyang were also one family. In other words, apart from the sovereign divine weapon obtained by the Feng people, all the other sovereign divine weapons had fallen into the hands of the human race. Qin Feiyang looked at the master and disciple duo. He smiled faintly and said, "You two will definitely be dissatisfied with my arrangement. However, I hope that you two can understand me. After all, your 3 races have already formed an alliance and want to eliminate me. You already know." Qi Xiaoyun was surprised. Of course. It was Qi Xiong and Qi Yefeng who told me. Qin Feiyang nodded. Qi Xiaoyun sighed. Let's talk about it later. The Fire Qilin is the holy son of the Qilin race. Putting aside our private matters, he is indeed a member of the Qilin race now. The sovereign divine weapon I gave him is equivalent to the Qilin race's sovereign divine weapon. I believe that. At present, no one can refute this. As for the Blood Ancestor, not only now but in the past we also counted separately because this was his request. If the Qilin race is dissatisfied, you can go and reason with him. Qin Feiyang directly threw the blame to the blood ancestor. This ancestor really wants to find the Qilin race and have a good talk with you. The blood ancestor looked at Qi Shaoyun and Qi Shaoyun with a cold glint in his eyes. Qi Shaoyun and his disciple looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Reason with the blood ancestor? Wasn't that courting death? Qin Feiyang glanced at everyone and said with a faint smile, "If no one has any objections, choose your favorite sovereign divine weapon and let them swear a blood oath." Princess Huofeng, Yun Xiang and the cyan-robed old man all shook their heads. "That's it." Qi Shaoyun shook his head and sighed. "Fine." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the 6 sovereign divine weapons. Apart from the yin-yang mirror and the black axe, the other 4 sovereign divine weapons were the phoenix bell, the devil slaughtering staff, the frost sparrow sword and the lightning god's hammer. The phoenix bell was a fiery red bell with numerous lifelike phoenixes engraved on it. The devil slaughtering staff was a 2-meter-long staff. It was completely black and emitted a terrifying aura. The frost sparrow sword looked like it was made of ice. It was 1 meter long and 6 inches wide. Its hilt was shaped like a sparrow and emitted a bone-chilling cold aura. The lightning god's hammer was purple in color and surrounded by lightning. Its destructive power was astonishing. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. I've taken a liking to this phoenix bell. Princess Huofeng glanced at everyone and was the first to step forward and grab the phoenix bell. Then this ancestor will choose this devil slaughtering staff. The blood ancestor snickered. Madman bared his teeth and said, "Ancestor, are you trying to use this devil slaughtering staff to subdue yourself?" Scram. The blood ancestor glared at him. Yun Xiang also stepped forward and said with a smile, "We've long wanted to subdue this yin-yang mirror." After saying that, he grabbed the yin-yang mirror. The Fire Qilin and Tan Wu looked at each other and stepped forward one after another, taking out the black battle axe and the lightning god's hammer. Here. Only the frost sparrow sword was left. "Look, no one likes you. How much of a failure are you?" The white-eyed wolf looked at the frost sparrow sword and sneered. "You'd better not like me either." The frost sparrow sword snorted coldly. "You think you can obtain freedom if we don't like you? In your dreams. Come here obediently." The white-eyed wolf sneered. The frost sparrow sword flew to Qin Feiyang's side with despair. "Qin Feiyang, do me a favor." Suddenly, the edgeless heavy sword spoke. "What?" Qin Feiyang looked at it suspiciously. The edgeless heavy sword said, "Use this frost sparrow sword to exchange for the void mirror." What? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Aren't the void mirror and the illusory demon orb already my followers? But now, one of them is following Princess Huofeng, and the other is following that old man, the blood ancestor. How inconvenient would it be for me to order them around in the future? The edgeless heavy sword said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The edgeless heavy sword hadn't forgotten about this? When the void mirror heard this, it immediately ran out of Princess Huofeng's body and shouted, "Qin Feiyang, please don't. I get along very well with Princess Huofeng, and I like her very much. If I leave her, I don't want to live anymore." Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Princess Huofeng was also speechless. Could it be any more exaggerated? He didn't want to live anymore. It was obvious that he didn't want to be ordered around by the edgeless heavy sword. The edgeless heavy sword said, "Qin Feiyang, this is what you promised me. A man has to keep his word." "Look." Qin Feiyang looked at Princess Huofeng. Princess Huofeng glanced at the void mirror and smiled. "I'm fine with it. Women are indeed heartless." The void mirror immediately cried out, "Serves you right." The illusory demon orb was also secretly gloating. But suddenly, the blood ancestor glanced at the illusory demon orb and smiled. "You can go with Qin Feiyang too." "What?" The illusory demon orb was shocked. The blood ancestor said, "Since you're all followers, of course you have to stay by the edgeless heavy sword's side. That way others can order you around." "Damn old man, what have I done to let you down? Why are you tricking me like this?" The illusory demon orb immediately roared. Ahem. The blood ancestor coughed and smiled. "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." "I knew it. You're not a bastard old man." The illusory demon orb chuckled and heaved a sigh of relief. The edgeless heavy sword snorted coldly. "Don't be complacent. Sooner or later I'll swap with you. Let's see how I deal with you in the future." "Afraid of you?" The illusory demon orb clamored. "Alright, arrogant, right? Just wait and see." The edgeless heavy sword sneered. Chapter 3768. When the illusory demon orb heard this, it couldn't help but feel a little guilty. "Old man, you won't switch with me, right? What kind of attitude is this?" Am I that kind of heartless person? The blood ancestor was dissatisfied. No, definitely not. The illusory demon orb secretly smiled flatteringly. This little old man finally had some conscience. Immediately after, under the guidance of Qin Feiyang and the others, the Yin-Yang mirror and the other sovereigns all made a blood oath. The Frost Sparrow sword and the Void mirror swapped. Now, the Void mirror followed Qin Feiyang, and the Frost Sparrow sword followed Princess Hufeng. Swear. The Yin-Yang mirror and the other sovereigns were a little stunned. What was going on? They could be controlled just like that? You can try and see the power of this blood oath. The illusory demon orb smirked. This blood oath will come true. And even if we are sovereigns, it can directly erase us. The edgeless sword sneered. Come true? The 6 sovereigns were shocked and asked, are you all also controlled by the blood oath? Otherwise, do you think we would follow them? The Void mirror snorted. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by following them? The white-eyed wolf raised his eyebrows and looked at the Void mirror with evil intentions. Cough cough. No. Sorry, I spoke the truth without thinking. I will be more careful next time. The Void mirror laughed dryly. The white-eyed wolf's face darkened. Speaking the truth without thinking? He looked at the edgeless sword and said, teach this little follower of yours well and let him know what the right values are. The right values? The edgeless sword was speechless. It didn't find any right values in the white-eyed wolf. As expected, they were all shameless people. The frenzy shook his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. This is going to be interesting. Qin Feiyang deeply agreed. None of these sovereign weapons were normal. They were all immoral scammers. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang looked at the Qilin sword and the other sovereign's divine weapons. His eyes flashed and he said, surround them. The sovereign's divine weapons, madman, and the others were all stunned. What kind of show was this? The edgeless heavy sword activated the cauldron of all creation and the Void mirror as he shouted, you 3 lackeys, didn't you hear? Hurry up. You're really ordering us around? The 2 sovereign divine weapons were indignant, and they rushed forward like lightning, surrounding the Qilin divine sword and the other sovereign divine weapons. The sword of the Thanatos and the other sovereign armaments reacted and charged forward. Illusory demon orb, demon vanquishing staff, you 2 go as well. The blood ancestor glanced at Qin Feiyang and his eyes flashed. Immediately, the Qilin clan's 9 sovereign divine weapons were surrounded by the other sovereign divine weapons. Brother Qin, what are you doing? Qi Xiaoyun turned pale with fright, thinking that Qin Feiyang was going to attack them. Don't panic. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He looked at the 9 sovereign divine weapons and said, I need all of you to swear a blood oath. From today onward, you will only be loyal to Qi Xiaoyun. What? Qi Xiaoyun was stunned. He had thought that Qin Feiyang was going to turn hostile and snatch the sovereign divine weapons away. But in the end, Qin Feiyang wanted all the sovereign divine weapons to be loyal to him? The white-bearded old man was stunned as well. That was too surprising. But for Xiaoyun this was a good thing. Apart from the Qilin divine sword, the other 9 sovereign divine weapons were the sovereign divine weapons of the other 8 clans. The current situation was rather unique. The patriarchs and ancestors of the 8 clans had all died in battle. Otherwise, the 8 sovereign divine weapons wouldn't have listened to Qi Xiaoyun. But if they could swear a blood oath, things would be different. In the future, Qi Xiaoyun would have full control over all the sovereign divine weapons. At that time, his status in the Qilin clan would change drastically. Master, don't think of it so simply. Qi Xiaoyun sighed. What do you mean? The white-bearded old man asked doubtfully. Qi Xiaoyun sighed. Qin Feiyang might seem to be helping us, but he is actually giving us a difficult problem to solve. What problem? The more the white-bearded old man listened, the more confused he became. Qi Xiaoyun said, think about it. Apart from the ancestor, who else can threaten Qin Feiyang? Of course it's the sovereign divine weapons. The white-bearded old man said without hesitation. Have you thought about our relationship with Qin Feiyang in the future? Qi Xiaoyun asked. The white-bearded old man sank into silence. The more you gain, the greater the responsibility, said Qi Xiaoyun. If I were to truly obtain the authority to control these sovereign divine weapons, although my position in the Qilin clan would rise with the tide, what if old ancestor insists on waging war with Qin Feiyang in the future? When the time comes, how should I choose? Qi Xiaoyun sighed. The white-bearded old man asked, are you saying that Qin Feiyang has given you the authority to declare war? That's right. If I gain control of the sovereign divine weapons, I will have the authority to speak in the Qilin clan. In fact, I will even have the authority to make decisions. If the ancestor wants to declare war on Qin Feiyang in the future, he will definitely ask for my opinion. What do you think I should do then? Should I fight or not? Qi Xiaoyun was worried. I really didn't expect this kid to be so shrewd. The white-bearded old man's pupils shrank as he thought to himself. If he wasn't shrewd, would he have been able to reach where he is today? Qi Xiaoyun glanced at Princess Huofeng and transmitted, if I'm not mistaken, the Feng people are in the same situation now. That can't be. The white-bearded old man was shocked. All the Feng people's sovereign divine weapons had already sworn a blood oath to serve Princess Huofeng? Otherwise, do you think Qin Feiyang would take care of her just because of her relationship with the golden-winged wolf king? Qin Feiyang isn't such a generous person. Of course he's not wrong either. After all, there's a saying that every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. But it'll be difficult for us in the future. Qi Xiaoyun shook his head. He suddenly felt a heavy burden on his shoulders. Because in the future, one of his decisions would affect the entire Sky Cloud realm. The scene fell silent for a while. Qin Feiyang, don't go too far. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded. It was one of the sovereign divine weapons of the Qilin clan expressing its dissatisfaction. So what if we bully you? You don't agree? Come, let's compete. Madman laughed. The sovereign divine weapon didn't dare to speak. They more or less knew about Qin Feiyang and Madman's personalities. They were two people who were not afraid of anything. Hurry up and don't waste time. Otherwise I'll send all of you to hell. Madman sneered. Sigh. The sovereign divine weapons fell silent for a while before sighing. One after another, they swore a blood oath of loyalty to Qi Xiaoyun. When Qi Xiaoyun saw that, he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Madman. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Qin, Brother Imo, I originally had no intention of fighting for power. But now I've been forced into a corner by you. Isn't there a saying that goes like this? In the Yangtze River, the new generation replaces the old. The Qilin master is old. It's time for someone to replace him. Looking at the entire Qilin clan, I think you're the only one qualified, said Madman. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. Brother Imo, you're putting a lot of pressure on me. What do you think I should do when the old patriarch starts a war with you? Qi Xiaoyun said helplessly. That will depend on your choice. In any case, so long as it's your choice, we'll accompany you to the end. Madman chuckled. Qi Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. Since this matter is over, let's discuss our next move. After saying that, Qin Feiyang looked at Qi Xiaoyun and smiled. By the way, Brother Qi, there's something I might need your help with in the future. What is it? Qi Xiaoyun asked doubtfully. Putting aside the grudge between the Qilin clan and the humans, Qin Feiyang had arrived in time to save them. It was time for him to repay this favor. I wonder if you have the Primal Chaos Divine King and the 10 Devil Kings? Asked Qin Feiyang. Didn't the Blood Ancestor mention it before? Also, I've heard the Qilin Divine Sword mention it before. Qi Xiaoyun nodded. It's not just seem. They're really strong. We've already fought the Black Flame Devil King and the Queen of Flame. Both times we barely escaped death. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. What? Qi Xiaoyun was shocked. The Yin-Yang Mirror asked in astonishment. What do you mean by that? Didn't the Blood Ancestor say that you're still fighting the Primal Chaos Divine King? Idiots, he was just scaring you. You really believed him? Said the Blood Ancestor in disdain. Old bastard, you're a fucking bastard. The sovereigns were furious. Was he treating them like monkeys? The Blood Ancestor didn't lie to you completely. The secret technique he learned was indeed stolen from the Primal Chaos Divine King's nest. As for the Black Flame Devil King and the Queen of Flame, we did manage to escape death when we fought the Black Flame Devil King, but the Queen of Flame is now dead, said Qin Feiyang. What? The 6 sovereigns were shocked. That's right. Yes, we killed her, although we paid a heavy price. Qin Feiyang nodded. Impossible. With your strength, how could you kill the Queen of Flame? The 6 sovereigns couldn't believe their ears. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and a fragment of the flame magic sword appeared. This is, as soon as the 6 sovereign divine weapons saw the Raging Flames Devil Sword fragment, their hearts were in turmoil. The flame magic sword said disdainfully, trash like you dare to doubt Qin Feiyang's words? The 6 sovereigns fell silent. If even a fragment of the flame magic sword was left, then the news of the Queen of Flame's death was definitely true. Was this group of people so cruel and brutal? What kind of existence was the Queen of Flame? It was like a dream that she could kill her. Qin Feiyang put away the fragment of the flame magic sword and said, to be honest, one of our companions and 3 sovereigns have fallen into the hands of the Divine King. possible I will need your help. No. Qi Xiaoyun wanted to agree to repay the favor, but the Qilin's sacred sword and the other sovereigns secretly advised him not to provoke the primal chaos divine king. Thus he hesitated. Chapter 3, Release at 10. Chapter 3769. Xiaoyun, you need to think twice before you act. Although I don't know how strong this divine king is, since even Qin Feiyang and the others are so afraid of him, he is definitely not an ordinary person. We can't risk the fate of all our sovereign weapons just to help him. The white-bearded old man tried to persuade Qi Xiaoyun as well. Qi Xiaoyun said, but he has saved us. How can we burn the bridge after crossing it? But, the white-bearded old man frowned. Master, that's enough. I don't want to be a heartless person. Moreover, haven't you always taught me that I must know how to repay kindness? Qi Xiaoyun smiled. When the white-bearded old man heard that, he lowered his head in shame. That's right. He had once taught this disciple of his to be a grateful person. But now this disciple of his was trying to stay out of this matter. How shameful. Fine. You decide. The white-bearded old man did not say anything else. Just as Qin Feiyang had said, the new generation would replace the old. They were indeed old. Sometimes they should leave the stage to the younger generation. Actually, you don't have to be so worried. We might not necessarily face the divine king head-on. I'm just saying what if. Besides, I have already talked to the dragons and the Feng people. They will help me when the time comes. Qin Feiyang smiled. The dragons and the Feng people? Qi Xiaoyun blanked out. That's right. The dragons Long Chen. Qin Feiyang nodded and pointed at Princess Huofeng. He smiled and said, the Feng people are naturally referring to this princess. Xiaoyun, there is something I haven't told you. The dragons and the Feng people have all been wiped out. Only Long Chen, Princess Huofeng and Daifuku are left. The white-bearded old man transmitted. Qi Xiaoyun was alarmed. Is this Qin Feiyang's doing? Yes. The white-bearded old man nodded. Terrifying indeed. Qi Xiaoyun smiled bitterly. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, sure. If you need anything just let me know. Thank you. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. Then he asked, then should we go together or go our separate ways? Actually, I think we can travel together and take care of each other. Qi Xiaoyun muttered to himself for a while and smiled. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Qin. However, I would still like to explore the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury by myself. After all, it wasn't easy for me to come to the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. I have to temper myself. All right. Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't force the issue. He then looked at the Fire Qilin, Tanwu and the Hellhound. Now that we have Dominator weapons we can go shopping alone. Tanwu chuckled, turned to look at the Fire Qilin and asked, Fire Qilin, why don't we team up together? Sure. Fire Qilin nodded. You guys, whether it was in the Divine Ruins in the past or the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure now, you all like to be alone. Am I so unwelcomed by you all? Qin Feiyang felt wronged. He really wanted the Fire Qilin, Tanwu and the Hellhound to stay by his side. Tanwu smiled and said, although it's nice to stay under a big tree, we still want to rely on our own abilities to make a name for ourselves. Fine. As long as you're happy. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, but before we leave, let's establish a soul contract with each of our Dominator weapons. That way if we encounter any danger we will be able to call for help in time. That's fine. Tanwu nodded. Since that's the case, let's establish a soul contract with each of our Dominator weapons as well. In any case it will be useful in both the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury and the Skycloud Realm. Qi Xiaoyun smiled. Everyone nodded. Princess Huofeng also took out all her Dominator weapons. Looking at the Fire Phoenix Sword and the other Dominator weapons, the 6 Yin-Yang Mirror felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't expected that this woman had so many Dominator weapons hidden away. What a group of ferocious people. After the soul contract was established, Qi Xiaoyun smiled and said, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with, Brother Qin. What is it? Qin Feiyang asked doubtfully. Qi Xiaoyun said, ask the Goldwing Wolf King to help me set up a time formation. The Qilin sword and the other Dominator weapons had all suffered heavy injuries. Without a time formation, they wouldn't be able to repair their bodies until they left the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. Thus, they had to repair their bodies before leaving the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. Only then would they be able to survive in the Heaven Bell Divine Treasury. No problem. Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the Blood Ancestor. He smiled and said, Ancestor, I'll have to trouble you. Qi Xiaoyun looked at the Blood Ancestor. The white-eyed wolf isn't the only one who has grasped the law of time. I'm not willing to give you a time formation for most people. The blood ancestor smiled coldly and waved his hand. A time formation appeared. Thank you, Qi Shaoyin said gratefully. Qi Shaoyin said gratefully. Back then, when the teleportation formation appeared, he had a feeling that it was not 500 years per day but 1,000 years per day. Then, Qi Shaoyin transformed into a majestic fire qilin. It was more than 10 meters long and flames surged all over its body. It looked majestic. This was Qi Shaoyin's main body. Shaoyin, what are you doing? The white-bearded old man was surprised. Qi Shaoyin did not answer. He turned to the blood ancestor and said, please fix the time formation on my back. How can I do that? Let me do it. You still need to enter seclusion to comprehend the profundity of the laws. The white-bearded old man hurriedly said. He finally understood what Qi Shaoyin wanted to do. If he placed the time formation on his back, he wouldn't be delayed. No. How can a disciple stand on his master's back? That's not proper. Qi Shaoyin shook his head. But, the white-bearded old man was anxious. That's it. After saying that, Qi Shaoyin looked at the blood ancestor and said, please. Okay. The blood ancestor waved his hand, and the time formation landed on Qi Shaoyin's back. The qilin sword and the other dominator weapons immediately entered the time formation. Master, come on up. Qi Shaoyin smiled. You child. The white-bearded old man sighed helplessly and could only step on Qi Shaoyin's back. Brother Qin, Brother Mo, farewell. Holy Qilin, Tan Wu, Hellhound, take care. Qi Shaoyin looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. He then left with the white-bearded old man and the 9 dominator weapons. Looking at Qi Shaoyin's back, the blood ancestor nodded and said, he respects his master and knows how to repay his kindness. This young man is not bad. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, not many people can obtain your praise. Moreover, he's from an opposing faction. I'll be honest. He is indeed a good junior. Looks like that old bastard, the Qilin master, has found a good successor, said the blood ancestor. That's right. Qin Feiyang also agreed with this statement. Otherwise he wouldn't have placed his bet on Qi Shaoyin. Damn dog, it's your turn. Tan Wu lowered his head and looked at the hellhound. You want me to be your mount again? Dream on. The hellhound glared at Tan Wu. You can't possibly let me do it, right? Tan Wu frowned. The hellhound nodded and said, that's not a bad idea. After all, you are my human pet. Scram. Tan Wu's face darkened. Qin Feiyang and the white-eyed wolf looked at each other and smiled bitterly. So many years had passed, but the man and the dog hadn't changed at all. They were a pair of living enemies. Can we not waste time? At most, the next time we obtain an inheritance, the Fire Qilin and I will take care of you first. Tan Wu said. Really? The hellhound asked. Yes. Tan Wu nodded. All right, you said it. For the sake of the inheritance, I'll suffer a little. The hellhound looked at the blood ancestor and bared his teeth. Ancestor, come. Ancestor? The blood ancestor was stunned. If even Qin Feiyang calls you ancestor, then we are definitely no exception. The hellhound smiled. Sensible. The blood ancestor chuckled and set up a time formation on the hellhound's back. The thunder god hammer and the black battle axe also needed to repair their bodies. Tan Wu and the fire qilin jumped up and landed on the hellhound's back. They smiled and said, Brother Qin, we'll meet again. Be careful. Qin Feiyang warned. I know. Tan Wu nodded and patted the hellhound's head. Damn dog, let's go. If you touch me again, do you believe that I will throw you down? The hellhound roared and disappeared in the opposite direction of Qi Shaoyin with Tan Wu and the fire qilin without looking back. Their way of getting along is really a little unique. Princess Huofeng said with a smile. Get used to it. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. But suddenly, the white-eyed wolf patted his head and looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman. I haven't asked them yet. Why are those undead chasing after them? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Aren't the yin-yang mirror and the others still here? Don't ask me. I don't know either. The yin-yang mirror said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. They looked at the devil-subduing staff, the phoenix bell and the frost sparrow sword. The devil-subduing staff said, They stole an inheritance. An inheritance? Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. Yes. An inheritance of the ultimate law of destruction. The devil-subduing staff said. This. Qin Feiyang and the others looked at each other. It was actually an inheritance of the strongest law. No wonder those undead were chasing after them. Then, who has this inheritance now? The white-eyed wolf asked. That Qilin called Qi Xiaoyun. The devil-subduing staff said. Fuck. No wonder he left in a hurry. So he was afraid that we would steal his inheritance. The white-eyed wolf cursed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, although he didn't get a sovereign weapon, he didn't lose out. Lose out my ass. If I had to choose, I would rather choose the ultimate law of destruction than the sovereign weapon. What a sinister fellow. The white-eyed wolf snorted. You can't say that. Even the fire Qilin, Tan Wu, and the hound didn't say anything. I'm sure Qi Xiaoyun contributed the most during the fight for this inheritance. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Putting the fire Qilin and Tan Wu aside, if Qi Xiaoyun didn't contribute anything, the hound wouldn't have allowed him to leave with the inheritance. This is fate. We also fought with our lives on the line, but we only obtained 2 ordinary laws while they obtained an inheritance of the strongest law. I can only say that they were lucky. The blood ancestor shook his head. Sometimes luck was something that couldn't be envied. Chapter 3771. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone had their own fate and couldn't be forced. The madman looked at the white-eyed wolf and said with a sneaky smile, Brother Wolf, if you had known earlier, would you have snatched it? Nonsense. Who would reason with such a treasure? The white-eyed wolf didn't hide his covetous heart at all. What a pity. The madman shook his head and sighed. The white-eyed wolf had mastered 6 supreme laws. The law of death, the law of causality, the law of spacetime, the law of time, the law of destruction, and the law of life. The law of destruction happened to be one of them. To be honest, whether it was Qin Feiyang, the madman, or the Feather Emperor, they were all looking forward to the day when the white-eyed wolf mastered the ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws. Because no one in the world had ever mastered the 6 supreme laws. Generally speaking, 2 or 3 supreme laws were the limit. Just thinking about the ultimate mysteries of the 6 supreme laws made one's scalp tingle. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the white-eyed wolf and frowned. Actually, you can also try fusing the law of life and the law of death. Ha! The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. The law of life and death is formed by fusing these 2 laws. If you can succeed, then you can easily crush people like Dragon King in the future. Qin Feiyang smiled. That makes sense. The white-eyed wolf nodded. The blood ancestor shook his head and sighed. It's not that simple. I've been wandering for so many years, but I've only seen Qin Feiyang successfully comprehend the law of life and death. That also proves that the law of life and death does exist. As long as it exists, it can definitely succeed. The white-eyed wolf snorted. The blood ancestor was slightly taken aback. He sized up the white-eyed wolf and mocked, It seems that you won't turn back until you hit a wall. Suit yourself. Just wait and see. The white-eyed wolf grinned. If little Qin Zi could succeed, why couldn't he? He couldn't lose to little Qin Zi. This was a matter of dignity. At the same time, Madman also lowered his head and pondered. Needless to say, the white-eyed wolf had 6 ultimate laws. Qin Feiyang had also grasped the karma laws, destruction laws, and life and death laws. The key point was, mastering the laws of life and death was equivalent to mastering the laws of death and the laws of life. In other words, Qin Feiyang now grasped 4 supreme laws of nature as well as the law of life and death, which surpassed supreme laws of nature. What about him? The laws of death, the laws of spacetime, and the laws of destruction. No. He couldn't lose to old Qin and white-eyed wolf. Even if he couldn't surpass them, he should at least be on par with them. However, if they were to be equal, they would have to comprehend the laws of life and death first. To be honest, he had no confidence at all. But just like the white-eyed wolf, if even Qin Feiyang could do it, why couldn't he? No. It must be possible. Madman's eyes flashed. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Old Qin, give me 2 sovereign weapons. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Madman chuckled and said, This daddy also wants to go for a stroll alone. You must be crazy. Qin Feiyang was speechless. It wasn't easy for them to reunite, but they had to part ways again. Wasn't this looking for trouble? You are the one who is crazy. Madman glared at him and sighed, Actually, what Qi Xiaoyun said makes sense. If we don't take the opportunity to temper ourselves, wouldn't this trip to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury be in vain? Aren't we also tempering ourselves when we are together? Qin Feiyang was helpless. How can this be the same? Look, there are so many sovereign weapons. Do we even have the chance to fight? Madman looked down on him. In that case, why do you still need 2 sovereign weapons? If you want to go ahead. Qin Feiyang snorted. It wasn't that he was stingy, but he was afraid that something would happen to Madman outside. Because in his eyes, Madman was not only a brother who had gone through life and death with him, but also his family. Self-defense just in case. Madman smiled. Qin Feiyang said indifferently, with a sovereign weapon, you will have a reliance in your heart. You won't be able to stimulate your potential. What's the point of going out like this? After talking for so long you still won't give it to me? Fine. This daddy is going out alone. Don't come and collect my corpse in the future. Madman snorted and left in a fit of pique. Qin Feiyang was furious. Couldn't he see that Madman didn't want him to take the risk alone? He sighed. You really want to go? Yes. Madman nodded without turning his head. Fine. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. He looked at the red sword and horsetail whisk and smiled. I'll have to trouble you. Since Yun Ziang already had his own sovereign weapon, the horsetail whisk naturally didn't need to follow him. Okay. The two sovereign divine weapons responded and rushed towards Madman. Madman stopped and turned to Qin Feiyang with a smug smile on his face. He provoked, just you wait. The next time we meet, this daddy will definitely be stronger than you. Then let's wait and see. Qin Feiyang also issued a provocation. Madman bared his teeth, put away the horsetail whisk and red sword and turned to leave. Why don't we go together? Suddenly, the blood ancestor's eyes flashed as he looked at Madman. What? Madman was stunned. Qin Feiyang also looked at the blood ancestor in shock. Why were they all leaving? You don't welcome me? The blood ancestor smiled. Of course you do. Madman was overjoyed. With the blood ancestor here there was a time array. Who would refuse such a good thing? The blood ancestor turned to Qin Feiyang and warned, don't be impulsive and run to rescue Li Feng and the others. Before you decide, inform us in advance. Before Qin Feiyang could react, the blood ancestor took the illusory demon orb and the demon subduing staff and rushed to Madman's side. The two of them then disappeared into the mountains ahead without looking back. What's going on? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses and was a little confused. Why did they all start to go crazy? When everyone was together, whether it was facing the sovereign weapon of the Sky Bell Divine Treasure or the 9 Demon Kings and the Divine King of Primal Chaos, they would definitely be more confident. But why did they have to run out alone? What was going on in their minds every day? If that's the case, the white-eyed wolf suddenly spoke. What do you want now? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Why such a big reaction? I just want to take Sister Feng on a sightseeing tour. The white-eyed wolf was speechless. Sightseeing tour? Qin Feiyang's face darkened. Where were the mountains here? Where was the water? There were mountains but they were all bare. What was there to see? Sister Feng, let's go. The white-eyed wolf grabbed Princess Huofeng and turned around to flee as if he was running for his life. The Fire Phoenix sword and a group of sovereign divine weapons hurriedly followed. Princess. Daifuku's face changed and he was about to chase after them. Daifuku, don't follow us. We don't need a light bulb. Just stay by little Qin Zi's side. He will take good care of you. The white-eyed wolf's voice came from afar. Daifuku stopped and turned to look at Qin Feiyang, somewhat at a loss. What do you think I can do? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Why were they all so willful? Yun Ziang and the old man in cyan looked at each other helplessly. Everyone else was trying their best to meet up with their companions, but these people were different. Everyone finally gathered together, but they all ran away on their own. Qin Feiyang came to his senses and looked at the golden crow pearl next to him. He wanted to let the golden crow pearl take care of the white-eyed wolf, but when he remembered that Princess Huofeng now had 11 sovereign divine weapons, he gave up on the idea. Everyone has their own fate, and each has their own good fortune. Just let them be. The voice of the ancient castle sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. What else can I do? Qin Feiyang looked up at the old man in cyan and said with a smile, Senior, I haven't asked your name yet. Yun Ziang said, just call him Elder Qing. I don't dare. You are the descendant of the human emperor, and the Emperor of Feathers ordered us to follow your orders. So you can just call me Azure Dragon. The old man in cyan hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Azure Dragon? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. My true form is the Azure Dragon. The old man in cyan shook his body, and a huge dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. The dragon's aura spread in all directions. Divine Beast Azure Dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. There had always been a rumor in the mortal world that there were 4 divine beasts that guarded the 4 directions. They were the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. He didn't expect the old man in front of him to be the Azure Dragon. Although the rumor might not be true, the fact that the Azure Dragon was a divine beast couldn't be erased. The Azure Dragon shook his body and turned into a human. He sighed and said, "Although I am a divine dragon, I have always hated the actions of dragons." Qin Feiyang said with admiration, "Elder Qing is righteous. This junior admires you." The Azure Dragon waved his hand and said with shame, "Although I have ambitions, I don't have powerful strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been sheltered by the little rabbit for so many years." Qin Feiyang didn't know how to comfort him. Yun Ziang said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you may know that Elder Qin has existed longer than the human emperor and the dragon king." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. A long time ago, Elder Qin was the guardian of the sky cloud realm for the last century." Yun Ziang nodded. "There's nothing to mention about the past." The Azure Dragon quickly looked at Yun Ziang and said. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, "It's because it's in the past that this junior is curious." Elder Qin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yun Ziang continued, "Elder Qin, Elder Bai, Elder Xian and Elder Zhu, these four seniors were once the guardians of the sky cloud realm. They protected the peace of this place. The rumors of the four divine beasts in the secular world came about because of them." Qin Feiyang was stunned. He didn't expect the rumors to be true. Yun Ziang said with a smile, "Knowing the origin of Elder Qin, Elder Bai, Elder Zhu and Elder Xian, you should have already thought of them." "White tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Yes." Yun Ziang nodded. "They are also in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure?" Qin Feiyang was curious. "Yes." Yun Ziang nodded again. "I really didn't expect that I would have the chance to see these four guardian beasts in my lifetime." Qin Feiyang was filled with emotion. The most important thing was that it was exactly the same as the rumors. What legendary guardian beasts? Those are all exaggerated by the later generations. The Azure Dragon shook his head. Chapter 3772. Even if it's an exaggeration, your contributions to the Sky Cloud realm can't be erased. However, this junior has a question. What does the previous era mean? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "We cultivators have a very long lifespan, especially creatures with our cultivation base. It's basically equivalent to eternal life. Therefore later on, everyone came up with the word era to measure time. An era is equivalent to 100 million years." Azure Dragon explained. 100 million years? Qin Feiyang was stunned. In fact, 100 million years is not a long time. Think about it, many people go into seclusion for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So 100 million years is nothing at all. But because everyone's time in seclusion is basically in the time array, 100 million years seems particularly long. Azure Dragon smiled. "Makes sense." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Not to mention others, just himself. Now, in the Black Tortoise realm or in the time array, he could casually cultivate for hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. So, if there was no time array in the world, 100 million years was really nothing." Azure Dragon shook his head and sighed. "There is no calendar day in the mountains, no one knows the year in the cold. Speaking of which, it's also the sorrow of us cultivators." This sentence deeply touched Qin Feiyang. Mortals envied cultivators for having an endless lifespan, but how could cultivators not envy the peaceful life of mortals? For cultivators, a peaceful life was completely an extravagant hope. Every day they lived in mutual deception and intrigue. If they were not careful, they wouldn't even have the chance to reincarnate. Were there many powerhouses in the previous era? Qin Feiyang was curious. Of course there were. But the overall level at that time couldn't be compared to today. The strongest in the previous era should be the person who mastered the strongest law. At that time, no one could take out the ultimate law. As the saying goes, the new generation excels the old. After the doomsday battle of the last century, many peerless geniuses emerged from both the human race and the other races. For example, the human emperor, the feather emperor, the blood ancestor, the dragon king, Feng Ho, the Qilin master, and the little rabbit are all super experts who have risen up in this era. Azure Dragon said with a smile. Doomsday battle? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Yes. Every battle is for the sake of benefits. The Doomsday War that broke out in the previous era almost wiped out all the races. Although people like the human emperor and the blood ancestor were born in the last century, they were still children, just like you are now. Of course. Their cultivation back then was definitely not as high as yours now. They only grew up after the Doomsday battle. Speaking of which, this old man has watched the human emperor and the others grow up. Azure Dragon smiled, his eyes filled with gratification. That's not all. Yun Xiang interrupted. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Xiang. Master once mentioned to me that the human emperor and the feather emperor were groomed by the four of them. In the eyes of the human emperor and the feather emperor, the four of them are their teachers. Therefore, although the human emperor and the feather emperor are the leaders of the human race, they are still very respectful to the four of them. Yun Xiang said. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded, his heart filled with respect. Just the fact that the old man in front of him had taught the human emperor and the feather emperor was enough to respect him. What teachers? We just gave them some advice. It's because of their outstanding talent that they have today. Let's talk about it later. The strong are revered. No matter how old we are and if our cultivation is not as good as theirs, we still have to bow down to them. However, even if we bow down to them, we have never regretted it, because what they have done for the human race is indeed worthy of the title of leader of the human race. Azure Dragon smiled with gratification. Elder Qing, don't think so. Master has said many times that although you are now under the human emperor and the feather emperor, the two of them have never treated you as their subordinates. And he told me and my senior brother to respect you. Yun Xiang said. This is because the human emperor and the feather emperor don't despise us old things. Azure Dragon shook his head. If the feather emperor hears your words, he will definitely be angry. Yun Xiang was helpless. This is an unchangeable fact. Although we used to be the guardian beasts of the Sky Cloud realm, the dragons, the Feng people, and the Kirin clan rose. If it weren't for the human emperor, the feather emperor, and the blood ancestor at the critical moment, the four of us wouldn't have been able to protect the Sky Cloud realm. The people you should respect the most are them. Azure Dragon smiled faintly. Whether it's them or you as the younger generation, we should respect them. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Azure Dragon heard this and smiled cheerfully. You are indeed the descendant of the human emperor. Whether it is talent or character, you are the best. Aren't you afraid that I will be proud? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. You have the right to be proud. The human emperor has fallen. Now, only the feather emperor and the blood ancestor are left. So, the young people of your generation should work hard to become the pillars of the human clan and share some of the pressure. As for us old guys, don't count on us. With our talent, we will be satisfied if we don't drag you down. Azure Dragon smiled. You can't say that. You have worked hard for so many years. It's time to put down your burdens and enjoy a quiet life. Junior, don't worry. No matter what the future holds, no matter what the relationship between the Divine Kingdom and the Qin clan is, as long as it concerns the safety of the human clan, I will not shirk my responsibility. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and solemnly made a promise. In the past he didn't dare to say this. Because the Divine Kingdom and the Qin clan indeed had an inseparable familial relationship. But at this moment, when he met Azure Dragon and heard these stories, he was quite moved. As the former guardian beasts, they must be supreme beings. But now, they were willing to lower themselves to the human emperor, the feather emperor, and the blood ancestor. Why did they do this? Wasn't it for the Sky Cloud realm and the human clan? As the four divine beasts, they had nothing to do with the human clan, but they had always been protecting the human clan. They even trained the human emperor and the feather emperor to be the leaders of the human clan. Was this greatness worth waiting for? Even the four divine beasts who had nothing to do with the human clan, came to protect the human clan of the Sky Cloud realm. As a real human, how could he stand by and do nothing? So at this moment he finally sat down and made a decision. No matter what happened in the future, he would stand with the human clan of the Sky Cloud realm. Hearing this promise, the old man in blue was very surprised. But at the same time he was very moved. Because this was the hope of the human clan, and the hope of the entire Sky Cloud realm. I will also work hard. Yun Xiang smiled. Good. In the future, the human clan will be proud of you. Azure Dragon nodded and laughed heartily. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would make this promise because of him. One must know. Qin Feiyang's weight in the Sky Cloud realm was not ordinary. Even Feng Ho, the Dragon King, and the Qilin Master had to consider Qin Feiyang first before making any decision. Moreover, there was no intersection between him and Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang could completely ignore this old man, but Qin Feiyang did not. What did this mean? This showed a person's character and personality. Who wouldn't like such a young man? Daifuku, who was next to him, also revealed a sincere smile. As long as Qin Feiyang chose a good position, then Feng Ho should not make things difficult for Qin Feiyang for the time being. Because this was what Feng Ho was looking forward to. Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Then what's your next plan?" The next plan. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, turned to look at the old man in blue and asked, Senior, where is the rendezvous point of the land of buried gods? Tianfeng Mountain Range. It's more than 2 years away from here. Azure Dragon said. Qin Feiyang thought again, looked at the two and said, Then let's go to the Tianfeng Mountain Range to meet up with everyone so that we won't worry about each other, and then go find the Sea Lion Emperor and the others. The Sea Lion Emperor and the others are also in the Tianfeng Mountain Range. Azure Dragon smiled. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. It's like this. Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit have discussed it, and we have more chances to work together, so the rendezvous point is set at the Tianfeng Mountain Range. Elder Qing said. You all know the rendezvous point? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yun Xiang nodded and asked suspiciously, You don't know? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head. There was no mention of the rendezvous point at all. You don't know? Yun Xiang was stunned. Is there a need to think about it? Feather Emperor and Little Rabbit clearly want to take special care of them. Elder Qing smiled hoarsely. This special care really makes me a little overwhelmed. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone else knew about the situation with the Heavenly Bell Divine Treasure. Only him and the White-Eyed Wolf, senior brother Feng Zi, knew nothing about it. Fortunately, it was Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit. If it were anyone else, they would definitely suspect that they were harboring evil intentions. Then let's go. Azure Dragon smiled slightly and looked at the sovereign divine weapon beside Qin Feiyang. He didn't hide the smile on his face. It seemed that this kid had gained a lot from this trip to the Skybell Divine Treasure. Ancient Castle, Horsetail Whisk, Blood Dragon Blade, Grim Reaper's Sword, Golden Crow Pearl, Golden Dragon Spear, White Dragon Sword, Black Dragon Mirror, Ice Phoenix Sword, Heavenly Star Sword. There was also the Void Mirror, Edgeless Heavy Sword, Cauldron of All Things, Golden Sun Divine Sword, Silver Moon Divine Sword. The White-Eyed Wolf also had the Divine King Throne and Crimson Dragon Shield. Just Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf had 18 sovereign divine weapons. In addition to the Blood Ancestors' Illusory Demon Orb and Demon Vanquishing Staff, there was also the Yin-Yang Mirror in Yun Xiang's hand. The Fire Qilin and Tan Wu had the Thunder God's Hammer and the Black Battle Axe. Finally, there were the sovereign divine weapons of the Land of the Buried Gods. In terms of numbers, they had more sovereign divine weapons than the 3 major races. When they returned to the Sky Cloud realm, even without Little Rabbit's protection, the 3 major races wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Brother Qin, thank you. Yun Xiang was very happy. He never dreamed that he would have a sovereign divine weapon of his own in this life. Chapter 3773. Why are you thanking me? You should thank Elder Qin. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank Elder Qin? Yun Xiang was stunned. Did this have something to do with Elder Qin? Azure Dragon himself had a suspicious look on his face. It's a simple reason. If it were the reclusive old antiques of the 3 major clans, do you think they would give you the control of the Yin-Yang Mirror? Qin Feiyang asked. Definitely not. Yun Xiang said without hesitation. Given the characters of the 3 major clans, how could they give the control of the Dominator Divine Weapon to their juniors? So, shouldn't you thank Elder Qin? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes, of course. Yun Xiang nodded again and again. If Elder Qin really wanted the Yin-Yang Mirror, he really had to give it to him. Daifuku said with a wry smile, Brother Qin, can you not always compare us Feng people? It makes me a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Of course, there are also good people in Feng people, such as you. I don't deserve it. Daifuku quickly waved his hand. Everyone had selfish motives and he was no exception. If he were the patriarch of the Feng people or the reclusive old antiques, he would definitely snatch the control of the Dominator Divine Weapon. Wait. Since the 5 dead spirits have the inheritance of the strongest law, they should not be lacking in law miniatures, right? Suddenly, Yun Xiang patted his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes. Qin Feiyang finally reacted and looked up at the Yin-Yang Mirror. Don't look at me. I only know those Dominator Divine Weapons, but I don't know those dead spirits. The Yin-Yang Mirror said. Then you should know where their nest is. Yun Xiang asked. Yes. It's not far from the Black Mountain Canyon. The Yin-Yang Mirror said. If they don't carry it with them, it must be in their nest. But if they really do carry it with them, Yun Xiang mumbled as he lowered his head to look at the 5 corpses. At that time, the Blood Ancestor had only devoured their souls, not their bodies. At this moment, they were all lying quietly in a pool of blood on the ground below. Go down and look for him. Qin Feiyang put away the Sovereign's divine weapons and dove down with the Azure Dragon, Yun Xiang, and Daifuku. They landed in front of the 5 corpses. Yun Xiang immediately checked the 5 people's fingers. The other 4 did not have anything in their hands, but the black-robed old man had a broken universe ring on his index finger. Why is he the only one with an interspatial ring? Yun Xiang was suspicious. Elder Qing said, the other 4 people's interspatial rings should have been destroyed during the fight. What a pity. Yun Xiang shook his head. He took off the black-robed old man's universe ring and immediately stood up to check it. Very soon, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at Yun Xiang expectantly. Yun Xiang looked up at the 3 of them and said, there are a lot of herbs and many divine elixirs in there. Herbs? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He quickly looked at the black-robed old man and frowned. Can these undead also refine elixirs? With their strength, as long as they have the talent, it's not difficult for them to refine elixirs. Azure Dragon whispered. In that case he might be an alchemist? Qin Feiyang quickly released his divine consciousness into the black-robed old man's sea of qi. There was a hint of disappointment on his face. There was no alchemy fire or furnace in this person's sea of qi. He must have taken it from other undead. Why do you seem to think that he is an alchemist? Yun Xiang looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. I do think so. Qin Feiyang nodded and explained, because now I want to refine a kind of elixir, but I don't have alchemy fire or furnace and I don't have any herbs. Then where are your alchemy fire and furnace? Yun Xiang was puzzled. In the castle. Qin Feiyang said. Castle? Yun Xiang was slightly stunned and asked suspiciously, didn't you bring the castle in? Yes. It's in my sea of qi now. Qin Feiyang nodded. Because the castle had been in Qin Feiyang's sea of qi, Yun Xiang and Elder Qing didn't know about it. Yun Xiang said in surprise, since you brought it in, why are you still looking for alchemy fire and furnace? Just let the castle give it to you. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He suddenly slapped his head. This brain was really slow. That's right. The castle wasn't in the Black Tortoise world right now, it was in his body. He could just let the castle take it out and give it to him. Was this really what? Riding a donkey looking for a donkey. He was clearly riding on the back of a donkey, but he was still looking around. If not for Yun Xiang's reminder, I think you would never have realized. The castle's voice sounded. It's because you've always been in the Black Tortoise world, so I instinctively thought that you couldn't take out the alchemy fire and furnace. You too. You knew that I needed alchemy fire and furnace, but you pretended to be deaf and didn't even remind me. Qin Feiyang was helpless. I'm not your nanny. Why should I remind you? The castle snorted. Fine. It's my fault. I didn't think about it. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He had never made such a stupid mistake. I think it's not just you. The white-eyed wolf, the mad scientist, the blood ancestor, and the others are all stupid. None of them thought of this. Looking at you guys worrying about alchemy fire and furnace, I can't help but worry about your intelligence. The castle looked down on him. Ha! Qin Feiyang laughed dryly. The castle flew out of Qin Feiyang's body and floated in the air, instantly becoming a huge castle. Boom. The door slowly opened. This is the world inside the castle? Yun Xiang and the azure-robed old man looked around the castle's hall curiously. There were all kinds of furniture. Wasn't this a home? Go ahead. Qin Feiyang said with a smile and went straight into the cultivation room. Looking at the netherworld demonic flame and furnace floating above the altar, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was clearly right next to him, but he was still looking around. He was really stupid. He walked in front of the furnace and grabbed a cosmos bag. There were all kinds of pills inside, all of which were refined by Dan Wangkai. However, there was no undead barrier-breaking pill and he couldn't find the herbs. He had the furnace and alchemy fire, but he couldn't find the herbs. I can't help you with the herbs. You can only find them yourself. The castle said lightly. Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and walked out of the cultivation room. He saw Yun Xiang and the others sitting in front of the tea table in the hall, drinking tea and chatting. They looked very comfortable. Seeing Qin Feiyang come out, Yun Xiang smiled and said, "Your castle is really convenient. No matter where you go, you can sit down and rest." Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Let me see the black-robed old man's cosmos ring. I didn't find the epitome of laws." Yun Xiang threw the cosmos ring to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took the cosmos ring and checked it carefully. Before long, his eyes lit up and he took out more than 10 herbs. Among them, there were a few strange flowers that emitted an undead aura. The rest were pieces of wood of similar length and thickness that also emitted an evil aura. Those were the undead flowers in Yinyang Wood. Furthermore, they were the oldest undead flowers in Yinyang Wood he had ever seen. That's quite a lot. Qin Feiyang smiled in joy and immediately entered the castle with the undead flowers in Yinyang Wood to refine pills. Although there were many undead flowers in Yinyang Wood, there was only one cluster of extreme young thunder fire. Therefore he could only refine one undead barrier-breaking pill. However, he couldn't fail or he would have to look for extreme young thunder fire everywhere. He was a little rusty after not refining pills for a long time. After opening the furnace, he took every step carefully. About 100 breaths later, the undead barrier-breaking pill was finally out. There were 7 dragon-shaped core chi on it. Seems like I didn't fall behind even after not refining for so long. Qin Feiyang smiled smugly. What are you thinking about? Dan Wangkai is almost able to refine 10 dragon-shaped core chi divine pills. Gu Fu despised him. Dan Wangkai's alchemy room was upstairs, so Gu Fu naturally knew about it best. What? Why don't I know about it? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Have you ever cared about this? Gu Fu asked back. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Everyone seemed to have a lot of opinions about him giving up alchemy. Wait, didn't the pills Dan Wangkai gave us all have 7 dragon-shaped core chi? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang frowned. Gu Fu said, that's because he wanted to give you a surprise when he really refined 10 dragon-shaped core chi. If he didn't go to Sky Cloud Island to cultivate, he would have succeeded by now. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. However, for Dan Wangkai to have such an achievement, it was actually not surprising. Because with Dan Wangkai's obsession and love for alchemy, it was hard for him not to make progress. Subsequently, Qin Feiyang took the undead bottleneck-breaking pill and walked out of the cultivation room. This is the pill you want to refine? Yun Xiang looked at the undead bottleneck-breaking pill in Qin Feiyang's hand, his eyes full of suspicion. He had never seen it before? Qin Feiyang sat opposite Yun Xiang, took a sip of tea and said with a smile, don't underestimate this pill because this pill may play an unimaginable role. Is that so? Yun Xiang expressed his doubts. You will know in the future. Qin Feiyang took out a jade box and carefully put it away. He would see the effect when he encountered the undead who had condensed a body. Yun Xiang glanced at the jade box, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I didn't find the law miniature in the black-robed old man's ring, so it should be hidden in their nest. Do you want to take a look? Of course. Even if there isn't, we have to confirm it. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then shall we set off now? Yun Xiang asked. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, then looked up at the castle and asked, Shadowless, is there still a time array in the castle? The time array has been integrated into the Black Tortoise realm, so of course there isn't one here. Gu Fu replied. I was careless. Before the Blood Ancestor left, he should have left a time array for us. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. Without the time array, the Yin-Yang mirror was useless. Chapter 3774. The Yin-Yang mirror had been beaten too badly. Without the time formation, it wouldn't be able to repair itself even after leaving the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. There's no need to worry about the time formation. Azure Dragon shook his head. You also control the law of time? Qin Feiyang looked at Azure Dragon and asked. Azure Dragon smiled and said, I don't, but there are so many people in the land of buried gods and the heavenly cloud sea. There must be a few who control the law of time. That's true. Qin Feiyang nodded. He looked at the 3 and said, then there's no time to lose. Let's return to the Black Mountain Canyon now. He didn't know about the Yin-Yang mirror, but the Phoenix Bell and the other sovereigns would definitely know if the black-robed old man and the others had a law miniature. He didn't consider the white-eyed wolf, the madman, the blood ancestor, Tan Wu, the fire Qilin, or the Cerberus. In any case, they were all on the same side. It didn't matter who had the law miniature. But Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man had to consider it. No one knew what the future would be like. What if Qi Xiaoyun chose to become his enemy in the end? Taking a step back. Even if Qi Xiaoyun chose to be on good terms with him in the future, he was still an outsider. Of course, he couldn't let an outsider benefit from a law miniature. And Qi Xiaoyun knew where the Five's nest was. Even if he didn't have the Sovereign's divine weapon to tell him, he would most likely run back to check. After all, they had already snatched an inheritance from the 5. Since there was even an inheritance, there might be a law miniature as well. If there really was a law miniature, wouldn't it fall into the Qilin clan's hands if Qi Xiaoyun arrived first? So, they had to hurry over. All right. Azure Dragon and the other 2 drank the tea in their cups and stood up. After walking out of the castle, It turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Qin Feiyang's body. This castle is a spatial divine item, right? Yun Ziang asked. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang looked at him in confusion. Isn't it impossible to enter a spatial divine item here? Why isn't it restricted? Yun Ziang was puzzled. Because it has a door. Qin Feiyang smiled and called out the Death God Sword. He had the Death God Sword lead the way. All of Qi Shaoyun's sovereign weapons had been severely damaged. Although the Blood Ancestor had left them a time formation, it would still take them several years to repair. A heavily damaged sovereign armament was naturally no match for the Sword of the Thanatos at its peak. Therefore, even if Qi Shaoyun wanted to go back and check, even if Qi Shaoyun left first, the Sword of the Grim Reaper would still arrive before them. Is there a door? Yun Ziang was suspicious. What was the meaning of this? It means that although the ancient castle has a universe within it, it is not a true spatial divine object. That's because true spatial divine items are all sealed spaces inside. Azure Dragon explained. I see. Yun Ziang nodded in realization. Time flew by. Early in the morning, Qin Feiyang and the others finally returned to the Black Mountain Canyon. Just like before, nothing had changed. Of course. Now, it was almost impossible for anyone to come here. Because apart from Qi Shaoyun and the white-bearded old man, the Qilin clan had been completely annihilated. Ask the Yin-Yang mirror where we should go next. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yun Ziang and said. Okay. Yun Ziang nodded and secretly asked the Yin-Yang mirror. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it's said to go northeast. It will take about half a day. Fortunately, it's not far. Qin Feiyang heaved a sigh of relief. The Sky Bell Divine Treasury couldn't open space-time tunnels and teleportation divine artifacts, so it would be troublesome if it was too far away. Whoosh. The Sword of the Grim Reaper continued to bring the four of them southeast. The journey was very peaceful. Because the aura emitted by the Sword of the Grim Reaper was enough to make all the skeletons retreat. Half a day later, they entered the sky above a lake. This lake was still normal. The lake water was very clear and there were many weeds and trees growing on the shore. This was the most lively place they had seen since coming to the Sky Bell Divine Treasury. Around the lakeshore were 5 ancient palaces. Although they were old, they were still intact. According to the Yin-Yang mirror, these 5 palaces were the lairs of the black-robed old man's group. There aren't even any traces of battle. How did Qi Shaoyun and the others obtain the inheritance of the law of destruction? Yun Ziang looked at the lake full of vitality and the 5 intact palaces with a doubtful expression. The 5 of them are so strong and they even have 5 sovereign divine weapons. They definitely can't take them by force. They have to rely on their brains. That's right. It should be a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I believe that with Qi Shaoyun's brain, it will be easy for him to do so. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Yun Ziang nodded and said with a smile, your evaluation of Qi Shaoyun is quite high. How can I look down on someone I can't see through? Qin Feiyang said. What about me? Can you see through me? Yun Ziang looked at him mockingly. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, not in the past. But now I can. Because now I know everything about you. Is that so? Yun Ziang smiled meaningfully and flew toward one of the palaces. Daifuku and Azure Dragon hurriedly followed. Qin Feiyang looked at Yun Ziang's back and wondered why that smile was so strange. Boom. When Yun Ziang landed in front of the palace, he smashed the door with a punch. Qin Feiyang recovered from his shock and also landed in front of the door. He looked inside. The palace was several hundred zhang wide. There were no lights, so it was rather dim. There was nothing in the hall. There were several stone doors on the left, which should lead to several rooms. Let's split up, Qin Feiyang said. Daifuku, if you find anything, you can't hide it. Yun Ziang looked at Daifuku and said jokingly. In fact, he didn't trust Daifuku because Daifuku was from the Feng people. I want to, but in front of you, I don't have the guts. Daifuku shook his head and smiled bitterly. Qin Feiyang had so many sovereign divine weapons. Who would dare to go against him? Although the old man in green didn't have a sovereign divine weapon, he had mastered the ultimate meaning and couldn't be offended. As for Yun Ziang, although they didn't have much contact and didn't know much about him, this person hunted the Feng people in the Death Glacier. Just from this, it was enough to see what kind of young man Yun Ziang was. In short, Princess Huofeng wasn't here. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. On the contrary, if he was more honest and well-behaved, he might even get some benefits. Next, the 4 of them carried out a carpet search in the palace. After searching the hall, Qin Feiyang entered one of the rooms. There was an old futon inside. It should be the place where the 5 of them usually cultivated. But there was nothing else except the futon. After a while, Qin Feiyang walked out of the room and saw Yun Xiang and Azure Dragon coming out of the other 2 rooms. He immediately asked, "How is it?" "I only saw a bed made of stone." Yun Xiang shook his head in disappointment. "There is not even a stone in my room, let alone a stone bed. But there is a lot of dust. It seems that no one has been here for a long time." Azure Dragon smiled bitterly. "I found something here. Come over quickly." Suddenly, Daifuku's voice came from another room. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 looked at each other and hurried into the room. There was nothing in this room, but it was very clean. Looking at the empty room, the 3 of them looked at Daifuku. Daifuku was standing in the center of the room at the moment, looking down at the solid ground with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were puzzled. Daifuku did not answer. He stomped hard on the ground, and an empty echo suddenly came from the ground. "There is a secret room." Qin Feiyang and the other 2's pupils shrank. Azure Dragon immediately scanned the room and chose the mechanism. "Why are you still looking for the mechanism? Just blast it open." Yun Xiang walked over and slapped the ground with his palm. Immediately the ground cracked inch by inch. "Be careful. Don't break the things below," Daifuku reminded. "Don't worry." Yun Xiang slapped again. The cracked ground immediately turned into ashes with a bang, drowning the whole room. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. A gust of wind appeared, and the dust in the room immediately rushed out. Then, the 4 of them surrounded the hole in the ground and looked down at the secret room below. The secret room was about 10 feet long. On the left, there was a stone table with more than a dozen divine artifacts. Qin Feiyang and the others could tell at a glance that they were all incredible divine artifacts. In addition, there were several universe rings. On the other side, there was a stone table more than 1 meter wide, on which 5 iron boxes were neatly placed. Could this be the treasury of one of them? The 4 of them looked at each other and jumped into the secret room. Yun Xiang grabbed a divine artifact, glanced at it slightly and frowned. "There seems to be a seal aura?" "Seal?" Qin Feiyang and the other 2 were stunned. They also grabbed a divine artifact one after another. Using their divine consciousness, they found that there was a seal. The 4 of them took action and forcibly shattered the seal. As the seal shattered, the artifact spirits of the 4 divine artifacts woke up. When they saw Qin Feiyang and the others, they asked in surprise, "Who are you? What do you want to do to us?" "Don't be nervous. We're just passing by." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Passing by?" This answer made the artifact spirits of the 4 artifacts quite startled. Wasn't this the territory of the undead? How dare they barge in? Qin Feiyang asked curiously, "Why are you sealed here?" One of the divine artifacts said resentfully, "That damn old man wants us to submit to him, but we don't want to, so he sealed us here." "Damn old man?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It should be the black-robed old man. He asked suspiciously, "Doesn't he have a sovereign divine weapon? Why does he want to subdue you?" "What? Are you looking down on us? Didn't the sovereign divine weapon evolve step by step from a sovereign divine weapon?" The 4 divine artifacts were dissatisfied. "That's not what I meant." Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. "Then you're free now, quickly leave." "Really?" The 4 divine artifacts couldn't believe it. Qin Feiyang nodded. He wasn't that interested in sovereign divine weapons anymore. Although sovereign divine weapons had the possibility of evolving into sovereign divine weapons, there were already enough of them in the Black Tortoise world. Although the more the better, the more origin energy there was. Furthermore, the sovereign weapons in the castle would need to absorb more origin energy to evolve in the future. Therefore, he didn't want any of the heaven-defying weapons now.